Edge. Shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
Edge. Shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
The road to VALORANT Champions doesn't end when you conquer your region. It's only the beginning. The VCT Americas Play-Ins are the next step for the top teams in the Challengers ecosystem. Here, they'll have the opportunity to face organizations from VCT Americas and keep their journey towards VALORANT Champions alive. But before they can make that leap, one final challenge awaits. After falling just short of a regional title, the C2 teams from Latin America, North America, and Brazil will face off in the VALORANT Challengers Last Chance qualifier. On July 28th, the three teams will compete in a best-of-3 round robin. Every match will be crucial to the standings as the third place team will be eliminated at the end of the day. On July 29th, the top two teams will battle in the LCQ Grand Final, a best-of-5 series. Only one team will claim the final spot in the VCT Americas Play-Ins. The road to champions continues. Who will take the next step? Only one team will claim the final ticket to the VCT Americas Play-Ins. Latin America, North America, and Brazil enter the last chance qualifier. Every map matters. Every round can change the outcome.
Será que o time da Game vai chegar? Mas a abertura não tem mais jeito. A gente só de se ver numa situação terrível.
Only one will keep the dream alive. The road to champions continues.
One last chance, one final opportunity for these 3 teams to try and make their way into play-ins and keep that dream alive. Welcome in, everybody, to the VALORANT Challengers Last Chance qualifiers. I'm so excited for these next 2 days, guys. We got 3 teams battling it out. So much VALORANT with such a big prize on the line. I'm Sierra Dawn, your host for today. Joining me, I have Roy and I have Ash. Roy, I mean, for these teams, they've come so far, but only one can get that coveted play-in spot. I cannot wait for today.
Yeah, can I just say that I love VALORANT. I especially love international VALORANT. I mean, we're literally globally united by a shared goal and the strive for excellence, right? So that's not why we're all here today. That's why we're seeing these players fight to the absolute end of this finish line. It's going to be fun. It's going to be great. I think we're in for some amazing matches, dare I say. Everything's on the line, but only one team or 2 teams will move on for today. And then tomorrow it's only 1 team. So a lot's on the line here, guys.
Yeah, I'm super excited for today. I think overall, definitely want to echo everything that Roy has said. And all of these teams as well, just knowing that they have this last chance, this final opportunity to try and make it to that big stage over in VCT Americas, you know that everyone is going to be bringing the heat.
Oh, they definitely are. We have so much VALORANT in store. So talking about the teams and how these next 2 days are going to work, today is going to be a grueling round robin between our 3 teams, 1 from North America, 1 from LATAM, 1 from Brazil. We have 2Game, Contra, and Shopify Rebellion Black, all respectively second within their regions. And for this round robin, we get to see each of these teams face off against each other today here, Ash. So like I said, a lot of VALORANT in store, and then the 2 best that will be competing tomorrow.
We couldn't make it more clear for you guys. There is a world where we could get 9 gigabanger maps of VALORANT today, guys. That's where we're starting a little bit earlier as well, so that we can kick these matches off and ensure that you guys can also, you know, endure this with us as well, because it's going to be a big stamina test here for the players.
It really, really will. And of course, we have to be switching things up as well. Big change going into the LCQ is, of course, now our maps. We are updated here, Roy, which means Summit's in, Sunset is back. And this will be quite interesting as well, because of course, if we do get something like a Summit, we'll have not seen the teams here at all. Like, do we even get to see it today?
Yeah, it's going to be a really interesting map pool. By the way, Pearl is also out. Sunset is in, Summit's in. It's going to be a pretty fun map pool overall. I think also the meta has changed a little bit as well. So I think I'm kind of curious to see how these teams have coped with the changes, especially with the little amount of time that they've had to kind of flourish at this entire map pool. So I think it's going to be okay for some teams to just have a bit of a, you know, slightly flawed map pool coming into this event. But I think it's something that all these teams share together. Of course, LATAM getting the kind of the brutal brunt of it, considering their last match was yesterday, so that's a little bit tough for them. But yeah, I think it's going to be fun. I think it's going to be a test of how fast these teams can adapt and how fast these teams kind of can get on the same page, and a real test of the fundamentals that these teams have built throughout this year.
I think it gets even more exciting, not to get too far ahead of myself, heading into tomorrow's grand final as well, right? Because there is a world where we could see that Summit come through, depending on how that round robin stage goes and who ends up getting that advantage in the veto. So definitely some really exciting stuff. I'm not going to count Summit out quite yet.
Fingers crossed, fingers crossed. I mean, Ash, you're talking a little bit about a couple of these other changes as well. It's not just the maps, but of course, a couple of other changes we can see heading into today.
Yeah, I think there are major changes, right? Because last time we saw you guys, it was a different patch, different meta that we were playing on. Now for LCQ, we've got not just patch 13, but 13.01 as well. That means that the Sentinel stonks, the Initiator stonks are up. Those buffs have come through, Roy. I think when we're talking about those Initiators, having those cooldowns now being brought down about like 10 seconds on those refresh timers is absolutely huge when it comes down to that cycling. It's going to change the pacing in the mid around a lot for these teams here as well. And honestly, for you, I want to hear, what do you feel like the best Senti buff was though?
Ooh, listen, I'm a little biased because I love Cypher. I think he's really nerdy. There's a lot of, you know, flexibility with how you play, but I think oddly enough, the meta is kind of leaning more into the Sage, which has been kind of interesting to see. I think despite, you know, Riot's efforts to change the meta and shake things up, we're still very firmly in a double duelist meta. So expect a lot of that today. Expect a lot of firepower. And of course, the Initiator cooldowns have only sped up the meta even more. So expect a lot of fast-paced gameplay, a lot of explosive gameplay, and a lot of team brawl in here today.
Let's get closer to some of that gameplay and start talking about the teams and the series ahead of us. As said, there's going to be 3 best of 3s coming at you. Starting off, it's going to be Shopify Rebellion Black going up against 2 Game Esports, NA going up against Brazil, and 2 teams that I think here, Ash, I mean, Shopify Rebellion Goal, I mean, we've been following North America this entire year. We know their strength, but even just looking at recent results from 2 Game, like, ooh, is a team that is pretty close. So I feel like we should have a really competitive match to start things out.
Yeah, we absolutely should. It's kind of cool, I think, to have this as our first head-to-head for the LCQ as well, because they have kind of similar storylines in the sense where I feel like in NA, we talked about how SRB were always the bridesmaids, never the bride. They were constantly in that second place. Same story here for 2 Game Esports. Granted, Brazil also only has 2 splits instead of the 3 that we have over here in NA. But overall, I think that it just says so much about like the consistency that both of these teams have demonstrated throughout 2026. The fact that they've been consistently, in that second place spot, still not quite able to, take that win. Regardless, the growth from them and the fact that they're able to find that result stage to stage says a lot about these rosters.
Talking about the rosters, let's talk about Shopify first, because when you talk about the growth, I mean, we've gotten to see that firsthand with Shopify Rebellion Black throughout all 3 of their splits here, Roy. I mean, from not having Smoke to then having Smoke to then how they've incorporated him in and like how the team has been able to push themselves from there. I think it's just been so impressive. And of course, we talked so much about Smoke, but even just the step up from everyone else on the team, like Nature's been having a phenomenal time. Like this team, like again, this is a team that realistically could have gotten that first place spot. I'm expecting a lot of great things from them today.
Yeah, this team is really interesting because in their A game, they genuinely look like one of the best teams in the region. But I think the issue with this roster has been kind of their floor, right? Which has been a little bit low at times. And I think they've been very open about it themselves, where disagreements within the, the approach of the game and kind of the pacing and kind of, the storyline's been getting everybody on that same page. But I mean, this is a team we're all familiar with, right? And if you're not familiar with this roster, their coaches, Effies and Oders, have, of course, Tier 1 and World Championship level experience. Their 2 vets are Xander and Nature, who bring so much experience to the roster as well with their Tier 1 experience and how long they've been competing in this game. And then, of course, the youngins, Exa, Smoke, and Satellite are all superstars in the making. They're very flashy, they're very young, and they're all really, really smart at the game. So this team is extremely well-rounded. They can play the game at many paces. And since adding Smoke, like you were saying, Sierra, they've gotten that extra layer of the operator, and they have that deadly sniper player within their midst now.
Yeah, they do. And they do want to break that second place curse as well, right? That we had talked about previously. I feel like there is so much pressure on their shoulders for this roster with the expectations that you were talking about, Roy, that they set for themselves. We know that this is a team that could have absolutely won some of those grand finals in North America, but just weren't quite able to push it over the line in those best of 5s. And I think that they come into this LCQ with more fire than ever, wanting to get back onto that big stage with names like Xander, like Nature, trying to get back up there. And I feel like I'm so excited to see what they're going to be bringing to the table and to see if they've also kind of worked on a little bit of what Roy has talked about. But I want to focus more on maybe some of the mental game for them, because this is a team that needs to start off hot to be able to have that kind of really strong run, but struggle a little bit more if they can't find their footing at the beginning, and need really, I think, big name players like Smoke, like those young guns, to make the flashy plays, to bring that mental back up. And I want to see a little bit more of that being kind of tempered into today.
I mean, talking about Smoke, he's definitely capable of it. I mean, right, it's been a couple of weeks since we ended off stage 3, so I feel like it's been so long since I've heard you talk about Smoke top opper, not in just, the sea, not in the region, but in like the world, So let's hear it. Let's hear it.
I've been actually itching to talk about Smoke, and my favorite topic of all time. Yeah, I think this player is incredible. Let's go. W analysis, Roy. He's also insane at playing the game. He's very high IQ, and the way that he finds picks to me is still extremely mind-blowing, guys. Like the way he finds kills, his IQ for the way he approaches angles, the way he plays off his team, whether he's being supported or completely unsupported. Like look at every single clip that you see Smoke in. Like he's just always finding value. He's an outlaw abuser, he's a scoped weapon abuser, he's absolutely deadly, and he's not really a player you can ignore. He commands respect from your game plan, and if these teams are not coming prepped knowing who Smoke is, well, they're about to find out.
Yeah, I think that it's something that we've seen from him consistently, right? And we've seen also him being able to step into that more over time with SRB and how they've adjusted to his kind of tempo, his style of gameplay. But not only that, Roy's doing a lot of shouting out when it comes down to that operator, which, yeah, he absolutely deserves kudos for. But I feel like in playoffs, we also saw him picking up that rifle a lot more as well. And he was looking really good on it. It's added a lot more flexibility and the ability to be a bit more dynamic, I think, in some of the plays that we've seen from SRB and how they've kind of added more layers to their playbook.
I mean, talking about opponents for today, let's start talking about 2Game Esports, especially too, looking back at the grand final match. This was a team that was so close to just getting the spot. It was a 2-3 series. You look at map number 5, Roy, like 11 to 13 loss. Like, this was so close.
No, the absolute distance was reached between them and La Masia. And I'm going to be honest, guys. I'd be absolutely terrified playing this team right now. Like, genuinely, I feel like with like Lev's recent success, this entire region is so inspired right now, and they're all feeling the taste of victory. They all feel like they're so close to that finish line. And I feel like this is not one of those teams that you want to feel comfortable right now. Like, if you're SRB, you really want to come in strong. You don't want this roster feeling comfortable. You don't want them feeling confident. And I feel like they're able to take over the game. The level of experience is very similar to that we talked about in SRB, right? Where they have these vets. And they also have these like young superstar players and a lot of these kind of like, you know, the golden child of Brazil, like all these upcoming players. So I think this roster is terrifying. Their experience, their drive, the level of talent in these players makes this a really strong opponent.
Definitely does. It's insane firepower, right? But we gotta shout out the elephant in the room. I think that a couple days ago, 2Game did also announce that they won't be playing with Shunem due to those visa issues. So head coach of Gabsh is going to be stepping in, and it changes things a little bit, right? I think that Shunem was such an insane player, but to be fair, if you're gonna have a head coach step in, I feel like Gabsh is also a pretty solid contender when you think about, you know, his history as well previously being on Red Canids. It's a player that has been at Ascension as well, but focusing in a little bit more now on Gobera. This is a player I think that we talked a little bit about in the green room, Roy. It's so important to highlight this primary duelist here for the side of 2Game Esports with the space that he's able to create for this team.
Guys, we got a game almost ready, so I'm excited to see what he can do in the server. We know it's so capable. As said, it's going to be a best of 3 today. We have new map pool and of course agent changes, so I think it's going to be so exciting to see what these two teams have in store for us today. Agents are close. Roy, first impressions here of the maps before I head into that though.
Yeah, coming into the series, I immediately knew that there was a huge map overlap. Of seeing Ascent coming out from both of these rosters makes complete sense. They're both very comfortable playing it. They've gotten a decent amount of reps, but it's nowhere near their most played map. So I think it'll be interesting to see the level of, you know, just prep that has come into that map. And of course, leaning into Split, it's been a map that both of these rosters have been really comfortable on. So this is not it's not one of those instances where it's a weak map for 2G. So I think these first two maps are going to be absolute battles. It's really hard to tell which way it's going to go.
And I mean, looking at the first map of Ascent here, Ash, I feel like Ascent, I mean, even though we got a new map pool, like Ascent is just so practiced and true, but I'm curious with a couple of these changes we see it coming out, like how strong this is going to be for each one of those individual teams. Like, I feel like it should be really fun.
It definitely is going to be really fun to see. I think that also having SRB starting on that defense is definitely strong for this team, depending on how they want to look to fight for some of those lanes. I feel like a lot of teams also have been getting creative on Ascent at times as well. It's hard to say what is necessarily going to be pulled out, especially with, like, you know, the meta change that has come through, what we're expecting to see overall, but you really never know. Honestly, they could be shaking things up on both ends heading into this head-to-head.
Oh, that would be so fun. But I mean, looking at this very first map with the 2Games picking this up, this was something we got to see in their grand finals that was so strong. I mean, it's kind of just a double duelist world and we're living in it, and they use that to such great effect. But of course, when we talk about a smoke on the opposing end here for Shopify Rebellion, right? Smoke, you get that op over on Ascent, like you can shut a lot of things down. So I feel like it'll be really fun to see kind of how these two teams go toe to toe.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think there's a bit, I mean, despite them having very similar backgrounds and kind of similar stories, I do think their approach is a little bit different. Of course, with SRB leaning heavily into the smoke playstyle. So I think that defensive side, you're absolutely right, is going to be really scary for for 2G, especially starting on the attack side. We've seen it so many times before, right, where teams pick this map and then they just get absolutely swept on their attack side. So a lot of pressure coming into this Ascent side on the first half, always for the team that picks this map. So yeah, again, curious to see the level of prep and kind of curious to see how their approach is going to fare.
I mean, the fact it is such a common map, let's talk a little bit of what we can expect more from these teams here, Ash, I and Up Ascent. Are we kind of thinking that we might see a little bit of a change for the day? Like when we look at our predictions, do we feel like seeing how this map veto has gone, if we're going to be switching anything up, or how are we feeling?
You know,
we're
feeling like a Shopify Rebellion day. I'll tell you that at the very least. But I will say, to answer your actual question before we get into these predictions, Sierra, I don't think we're really expecting any changes. I love to float the idea because I love shenanigans, right? But these two rosters with the Jet Phoenix cons that they have been running, not really expecting anything to be shaken up there. As far as the SRB vote, for me at least, I think that losing out on Shem for this matchup, this is no disrespect to Gapsh, it changes things a lot here for 2G.
For sure.
And I've seen also so much growth from Shopify. I feel like they're really locking in here for LCQ.
I mean, Roy, SRB, we got a little caster curse. It's no big deal.
I'd like to formally apologize to SRB before we get into this game. Yeah, congratulations 2G, you've won the match. Yeah, I think despite, okay, I'm going to play devil's advocate. I think despite the fact that the coach is stepping in for Shenum, who's obviously a phenomenal player, the fact that the coach is low-key a shooter helps a lot. He's not like he's coming in and he's like a 0.5 KD player. Like he's actually putting up insane stats. So I think it's going to be really interesting. I'm also curious to see if SRB is going to kind of stick to their script with the Chamber Sage that they have been running. If I remember correctly, yes, it is Chamber Stage, and I'm curious to see if they've kind of swapped up things, or are they sticking to that gun, or kind of, are they happy with that outcome, because they did go 1-1 on the map. They're still 50-50 on it. So I am curious to see if there's any changes have been made. But in terms of just raw exposure to the map, I mean, we should be expecting the double duelist composition to come out from the 2G side. We talked a lot about how this is a double duelist meta, and I think this map is a really good one, especially for Phoenix, where it's really easy to farm the orbs. And if your Phoenix player is popping off, those ultimates are just going to come in back to back to back. So a lot of pressure on the orbs and a lot of pressure on the Phoenixes to perform well.
And I mean, that's the reason why we wanted to be focusing kind of a little bit more of this firepower coming out from 2Game before getting into the series. Because when you eye up that double duelist and Gozera and what he's capable of, I mean, it might be a little bit tricky, even with the double Sentee for Shopify Rebellion, to slow those players down, especially if they're on a cooker. Again, it was a team that was so close in their grand finals to just being able to get the play-in spot themselves and now having a fight out today. But I feel like this very first map is going to be a really big momentum set for both of these teams, especially too for 2 games playing with the coach. We talked so much about the, all the mental. I think if they're able to get a good start here, it could be absolutely amazing. But we got a little treat for our casters today. We're not going to go through the agents. We're going to let them discover them themselves. So let's get started here shortly with our first match. But let's go hear from our casters instead and send it over to Shio and Marks.
Thank you so much, Sierra. We are locked into the last chance qualifiers. 3 best of 3s on the day. I could have nobody but Marks next to me side by side. We've had so many moments like these, casting the best upcoming talent in, Americas, moving on to the next stage.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. I mean, the first time we worked together was back in person, which was kind of wild, but focusing in on this, I mean, right now, like, I have to, like, materialize in my brain what these agents or compositions are going to be like, especially, once again, the new patch coming in here, making a couple of changes to things, but I still have to make the argument that I do think leading into that Phoenix Duelist is going to be something that we're continuing to see on this map. Personally, I don't think we're going to be seeing too many changes when it comes to the side of Shopify Rebellion, just because we know that they're the type of team that once they lock down a game plan, they love to stick to it. Meanwhile, 2G, this squad, they love going for those opportunities. They love finding those moments to walk in and frag out in your face. And to me, that means that we're going to be seeing a lot more of that double duelist come through yet again, and really just try and support that gameplay style to try and find those early picks to make this thing work.
Absolutely, that's kind of what they ran against Lamazia all the way in the grand finals beforehand, where they just came second place. Ascent was very dominant for them, and I think 2G, historically, yes, not the same roster, this entire organization's relationship with Ascent, though. This is the one map in tier 1 where they kind of had a little bit of life. You would be going into this last year in 2025 saying, yeah, you're facing 2G, but please ban Ascent. Like, this is the one map where they can just run it down. And you're saying it really correctly, Marks. It's all about the double duelist action. I think the last thing they ran in those grand finals was a Jet Phoenix situation coming in with the Sova Omen ciphers, so you'll see that aggression. And then for SRB, for predicting agents as well, nothing's really changed in the later half of their switch stage. They've experimented with Deadlock a little bit, but Phoenix has found a way onto the roster. Chamber Sage, double Sentinel, but with a bit more aggression is their flavor.
Yeah, and talking about that like chamber pick in specific, this is something that we really expected Shopify Rebellion Black to kind of bring in to round out that squad. I mean, we can kind of see Chamber's hands there, if I'm not mistaken, on the side of Smoke. But yeah, this is exactly the compositions that we were expecting from both of these sides. So we get to see that double duelist come through from 2G and SRB. They've got Satellite on Phoenix.
I mean, people have said that before Chamber was made, the dev team actually just took a look at Smoke and how he looks like in real life, how he performs like in real life, and made the agent for him, basically, in his image. I feel like this guy embodies his agent so well. He's been the X factor on SRB, and especially on a map like Ascent where an op can take over, he has to have the spotlight on him for this one.
All the Yay fans right now in chat molding at what you just said there.
True,
but you know what? We'll let that slide. We'll let that slide.
I just know Smoke, and we'll start things off with him kind of dictating what's happening up in mid for now, but slow start from both teams, and I'm liking this, trying to just pick apart where things could go wrong and making sure you have a voice in the pistol round.
And already SRB as well are trying to just get a little bit more space when it comes to that middle presence, at least nail down exactly where this is going. But it is going to be Exa who has to receive a lot of that first pressure, and I think that barrier orb should do a pretty good job of at least isolating things and slowing things down.
Get up though, starting to move in. That isolation somehow is not resulting in a death. Patience is a virtue, but Exa doesn't need eyes to get value. UCK will trade, but a man advantage here so far for SRB.
Yeah, look at that flank already being set up. They've got 3 people walking all the way around here. And 2G, they gotta be ready for this one. Gabs is in a great position.
Great position, getting electrified and shocked out. Now it's just 2 players left over. A little bit of a chance to play off the smoke, though. Position is king right now for 2G. It's about handling the flood, handling the numbers. BRK so close to the smoke. Just playing with that gap. Is going to be able to find almost one for the moment. Oh, straight through the shadow. Gets that pick. Is able to get even more after the fact. That's how you start off a pistol. Do not let 2G loose on this map.
Yeah, that was an excellent positioning there, just to be ready for it. Bricks just ready for that push through on that barrier orb's positioning. And you know what? I do like the way that SRB were the ones who tried to go for that early flank, you know, really establish that dominant pressure here. But at the end of the day, it just came down to 2G just really digging their heels in and being ready for it. QCK, player who has a little bit of that tier 1 experience, making sure they really just pave that way through, and then Briggs being the one to kind of sweep things up here. So they do claim out that pistol round already. A pretty aggressive buy coming through. We actually see QCK go in with a Phantom. It's going to be a fast hit.
Smoke off the line. Satellite going to re-aggress as well. Just classic, so have to make sure these shots count. Unfortunately, too much to handle. Still not going to be able to let anybody escape, but you're not trapped in here with you know, SRB. It's 2G who control the cage for the moment, and they're able to get a lot of the picks. It's BRK going down. Xander gonna try to find a little bit of value here. Ooh, it's a ghost versus a classic.
Yeah, now Xander just trying to, oh, and you're caught. Sometimes that's how the cookie crumbles. But hey, you know what? Credits owed, credits due. SRB. Oh, Xander, little bit of a sneaky play under the door here. At least able to get FRZ. But you know what? They're at least staying coordinated. With the spike going down here, it's all but said and done. 2G just looking for it. Ooh, Gabs being able to find that final kill as well. Get closer to halfway to get that Hunter's Fury online. And 2G expected, but still will be clean. They're going to be moving into this bonus now, carrying forward those 3 weapons. And it's actually a full buy up as well on their end. They want to make sure that they can convert this next round, while SRB are going to be the ones coming through. And my eyes always go to nature with that Odin, because we've seen some disgusting stuff with it.
See what's possible on this next one. The biggest thing you want to keep in mind is, I think coming into predictions and the types of teams that Shopify Rebellion Black has faced on their path inside Challengers, aggression sometimes, the fast pace of the game does trip them up a little bit. The 2G are a team that is known to get active, known to play with that aggression a lot while they rock things down. A beat pop ready to go. It's all about this initial timing first. Wall will come up from Exa. I'm wondering how he's going to put it down. Isolating Jet up again. Still can't find her. Run it back. Slowed down completely. Protected from the paranoia as well as the second wave is to come in.
Oh, Exa. Excellent positioning there, and then Nature just popping off right at the right time. And yeah, this round is all but said and done, and that is only because of the Battle Sage. Exa really just anchoring down that site to perfection. Tucks away just in that little funny corner on that barrier orb, and then pops out just at the right time, getting support from Nature. An excellent little play off of one another to make sure SRB find that flawless third round to spiral things forward, while 2G, their shields aren't looking too great, but at least they're able to pull out rifles to make this next one happen.
I like that immediate adjustment from SRB as well to not just stay back on site. They did isolate the Jet and pistol. Nobody was there peeking afterwards. This time Nature a bit more confident with that big Odin in hand. Paranoia coming in again, getting smoked off the angle. Lots of money invested. Dash forward as deja vu for Gobera. This time Nature in a different pocket entirely. BRK able to TP behind him with the from the shadows. Get some spawn action going. It's huge. A nice opening for 2G, but it's a fake entirely. Xander not convinced. Xander not strong enough to hold the A line down.
A little bit of a fun fake coming through, and it works out to perfection just with the conditioning that got set up onto that B site. And now it's SRB just scrambling all over the map as Exa has to try and make this one work, but will be backing out here. Smoke in his 1v1 on the other side of the map. Fuss finds the perfect timing, and SRB make this one possible.
All rifles at this point, I think, for both these players on the side of SRB. Numbers though active as the resurrection does come in. Satellite is back, and that's a lot of utility back on board as well. 2 flashes. Hot hands, the wall, but the timing might be wrong here. 3 faces to take. And Exa does smile for the picture. He's not going to be posted on the wall though. A nice pickup towards the end to keep SRB in. It's expensive though overall as 4 players do go down.
Hey, isn't that their coach on 2G? Gavix right now looking unreal. 5 kills on the board, just finds the perfect timing. The SRB flood out just a little bit staggered, which allows for that multi-kill to happen, where suddenly that 3v1 scenario gets whittled down just to a 1v3. And yet, of course, it's cleanup crew Exa coming back again with the mop, ready to make sure that SRB can win out that round. It got a lot more dicey, but finally the 2G economy has been broken down. Rix will be the only one coming through with that stinger in hand, but it's going to be a bunch of pistols coming out. Looking at how they're setting up as well, I imagine this is going to be one of those fakes onto the B, take advantage of that anticipation before 2G try to find that space onto A. But if a flood out from SRB can isolate the spike, that could be huge information.
Flush out of the smoke. Market, really good place to fight. From here though, Sheriff's not going to find as much value. Nature, I spammed that wall going down deep in B main this time. Exa is really switching it up. There's BRK again with a little bit of value. Slows it up, make sure the second portion of the split is not going to find too much. Drone tag gets Exa down. Now Nature in trouble. Can you find a solution to this one? People moving all around. You one dark cover to play with. The Odin is down as well, so lots of pickups here for 2G as they are able to teleport across, away from sight lines, away from the pressure, and more damage down to Xander.
So it's going to be tough. The paranoia could be going huge. Now Satellite ready to pop out.
Last player standing.
Starts to move for it. One person at logs. Chop SRB down. Super thrifty coming in from 2G. They started off with just Sheriffs and a Stinger.
It's kind of crazy that they were able to win that one out, and it just goes to that Omen who just pushed all the way up, made sure that smoke got taken down, and then that just allowed for that easy flood in through market all the way onto that B site. And the one thing I'm noticing that 2G have been doing a fantastic job of is making SRB get forced into these uncomfortable positions. Consistently, we're seeing one player be isolated, surrounded, and taken out by the members of 2G, and this is all just based off of those first initial rounds of that conditioning to make it seem like they always know what to expect when they go onto that B site.
Trishiri coming out to try to equalize smoke. You got to invest that paranoia every single round or he's going to just have that value. That being said, again, this aggression from 2G. I was discounting the team because they're not going to be able to play with Genom, but Marks, you called it. Gabs is looking really natural, really good in his role right now with the team. The firepower is still there. They're still able to just have this locomotion of action moving around the entire map. I'm loving the slow starts as well in the round. That's where smoke can play, but after that, if there's a trade out, if there's more space to take, 2G will push forward. Pizza now. That trip's been there, the trademark, every single time so far. They understand it as well. split has gone well for 2G. On the Thrifty, they'll try to look for it again.
Yeah, very familiar positioning here, but this time around, Molly, hot hands, just stalling for a second. It could be a lot of pressure onto Smoke and actually Exa. They find their ones.
Again, nice equalizer. You can't count things out, especially with BRK up in the driver's seat. I think the most kills so far for the team, 8 and 3 coming into this one. Gonna be able to save rounds from the shadows, have value as a player as well. Attract lots of attention and eyes. This time though, it's a big hill to climb.
One of the things I noticed when watching how 2G approach this attack is that when they get stalled out, for some reason, it just completely foils all of their plans. The miscommunication happens. You know, the little bit of early utility here, a little bit of early utility there.
Watching this game or a game from 2025, because that's the same as it's the same old for 2G, man. If the aggro round works, if their push works, it's amazing. If not, yeah, just like this. It's all about that first idea.
I mean, hey, at least they're consistent. we gotta give them that. But yeah, I mean, anytime you watch them and how they want to approach things, when they have that upper hand, when they're the ones who take that aggression forwards, they always initiate really well. They're able to just kind of fly into it. Where they start to run into a couple of issues is when things like mollies get thrown in front of them, which I know sounds like super simple, but it genuinely feels like that is the big thing that always confuses 2G on their sight hits, and then everything falls out of place, especially if some early picks get found on their opponent's sides.
I haven't tried for A yet, and they understand that a lot of X's utility does go towards holding down Cat. Hunter Fury coming in to maybe help the duelist get in. That wall from such range again. Gobera by himself, completely marooned on this island of Vase, and to be double peeked by Xander and Heaven. Running back is stopped. FRC though, because X had to turn away, gets a position in from Cat. That might be the answer to get on the site. How much has it costed though? Just enough. FRC finding more ankles. Comes up, that cage put down. Smoke, you have to find a way to get your team back into this one. Hop available, that scope about to jump in on site. Gabs finds more as well. The trades are going so good. The barrel's being stuck out from Smoke as well on Heaven. QCK's finding value. You're talking about it as well, Marks. When that first idea works well, 2G cannot be stopped.
Which is honestly just genuinely very impressive when you look at how 2G initiated onto that one. You called it out there, Gobera goes in alone. That has been consistently happening on all of these hits. I mean, you see the jet just fly over the barrier orb, but immediately it just buys just enough time for the rest of 2G to get themselves set up. Gobera stays alive just long enough, and then 2G just storm their way through. And with their positioning, SRB continuously caught off guard.
I'm loving that as well, that you call it the positioning. It's all about exploiting middle at the moment. When it's a mid-split in market, it just feels like the main players as well are stuck inside. You saw Nature in B main having a tough time. Exa now is playing on a seesaw, trying to balance the A main pressure with his wall, but then FRC has a gap to be able to come in from Cat. I'm not sure what SRB needs to equalize things around. I'm pretty sure they'd be expected to have a lead as well on a set defense side, especially having double Sentinel. Their attack might just look a little bit rougher too, not having the same amount of utility to be able to attack some of these sites. But for the moment, it seems like their Sentinels and their anchor players are really getting stretched apart by these splits coming in from 2G.
One of the things that I know definitely a little bit of prep got sent into was that you can tell 2G have prepped for Smoke. I think that is a really important thing to bring up here because, you know, hey, we talked about Smoke. We love Smoke. Yay, Sniper. He's going to kill you. Except not in this case. It feels like consistently 2G are so aware of how to deal with that chamber and are either completely avoiding it or know how to push into it, know how to deal with it, whether or not it is that Smoke, whether or not it's a little bit of that utility to try and flush that positioning and then run him down. We have not seen Smoke really have that much value unless it's on that initial flood in where a cross angle is being held. And still, to me, I think that Exa is really the one who is really making a lot of those entry kills so much more possible for SRB. Exa's value right now cannot be understated in winning these defensive rounds.
Need to absolutely put some stuff up on the board, and I think because of that are able to lock down with the timeouts. I'm going to talk about what to switch up, and here you go. Yep, Smoke back in mid, but this time with a little bit of help as well to keep him on this angle. A firewall going to come up, get Smoke pushed back for a bit. Play's going to be hot as the rest of 2G is able to angle up, and again, Smoke has to be on a line that he didn't plan to play on at the start of the round.
Yeah, and this is a completely different pace from 2G this time. Going for a little bit more of a default, just try and get some of that positioning while they are running a little bit more of that fake as they get set up for B.
I think they expect SRB to change things and kind of bolster up Cat in mid. So looking for a raw fight over back towards B. The biggest difference now, they haven't used Paranoia yet. They haven't used a lot of their tools. Nature then is set up close. They should expect to still go in for a bite of their own. SRB try to get the tempo on their side, but as a result, the entire drum machine falls apart. They get percussive maintenance on their own heads from some of the shots coming in from 2G. Smoke does find some value, but the rest of the team should be able to push in on site. QCK low. He got legged moving in. Xander has everything set up for him to go nuclear here. Dart pushing him back up on the angle, but he's just too good at the swing, man. And now QCK, who was afflicted by that op beforehand, has nothing much left in the round, but knowledge on positions. Knowledge doesn't matter against power, though. Smoke, oh my God.
Yeah, that was kind of crazy there. I mean, Xander as well, one of the players who we've consistently highlighted that, you know, when it comes to these clutch scenarios, especially when you saw him in playoffs specifically, has always had heaters. And this is one of those instances where him alone, I mean, he just clenches his fist and says, I'll do it myself. They just run in, doesn't matter, shaves their heads, make sure to withstand all of this utility and turn it into such a winnable scenario with Smoke just kind of getting that operator kill for good measure. Just to kind of round things out. 4-4 now between these two teams. The Blade Storm gets popped by Gobera, who's moving up towards mid. This is a different look yet again from 2G.
I'm calling off the fact that Smoke's not going to be here. What is this from Gobera? Talk about self-isolating yourself. The attack Smoke comes in to give him the wraparound over on towards the site. It's a big pinch. It's all about executing now. You have to land these shots. Flash, Paranoia coming in from both sides. Everyone's blind. He's on the ground. The hot hand's going to be able to buy some space, but the walls are closing in for SRB. Smoke's about to fall down. Exa from the back with a little bit of support. FRZ still going to be there close range. Stinger's not going to be enough as Xander also is there to provide a little bit of support. He gets popped down by the bandit. Smoke now up in market. Going to be late to rotate. Has that scope. It comes down to a 1v2.
And look at that positioning right now. QCK already wrapped around, has a Vandal as well. Smoke's simply just unaware of this, except as Smoke is. And now it's down to this 1v1. The spike will be planted.
All the Smoke sense, not even the spider sense for this one. This guy just knows from the shadows towards the other side, but he's just close enough in market to be able to actually get this rotate up, or it's just, I guess not even the up, just off fast for the moment. Guardian now electing to be a little bit faster on the jump in case things happen. Obviously nobody in hell. He's banking on the fact that main is the way to play. Tap, the first one coming in, going to be absolutely fake, and I'm liking the fact that BRK does not actually bite. One way now coming through as well, even more so signifying that this is going to be a main hit, and he peaks perfectly as well. The talent from both teams just shines harder from the side of 2G.
Man, and I gotta say, that was such a cool move from 2G. I mean, you look at that, and if I saw that in ranked, I'd be like, yo, my jet is throwing. What the heck is going on here? You see Gobert just go so far deep and then uses a smoke to cut off those angles, but it puts so much pressure onto those B site holders on Shopify Rebellion Black. It's almost a little bit of a miracle that they were able to hold out continuously under so much fire. And then it just is up to Smoke to try and make that one a clutchable scenario. But right now, BRK just clutching it up yet again to keep 2G in the lead here. 5-4, only 3 more rounds left in this half, and it's not a very pretty buy coming out from SRB. Not a lot of ultimates online as well. Exa does have that resurrect here, but Smoke's still holding this angle.
Oh, Paranoia, that means value, but if a tap coming in just gets absorbed by the wall, Smoke pushed back, and now I think 2G have an understanding about what the setup is like for SRB.
FRZ now going exploring as well. Xander just have a little bit of verticality, but it's going to be ships passing in the night as it's going to be 2G just really taking their time, really trying to force the hand of SRB to get uncomfortable and find those opportunities so they can just kind of strike when they want to.
Biggest thing so far has just been some of the adaptability from 2G and the patience depending on what form of a round exists for now. Xander overwhelmed, just a classic to deal with. Run it back, active as well. I'm liking the fact that SRB takes space towards the other side, but even while he's blind, BRK, or Brinks, as he's also called, is just absolutely tearing things apart. I mean, the value he's finding, the utility Brinks is also putting down for his teammates. And we just saw that attacking Smoke coming in, allowing Gobera to wrap around from this position that Smoke was in last round. It's amazing. Nice shot from Smoke. It's not going to be able to even out too much, but with the money that low, you'll always find some value. Very good patient round there from 2G.
Yeah, and all these guys are just fraggers. There's no other way to talk about them differently. I mean, all of them are just finding their shots necessary. I've been really impressed with the Gobera's positioning, but they're showing us that they've got a couple of ideas when it comes to this attack, you know, how they want to go about things, a couple of different looks, and they're good at consistently confusing their opponents. I really want to emphasize that because this is a Shopify Rebellion Black squad who they're practiced. They've got their system. They know how to play off of each other. They've got all these protocols, except we're seeing some crazy strats come through from 2G that you just simply don't expect. And how do you prepare for something that you don't know? Well, you simply just kind of fold over and hope for the best. And that really does seem like that is the narrative that has been this SRB defense.
You're pressured as well. As the defense gets checked again, the split's coming through. Smoke scanned, pushed back on site. The biggest difference now, Exa not going to be there to wall things off and isolate people coming in. Okay, spam from nature as well as the walls, allowing Exa to just get on the site for the moment. Pocket position might be solved. How is Exa even allowed to peek? Some teammates who were going to be on market to kind of get away. Teleporting back in for now again. Brinks is there. Shot about to come through. I mean, everybody from SRB is allowed to play their game from this instance. This is the one split that just doesn't work for the side of 2G.
Now, I'm not saying I called it, but this time around, it was just Exa. He finds the kill, and then 2G simply trip over themselves and are just not able to win their 1v1s anymore. Once again, if 2G are in the driver's seat, if we see that moment where they're the ones who want to aggress in onto the site, they're the ones making the aggressive play, they're doing a fantastic job of it. But as soon as that falls apart a little bit, and now they're on the back foot and have to kind of weight things down, I mean, Exa just gets away with murder. Heck, the entire squad gets away with murder with how they're just ready to go peek and find those individual angles to make sure that they can isolate and kill 2G. Now, one more round left in this half. 5-6 here. 2G looking to make that 7-5 half, as once again we're seeing that wall get set up to cut off that site onto mid. But 2G once again showing us a different look. They're ready to go onto A. Nature responding with the Hunter's Fury.
I've had too much. Xander flashed away, but I'm liking this pocket angle again. You'll notice a little bit of over rotation that usually comes in from SRB. Not going to be here for now. Smoke's gotten a lot of information though from that B side, so I hope that Nature gets some help very soon. No Odin this time, just that Bulldog. Hot hands coming through. Satellite from heaven is able to find so much value. Exa is looking at all the off angles as well. Going to be going nuclear for Gabs over here again with some shots, but it's too much to handle as SRB hold it down.
Now that's the type of coordination we'd love to see come through from Shopify Rebellion Black. Once again, if you guys have been watching this squad all throughout NA Challengers, you know that when they've got a good game plan, they're so ready to execute on it, and Satellite has been the fulcrum round after round for them to make sure that that happens. We haven't really been treated to it yet in this map so far, but I think that that last round is such a good exemplifier. Immediately the run it back comes out online, hopping from above, throwing the flash in, and then everybody from SRB peaks just at the exact same time to isolate and kill everybody running through from 2G. You said that it was going to be an over rotation, but that time it was perfect because 2G were committed. And now we find ourselves at that 6-6 half. Wouldn't want to start at the LCQ any other way here, Shio.
Absolutely, even a good chance for both teams on both sides. That being said, I feel like SRB and the comp they have should at least have maybe just one more round on this one. Losing pistol though, I think that might be the difference maker. We move in again slowly on the side of SRB from main. Cam's gonna be able to catch as well what's happening on the side of the attack.
Look at that rotation, 2G. I mean, they're taking a page out of SRB's book, but the trap should be able to catch exactly where this is happening. And keep in mind, they're going to be able to get themselves set up on site. 2G just waiting for the spike to go down before they reinitiate.
A big flank coming in fast. 2G have another clasp on this one. Always two sides, but this time Gobera. Huge whiff coming in, giving a chance for SRB to stall even longer. How is Nature still alive? He's going to buy so much time for the frenzies to come in and rattle off the team.
Spike is down though. FRZ and BRK, last two remaining. They know where two of the members are. As Exa looking to try and stall this one out more.
All Branks is up in the business though. Able to find two. FRZ all on Exa. Both players low HP. From the east to the west coast, both shots land for Exa.
And he finally gets to stand up and be like, yeah, yo, what's up? We've seen Exa have so many pop-off moments, and like you just see him always in the Shopify office just fall back into his chair, just hands out while his teammates are high-fiving him and giving him that hype. But this time around, now that they're in that LAN environment, gets to stand up and show him what he's made of. A clutch, clean play here. And this is one of the strengths that I think that 2G are going to continue to lean into, is that hyper aggression, ready to take those fights. My issue right now is, how is SRB going to respond to it? Because, you know, Satellite is that player who wants to take those fights, and I think that they do a good job of playing off of him.
Well, one of the ways for them to be able to answer that question from you, Marks, is orb control. Be able to use Phoenix. I know 13.02 is on the horizon, and that ultimate might be going up by 1, but right now it's still 6 ticks of that orb, so be able to get it halfway active already. Not gonna be able to see a round 2 ult like we usually do, but again, nice patient pressure across the entire map from SRB.
Ooh, a little bit of information found from QCK, at least onto Xander, and FRZ gonna be under a lot of pressure here.
Liking that wall active on the left side, gives nobody a chance to be able to peek from tree either, or crash, should I say. And yeah, keep the eco pretty close to the chest here from the side of SRB. You want to make sure that plant goes over towards Satellite as well. Unfortunately, he was the casualty coming through, so able to get those orbs on somebody else for now.
Spike planted.
Let's see. BRK actually brings ready to try and find an angle here. It does look like 2G want to get a little bit more activated and at least isolate some more kills.
Try. Frenzy might be scary. Brinks has provided so much value. Smoke still staying up on the angle. And they're gonna have a nice pinch coming in from door, but again, the firepower is just not there. Might just be playing for some exits for the moment. It's a nice round from SRB to be able to navigate. You gotta remember, 2G, some of the thrifties that they have when it's their game, when they get to control the pace, scary. On defense, though, if they don't have that Vision Striker's mid-take, if they don't really find you in a main and get scrappy, again, you talk about that first ideal, Marks. When it's not there for 2G, they look a bit deflated.
And honestly, a lot of their defensive round successes, based off of what I've been seeing from this squad in their run in Challengers, is that first level of aggression, being able to find that first push through. Consistently, you see Gobera set up with someone who is just going to flash him in, and then they've got somebody ready just in case Gobera needs to retreat here. Oh, my eyes. Yeah, you know, the Phoenix will do that to you. But if they don't find that successful first push out, then you see a lot of their defense start to fall flat. And we start to see some of those moments where their members get hyperextended, hyper aggressive, trying to find those kills, trying to add that pressure, and just simply get punished. One of the biggest issues that 2G had in their last matchup was just dealing with defaults. And if SRB have done their homework here, then they know that that might be a good way to try and trip up their opponents.
It'll take time, though, and again, you give 2G space to fight on this map, that'll be a problem. I'm waiting to see if Gobera wants to play, as you're saying, with those flashes. Hold up. Forget about the theory. Let's look at the action. Wall broken down. Exa still finding space for the team. You might assume that he's playing a duelist, but it's the slowest Sage on battle mode that's finding value. FRZ able to hold things down from sight as well, slowing SRB's approach for the moment. Talk about the speed slowing down, never mind. EXO wants more.
One enemy
and available to be able to jump across the site as well. It's flabbergasting me, and with my words, SRB have found a way onto the site.
And they are under a lot of pressure right now. The spike not recovered as well. Yeah, Brinks just comes around the corner there to clean that one up, and it's a nice, easy round for 2G, just ready to punish some of that aggression that this time SRB just kind of walk into the trap, and they're in the Viper's nest, and they get bit by those snakes.
I think the biggest difference there is you see that round run by 2G a lot, right? The mid split, and SRB will be caught in main. What 2G is doing is they're staying way back. They're looking for those longer range fights. They're understanding that some of these guys might have a Spectre. Past that one market player, FRZ, deep inside lane, able to go towards stairs. He's ever fighting inside main. His teammates playing inside the defensive spawn angle as well. And playing super far back means that maybe SRB, if you want to get into these sites, you can do it really fast. You don't have to fight for the neutral space as much. There's a lot learned here for SRB. I wonder how they switch up their game.
Switch up their game is they're probably going to just try and get Satellite to get that last ultimate orb and then use the run it back to enter into things here. At least set things up a little bit more to have that option available.
Past FRZ right now, nobody's really a site anchor for 2G for the moment. This is such a different defense side compared to SRB, who always have somebody on site and other people rotating to him or to them. Cat is the focus right now. Mid arches is the focus. I think Gabix is now walking in towards A because they don't have too much information as to what's happening in main, but SRB are gone. They're only over in tiles with the drone.
And the fact too that they did spot smoke out there, they just assume that that is going to be the lurking chamber. And so then they kind of pull themselves out, but now 2G have completely got themselves split up here. Brinks though, in a really good position to punish. This one is scary, especially with QCK just around the corner.
He's not gonna be able to find the value. Smoke is just too fast. QCK hit by a dart. It's perfect in smoke. Evacuates the angle once again. Gabix gonna be looking for that jump in, but he's just too tall to peek from the angle. I know SRB have that cooked up to make it so it's unpeakable from aside from anybody coming in from tree. I mean, what a round from them. If you look at the rotates, it's like watching a DJ at a rave, mixing a disc back and forth and back and forth. And what A, and what B, and then back to mid, back to A again. They were all around the map marks.
Yeah, playing with their food a little bit. And once again, this is another way to kind of counter that level of defense that you expect from 2G there. And yeah, I have to imagine BRK, just like the little hood from Omen pokes out into the smoke, just like, wait a second, I can't see anything, and just gets gunned down. Like, SRB, you know they had that one practice, and you know that they execute that one to perfection. You could tell, just looking at the minimap, how scrambled 2G were. I've commented on how 2G were doing a great job at kind of confusing SRB, but it really felt like this time, it went the other way.
Some of the subs across the world as well in their first games. You think about Baby Bay on Lotus against Sentinels. This guy would play with the team with Viper, not be by himself. You think about Lohan with Team Liquid when Nats is not able to play. He's also playing with the team, not doing his own thing. I really want to shout out from 2G Gabs right now, who's up in the business. He was the one jumping on that wall. He's been the one peeking first before his teammates. His rifling is not making him seem like a coach whatsoever. And as long as I think 2G are able to start to understand the game more, that's it right here. Trying to fight 3 players by himself. I mean, is that a coach? Or is that an actual a player forced to analyze when he just really wants to be on the server? It's crazy the way the guy's playing right now. He's taking good fights and good angles. He's very confident.
It's literally the thing. We're just like, don't worry, guys, I got this. Oh, hey, do as I say, not as I do, okay? When we're VOD reviewing, just remember that line. It's going to be an important one. As, yeah, I mean, just kind of trying to take that hero angle. But for 2G, it really is all about that timing. Really all about finding those spaces, finding those gaps to kind of find those opportunities to kill their opponents when they're not looking at what's going on. You can talk about the overall macro and control of the map and, you know, how they're taking space and, you know, how they're controlling the space. But at the end of the day, when it comes down to 2G, they love using their utility simply to brawl. They want to find those fights and isolate those kills just based off their utility. That's what they have it for, besides just finding that information to know when to back off to get their attack ready to go. SRB now taking things 9-7 as they are starting to take off a little bit here, but QCK does have the run it back available. And yeah, there we go.
Running off fast, B pinch. A little bit of a vision strikers S ground. Jumping away, somehow Smoke gets away.
Ooh, a lot of pain going on here, SRB. They're able to find Gabs, isolate that kill. Satellite kind of getting crazy with it, just going through the smoke as well, but FRZ just a little bit sharper.
While that push happened mid, the confidence from SRB to get onto the site happens fast. Bit of a lull period as I think 2G have to decide, do they want to take this or save for the moment?
Imagine it might just be that save. FRZ as well, very low here. Doesn't really want to do anything, and yeah, based off of how QCK and FRZ have backed off, Brink's just the one person just trying to find that isolation and kill, but it doesn't matter. Shopify Rebellion Black will now find themselves at that double-digit round, 10-7 here, as once again, that was just Satellite, just perfect timing with the run it back.
A double punishment here for 2G, as well as I believe that was their last timeout coming into this round, and that's why that mid take space was there. And, you know, SRB, they love playing in mid first a little bit. Nothing found for them at all.
Yep, it's a little bit of a painful way to go, but you know what? You gotta just shake it off, get into this next round here, especially given the fact that 2G, that was their rifle round. So I wasn't really tracking their economy that much, but given the fact that they decided to save those 3 rifles, given the pressure that SRB kind of came in with, I imagine their buy is going to be dicey into this next one. Well, it really feels like SRB on this attack, they're starting to pick up that momentum and they're starting to find their win conditions. Traditionally on this map as well, SRB, just in NA Challengers, have been more attacker-sided. They favor this attacking side, and right now, they're showing 2G why.
Information gained again. And the switch up from 2G on the setup. Usually they have their Cypher FRZ over at B this time, locked in towards the A side. Cat also tripped up, so coming in, even with that wall, it's going to be 2 times harder to stop that trip from going off. Gobera op active, finding value as smoke goes down.
Yeah, that's huge. I remember in one of the interviews a little while ago, Smoke was like, hey, if I'm going to be opping, the big thing I need to know is where the other person is going to be opping. And Gobera has not really traditionally been opping, but he's going to go for more. Gets punished this time as Smoke just brought back into the game. And 2G now in a little bit more of trouble here, as this is looking more and more like it should be an SRB round.
Actual archaic trap. Rezzing somebody just died to bait off a peek, and it works for the side of SRB. Perhaps now the last person on site. Ooh, hidden by the baseball a little bit. It's going to be tough.
Oh,
find a little bit of value and trying for the jump. I mean, it's just enough. And the biggest thing right now is the economy for 2G. You're losing this round. You're kind of guaranteeing SRB going off over to 12. QCK going to be ready to go fast on this one. Brink's going to be able to find a little bit of value. Double time as well on the logs. Look at Exa up top, getting shot down by FRZ. Saw Xander now. 1 versus 3. Able to stop the TP coming in. Omen diff afterwards. Double up on the left side. Too much to handle.
Brinks. We're just walking in there. No one can stop me. I'm finding your head. What's up, SRB? Just find so many kills, and then on top of that as well, making sure to cut down Exa, who's on top of that while on that cheeky angle. 2G, I mean, I'll be real with you. It wasn't necessarily pretty, but they made that one work. And right now, for me, the biggest question is how they want to continue to play around Gobera, because right now it really does feel like Gobera is not being set up for success, while the rest of the team are like, okay, now we can go in there and take over things. But Gobera really hasn't found that much besides that initial kill. And exactly like you said, such a well-played trap to make sure that they can isolate and find that kill. But it all comes down to the Omen being able to find those 2 kills and really open things up for 2G to get that retake.
Brinks is just absolutely fragging. Gobera up on a good angle again. They're able to save that up afterwards.
Oh boy.
Not going to take the risk with the smoke shot.
Oh boy.
And I should have, I think, at the same time. We'll go for it. Going to miss the shoulder for the moment. Gobera, good angle, but at the same time smoked off. And SRB find a gap.
That would have been absolutely insane. Just gets clapped through the smoke. Okay, all that slander, Gobera, I take it back. You know. But yeah, like you said, SRB, they're able to take all of this space, but it might all just be mind games. It's actually QCK goes down thanks to Xander. Once again, is having a bit more of a heat up map, but with all this utility being expended, it should be pretty clear where SRB are going. It's just because they've got that middle space, 2G don't feel safe about crossing just quite yet.
Brinks will be the absolute factor on this one for 2G to be able to hold. Coming in, the distraction from one side, the peak should come through, but the cloudburst from Gobera. Mechanics right now on display. The flick not going to be able to hit, but enough time bot to get Exa down. All of 2G with the setup with Brinks all the way in A main. Able to find so much value. A lockdown onto the site. What could have been SRB pushing forward towards match point. Suddenly, the game gets closer as 2G, their final breath of life is activated on defense. Should be a 10-9.
Oh, geez. Just gives it the slip. Still, Global TP is going to be online here. We'll have that information. Still plenty of time for Nature to get this spike down, but we'll have to defend these 2 angles as Brink's just getting faster.
Not going to see exactly where Nature's going. The Hunter's Fury is going to be able to find him out. Can he juke it up? No! The electricity, too static to the body. Gab's going to find another shot down. I mean, this guy is playing amazing. And the fact that Brinks chooses to ult towards main as well, not back sight, play with his teammate, put the pressure down. Everybody making the right choices here at 2G.
Man, I gotta be so honest with you. Brinks right now has just been that highlight player on 2G. Somehow so consistent with being able to pull 2G back when it seems like SRB have the pounce on them. They're finding those punishes. They're finding the early kills. They're finding that level of aggression. And then suddenly Brinks just walks in and is able to find multiple kills. Oh, Prod, you're doing them dirty like that. But hey, at least X is able to clean that one up on the other side. But right now, 2G, the retake game is looking extremely strong. Well, SRB, their entry is fine. They're making it in. They're getting the spike down, but they just collapse under that pressure. As once again, it is going to be this operator battle between Smoke and Gobera to start out this round.
Gobera hasn't pushed too far in this time. The scopes will be able to find each other for the moment. You'd see a bit of that arrow for their... One of the sides, Gobera! Right shoulder again is going to find Smoke. He's been nerfed down once more.
That's really tough. You see the rest of the squad as well from SRB were ready to make that one happen, except the escape works perfectly. And even then, 2G had players set up. Yep, who else but Brinks? Already so deep, so aggressive, pushed out. And just like that, 2v5 here. Yep, not gonna save that operator today, Nature. It's just down to Satellite in this 1v5 scenario, as looking like this will be a tied up 10-10 game, as 2G have started to dip, dodge, weave their way into finding some of these rounds.
Between a good player and a great player is what you do when there's action on the other side of the map. And I'm liking that Brinks just takes that space from the start of the game. On that last round, he was the one in wine, finding 2 kills for his team. In this one, Gobera had the contact. He pushes all the way through main, gets an angle all the way in top mid, is able to win the round for the team after Gobera gets that first pick. I mean, if every single player on 2G wants to have one round, and then Brinks is playing this solid every single round, this comeback is absolutely real.
I mean, it's not at this point. I don't even think it's necessarily a comeback. I think that between these two teams, like, it's just been neck and neck. I mean, SRB, they did find a little bit more success in this half when it started out, but 2G have just started to get the read. They've got their fingers on the pulse, are identifying exactly how SRB are going, and are starting to find those moments. And yeah, I mean, timeout being called for SRB. Like you mentioned, 2G have kind of expended all of theirs, so it just kind of comes down to thing. And look at that, like, Brinks is as cold as ever. Just so stoic, so ready. He's just like, yeah, don't worry, I got these guys. Just send me in there and I'm going to be able to find my timing. I'm curious, though, what SRB have cooked up. Traditionally, when we've seen them go for those times outs, Effys has a good idea and really can help direct the squad to find one of those rounds that really starts to pull things into their favor. On the other side, though, yeah, it's just been Gabs as well as Brinks just looking fantastic on the side of 2G.
Yeah, for SRB, there are a few of their win cons, right, to put on the board. First of all, Smoke. Always finding first bloods, always a threat to be dealt with. Has been completely losing his one-on-one matchup to Gobera round after round. After that, you look at, SRB's map control. They're always able to find things all around the map, are able to have knowledge on at least the mains, and that wasn't the case 2 rounds ago. Finally, their post plans have usually been amazing, but somehow 2G in the last 3 rounds at least have found a round where on a man disadvantage, they're able to find picks, get Exa off of that B main wall angle as well. Every version of SRB this time, nobody in main. This time,
destroyed.
Look at these Cypher trips set up on from FRZ. They're definitely just to kind of find those kills, and it's going to make things so much more difficult on this entry.
Thirty seconds left. One enemy remaining.
oh,
Yeah, a bit of a novel idea coming through from SRB on how they wanted to approach things, but just at the end of the day, like, the players on 2G, if you just kind of walk in front of them, they're going to be able to frag out. And that round really highlights FRZ's difference when it comes to that map exec. You saw how much value that Cypher camera got in just the positions of where they were going. The trap wires being set up were fantastically placed. I mean, just quite frankly, SRB didn't have an answer to try and foil a lot of that Cypher utility, which allowed 2G to walk over him.
turn around now from 2G as they try to run it back all the way in main again. Ball put down, Gobera. That mid crunch is there. The main character so far to start off the round is gonna have a little bit of value. I love it though. When one person gets space, it activates the rest on 2G. Gobera gets a pick. That's an option for Gabix to be able to peek from Cat and help him on the angle. Now man advantage again for the defensive side.
A little bit of a miscommunication going on there. The run it back activated just after Exa puts the wall up. You know Satellite wanted to go for the brawl, but it's all because Gobera went in deep that suddenly the run it back gets a little bit more value. Still though, not how you want to use that ultimate to try and find that entry, especially so early on in one of these rounds.
I feel like that ultimate was going to be used as well off the timeout for SRB to save them from this loss over and over. You got to remember, this is the main round, and yeah, that activation from 2G, losing that ultimate. Look at this camera again from FRZ. So much information.
Yeah, and look at those traps as well. I mean,
double up from the cat side. He sees both legs.
Oh boy. Yep. This is not looking good for SRB. It's a
hold up.
Hey, I trust FRZ right now. Oh, yeah, there you go. See?
Okay.
Down A.
That's why. He's going for it again. Yes, 2 from FRZ. Picture moments, snapshot angles. And he's taking these guys apart in 4K, man. Smoke now, the guy who's usually there for first blood or dying for the team, is going to be left alive. And he's going to save that boomstick up for the next round.
10 seconds left.
Oh no, whiffing a bit. QCK going to keep it safe to try to get the peek as well.
Oh my goodness.
He's pushed back 4 seconds to try to find him now. The jump peek's coming in. Smoke, confidence, still up top on the board, but numbers are always going to be larger than what your belief is. 3 people to deal with. I mean, 2G have brought it up. So what is it now? Match point?
Yeah, I think so. I think they're going to be up to 12 just after that last round. And we've done such a good job of glazing BRK as well as Gobs. And that time, FRZ, I'm glad that we started to talk about him because what a performance. Hey, that operator, not in the hand of Gubera this time. No, it's actually in the hands of the Cypher. And you can tell just the surprise on SRB that they were being pushed so aggressively with the operator in the Cypher stance to find that much value. Now, like you said, 2G on match point. It will be a full buy coming through from SRB as a nature. Oh my goodness me. Okay, all right, Briggs. Okay, that might be a little bit of an overcook. That one was left in the oven a little bit too long.
Yeah, the information also a bit false. You kind of would imagine that this could be a B hit. Because there's what, 3 players on that side. It was a fake the entire time. Pushing on towards A. The rest of the team's not here from SRB. If there's a fast exec here, could be good for 2G.
Look at this time, all of SRB mostly just holding back. They understand the flank pressure that happened previous rounds.
Hard to go for it now, jumping in. 2G just too strong. This is format 1 on their pick. 12-10, 1 player. It's Exa up on Hell. And the rest of the players, a peanut gallery up from main. They're trying to go for some sprays, but the rest of the team activates. In a millisecond, all 3 shots hit. That is the map for 2G.
An excellent, well-played match from 2G. Just to start things out, once again, that was their map pick, and it was looking dicey for a little bit at the start of that second half, but they really pulled themselves together and were able to find those moments of brilliance. We saw a lot more of those kind of crazy plays coming through just at the beginning, but when we saw 2G just calm it down a little bit. Hey, let's not go for anything flashy. Let's just play to our strengths, which is we know we can take those fights. We know we can win those battles. Then suddenly they were finding those moments of brilliance, which really helped boost their confidence to take those duels against SRB. One of the issues I was seeing earlier was they were getting stuck, right? Like they didn't feel like that they could move forwards, but as soon as Brink started to heat it up, momentum was injected into the rest of the squad, and then suddenly they were all ready to move in there, and they were all ready to find the kills onto SRB, and SRB simply did not have an answer.
Absolutely none available after they reached 10. I feel like 2G has had so many ways to attack that game, and off of Brinks' pressure, like you're talking about, Marks, it was an absolute powerhouse of a squad to be able to deal with. That being said, can they keep it up for the next map, or possibly 2 if SRB make it a comeback? Lots of game to watch. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back right after this.
Trim. Edge. Shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
first map of this series. 2Game Esports coming out of the gate hot. I mean, the team that again was oh so close by that first map of Ascent. Ash, big switch up on the day, of course. Coach joining in on the roster. But the team didn't really seem to dim their spirits too much. 13-10 to take their map pick.
Yeah, they were looking good. We had questions about what it was going to look like, right? Knowing that he had previously been on Initiator before, what the role swaps were going to be. We did have that shift for FRZ being on that Cypher, and then also the Brinks being on the Omen instead of the Cypher that he usually uses. So it was interesting in that kind of regard. I got to give a lot of credit to how well EXO was playing on the side of SRB though, man. It felt like that game definitely wouldn't have been as close without some of the heroics that we saw EXO pulling off. It was pretty crazy. But 2G, man, they definitely made a point, I want to say, of looking to punish Smoke, something that we said that teams would have to keep their eyes on.
It really will be. So let's get into the second map, see if SRB can take their map pick with your casters. Back over to Shio and Marks.
Let's jump right in. I mean, the trade does not stop today, and I feel like SRB also really want to jump into this match. We are starting off really fast in this one.
Yeah, it's we're already into things right off the rip here. As the compositions seem pretty much exactly what we would expect. We're seeing that double duelist on both of these sides. It's going to be that Jet raise coming through as 2G already doing a great job of taking that middle presence. And yeah, they're making things a little bit more uncomfortable for SRB when it comes to how they want to set things up.
The first pick, find another, still moving forward. Gobera, look at a few of those trades up in Rafter, one of the best angles you can find. Smoke now left alone on the site. You encroach from the right side. That Sheriff is not going to be able to put anybody in jail for now. Xander going to have to retake things over, but this pocket position from FRZ. God Agile currently still, I feel like it might just be able to thwart the entire round. Mail going to arrive at the doorstep maybe at the right time. FRZ peeking a bit forward, taking the first contact, will land the first shot, affects Xander a little bit. Heal is there to make sure at least the health bars are up top and alive. Look at the flank from Gobera though. Nature gonna see it coming. A Sheriff again, not gonna find its mark. Time has been ticking now though, as the spike's been planted. Gabs, the last person available on the line, gonna be able to find two players crossing, but no shots landing towards heads. One smoke, a double peek. It might be a choke, but not this time from SRB.
Yeah, and that kind of comes down to 2G maybe feeling themselves a little bit too much up based off of that last map. We see so many of those opportunities where it's just a 1vx scenario, and I mean, in between the breaks here, you can tell SRB are a little bit more aware of some of the shenanigans that 2G might get up to, specifically looking at the flanks that can kind of get set up. They're not afraid to just kind of send that player out there, claim a little bit more space, and find those uncomfortable off angles, which we saw SRB continuously fall victim to on that last map. So a bit more awareness being paid this time. Hey, let's just keep it simple. Buddy system, make sure you're arm in arm with your pal just to make sure you secure that kill. And SRB, they take that pistol round, while 2G, they're going to be running it down, Shio.
Yeah, they really are. They want to make sure the aggression is always up top. I mean, this map's a bit harder to try to find that much momentum on. I feel like on defense, you know, especially on split, it's a lot easier to bunker down some of these sites, some of these extremities. That being said, 2G, we know how much they like to drive that spear through the wall. They want to make sure, even if there's a smoke, even again, if there is a wall up in front of you, like I guess for Vipers, in this time, usually there's a Sage on this map. It's not going to be something that slows them down too much.
And just a good angle being set up here. Smoke trying to keep them at bay. They know how dangerous those Stingers can be based off of that last map as well, where they got run down by Brinks, but they do a good job at keeping 2G at bay, as FRZ has already taken heaven control.
Yeah, all in with the force here from 2G. If they lose this round, economy might be in shambles for a few. At the same time, Smoke, given this angle, I mean, he could just stop these guys from being able to get any control on this one. The rest of the team floods in. Onward sight, pop flash up above the head of Gabs. Is not going to be able to find too much value from his position. SRB dealing damage and trades on all sides. Smoke down to 1 is able to still lock things down. The force from 2G will find the plant, but nothing more but nature.
Exa getting out of his seat. He's giving the whole round of applause to make sure that they know what just kind of happened that last round. I haven't seen this animated before, but I'm kind of here for it. And yeah, once again, SRB just learning from their mistakes. One would argue that that is the reason why we all go to school growing up, is to learn from the past in order to make sure that you're ready for the present. The Stingers doing their job, but once again falling victim to some of those longer ranges, as well as just burning through the clips so quickly, allowing for SRB to make sure that they don't let 2G get away with any shenanigans, as they will have enough to be able to bonus through here, while 2G, they're sent back to a very familiar buy, with Brinks being the only one coming through with the Stinger yet again. Let's see if that one is going to pay in dividends.
Slower from 2G for the moment, but again, yeah, full Thrifty on their side, going to be tough. I don't know why X is even taking this fight, but he's locked into it now. Gobert going to be peeking him. QCK going to go down. The rest of the team is here to support X. SRB going to be looking good to stop this Thrifty.
A little bit unhandled aggression come through from Hexa, exactly like you said, a little bit of a risk. I mean, imagine if Brinks was in there with a Stinger. Oh man, Hexa would have been in a much different situation. But Pistol's not able to secure that kill. And you know that X's playground on this defensive half is always that middle presence. You know that that Viper is always going to be set up there. And once again, 2G falling victim to these long angles, as it is going to be SRB now with the information on where the last members of 2G are. And Nature already found one.
Big leg up on the defense for SRB. We appreciate you guys watching this today as well. Lots of games on the docket. I appreciate you bearing with some of the issues we're going through as well. Got to remember, on LAN, new setup for the production. You might be seeing audio dip out sometimes. You might have some crazy stuff. I said green screen issues before, or a chroma key up top. It's all fun as we lock in. Lots of games to go today, and as well that best of 5 coming tomorrow. So I'm appreciative of all the patience for the people that are watching. We should be good for now. Audio's back. Everything's looking good. I think 2G have their weapons back as well. So let's see a nice even fight between these teams. Should be a bonus for the side of SRB. But look at the weapons they have so far. Yes, a few Bulldogs. An Op is online. They're up close and personal. Nature stopping the blast back. Where is Gobert going? Up to the moon to see God. He's going to put him down into the underworld for the moment. Xander going to be activated. Look at the HP bars from the side of 2G trying to come in. We said they love to penetrate through walls. They like to disrespect some of the defensive setups from teams on these sites, but right now nothing is going their way.
Oh my goodness me. I don't think I've ever seen the Nature body block be such an effective strategy against the Rays. You see Gobert just like, I'm going in. Why did I go straight up? Oh, it's because I bounced off of, oh no, now I'm dead. Unconventional strategy to say the least, but SRB, they make that one work. Timing working out perfectly for them. And now let's see how 2G want to adapt to this. They've got Heaven control here, but not much else. And already, Excellent Satellite have this cross angle set up.
It's really dirty. How do you even expect this one? Oh my God, Exa just turns around and slaps FRZ in the face. The real Viper up inside a tower for now. To be able to lock things down again. Gabs and Brinks, 2 players left over that are crazy. And again, love to peek through these smokes. Gabs not going to be able to find much for now.
Yeah, a bit of spray damage as well. Really instills the fear into 2G. Especially given the fact that they bought up weapons here. And, oh, the full flash. Gabs having a little bit of a hard time. Might not be able to make this safe passageway. Smoke finds the kill with the operator as well. And Brinks so far away, should be able to save that rifle into the next one. But before we're all like, hey, SRB, woohoo, SRB, just a reminder that this is how that second half started on the last map where we saw SRB rolling ahead. 2G just need to get a foot in the door and they can start bursting open some of these rounds to make sure that their strategies execute well. But right now, SRB are just doing a great job at controlling all of the different places that they want to kind of push into.
They may be laps ahead of 2G right now, but they have to continue to drive. You know, Tortoise in the hair type beat. All of the times SRB, you give them a lead, that is the most dangerous thing you can do. I love watching SRB when they're 2 rounds ahead of their opponents. You start to go to round 4, round 5 of a lead. These guys start to take their, their foot off their gas just a little bit. The pedals not as squeaky really for the side of their car, and the other team gets to catch up. They start making mistakes. I'm still liking resilience from SRB on these sites though. That Crossfire that we just saw over there, Nature challenging when he's on a low buy as well, or a value buy with the Bulldog. They are doing the right things. They need to continue to do this, especially on this defensive side of Split.
And once again, like when you look at SRB's tenure on Split specifically in Challengers, I mean, this is a flawless map for them in stage 3. The only one that they dropped was against M80 in the grand finals, which went to overtime. So you know there's a reason why they are bringing 2G to this map. It's because they're very confident in how they set things up on Split. But on the other side as well, I mean, 2G, the last time they played this map was like 2 months ago now. It's almost August at this point. So it's been about 2 months, and they won 13-1. So you know that they're coming in thinking, yeah, we're going to show them what's up. And yet still, it's been a minute. And you can tell that the preparation from SRB, just honing the blade just a bit better, is coming through. But like I said, this one is far from over with 2G expending their first timeout.
Some of the stuff they might talk about will be relevant for the next round when they have a lot of their weapons available. Gobera will have something to trade for the rest of the team on that rifle. And talk about some of the stuff that 2G have as a part of their composition as well. It's a mirror comp for both these teams. But on attack, you were looking at Raze, so Gobera with a showstopper, and then Seekers from Gabs as well on some of these rounds. Brinks, what's going on? If I speak, maybe I'm in trouble. But another kill that's coming in one of the weirdest ways on the map. He was trying something. Yeah.
The overheat narrative just seems to be writing itself at this point as Xander is able to find Gobera there. Brinks coming off of one of the greatest Omen plays that I think I've ever seen on that previous map, and then this time, unfortunately, is just kind of sending it down and getting run over. As, yeah, it's going to be Gabs left alone here. We'll get the spike down to try and secure a bit more economy. Never mind, just actually going for a fake. As a SRB, yeah, they should tie a bow on this round and seal it. It's going to be 5-0 now. As now 2G. That's the reason why they took that timeout, to try and make sure they've got a plan coming into this next rifle round here. And they should be able to do just that, while SRB have a couple of ultimates that have been accumulated.
Helped 2G get back in the game last time as well and really lock in some of these rifle rounds. Was a big Thrifty on the B site in a sense. We're doing a really good job at speeding things up, using their sheriffs on a split type of situation as well, coming in from double angles and trapping SRB. It's a bit harder to do on a map like Split. It's a bit harder to get vents access, value from those angles. It's harder to reverse through vents as well, as, you know, the defensive team can keep falling back and finding that split ready to go. It'll be tough here for the side of 2G to get that same level of aggression. No Thrifties means not the big chances to come back. It's going to be just rifles in these specific rounds where they need to be able to lock things down.
Already Exa under pressure, actually gets caught by a bit of a spray through the smoke. QCK at least able to secure that Viper, so that opens up a lot more avenues. FRZ as well, finding an opening kill onto Xander. So get a little bit of a sneak peek at the comms here.
Bagou, é os 3, eu acho. Outra Gabi. Eu tenho dash pra gente abrir aqui, Gobera. Espera, eu cheguei. Olha, passou o passe já. Molei. Costa, Gobera. Dois. Boa, dois céu aberto. Faz uma guiada. Dois. Alp. Passou. A base é minha, tá? Tá de Alp. Não tem aberto. Céu ainda. Não tem aberto pra rampa. Liga a bola quando der ou fogo? Não tenho. Base é toda minha, só vem céu ou costa. Meu Brinks, olha a rampa. Ele pode sair do rampa, tá? Olha. Eu tenho bola agora, é só pedir. Tá céu ainda.
Did a good job there from 2G to have that split come in. At the same time, able to dodge a lot of the pressure. I like the in and out from the team as well. The calls, you heard them calling everybody to just back off a little bit. Active comms on their angles. 1v2 for smoke here, though.
203. W no meu? Pode voltar a rampa, pô. Morreu, fogo. 203, viado. Vamos, cara! 203, como que tinha aqui? Olha aqui, pô. Caralho, velho. Vamos! Fogão.
Gonna be able to find it towards the end. A little bit of worry there in their voice. I think they were starting to chuckle when Smoke got that next kill to drop it down to 1v2. But I'm liking the way they call really actively to get onto these angles, and then you hear them, you know, I can't speak the language, but what I would assume to be, you know, back off a little bit when the showstopper started to come in. So it was really good for 2G to stay active on those comms and have a set plan off that timeout to win that round.
And especially when they're going into a brawl-like situation. You saw just SRB, I mean, they were shooting back. They had that control as well up there. But 2G, just making sure to communicate, keep their heads cool, and find those kills, while SRB, we're expecting maybe 1 or 2 at most. And yeah, it's going to be a flood through or a lot of pressure from 2G just outside of B. So SRB, they back things up just for a second and yield that space. Well, once again, they will be just navigating around, circumventing Exa's pressure, which has been fantastic. And actually, take a look at where Exa's position, like not peeking out too much. It's going to be Smoke, though, who can find that opener.
Able to earn Xander's paranoia as well. Smoke this time able to get FRZ down. That's a lot of the pressure from that attack. Viper wall also coming in, blocking off the heaven angle. That being said, from the shadows right behind him, Smoke is ready to go. Able to actually bait off with the trap play. Another bite to take from the big pie. Smoke's not going to be able to actually get that left side angle locked down. So much pressure absorbed by Smoke. He is solid on his angles right now on site, and he's able to activate the rest of SRB to watch that A take.
And Smoke, once again, the player that we kind of highlighted just at the top of the day, but really getting his first LAN experience, I believe. Starting things out this year onto core, moving things up with SRB, going into those finals, getting to scrim and actually play in the Shopify Rebellion, or sorry, just the Shopify headquarters, and now coming to LAN with this specific team. You just gotta love it, and you gotta see that he is getting more comfortable and getting more adjusted, because once Smoke gets activated, that is such an easy win condition for SRB to just steal rounds away from their opponents.
Again, this match right now dictates a little bit of how this day goes, and the best of 5 tomorrow kind of shows you the winner going into play-ins for stage 2 playoffs. If you're able to get first place there as a tier 2 team, that's how you make it into champions, and that's what all these guys are fighting for. Gobera with the showstopper, able to take down the pit. Exa gone, and the setup for SRB fractured on this side of split.
Yeah, big little step out as well, but Satellite uncontested finds 2, but Xander popping out 4-3. The heat up is unbelievable. Nature sweeping up the last kill there, but leave it all to Xander. Finds 2 in heaven, swings the aim around, finds the one entering, and it's all lights out for 2G. An excellent round from SRB on that fast pop.
That's just surprising for me, though. I don't understand how the split doesn't work over for 2G. Showstoppers in the Viper down, rest of the players coming in from main. You would assume that Xander and the rest of SRB are on the attack side there, Mark. What's the switch up? The first one went towards 2G.
Man, I don't even know what to tell you. Like, it just felt like Xander's positioning was just immaculate. It was perfect. Yeah. Like, he's been playing that position, but it was just unexpected. And 2G just did nothing to account for that, especially with throwing their aim around at Satellite's advanced position up top. So that really threw him through a loop. And that just allowed Xander to be able to strike. It's pressure from 2G onto this A site, specifically onto Heaven. But keep in mind, they've kept Gobera, they've kept Brinks just on that B side to try and draw out some of that aggro from SRB, catch an overextension, and make sure to punish it. So all of this pressure just to kind of draw things out from 2G.
Triple Trailblazer, though, did not see Raze, did not see Omen, and as a result, SRB have not moved from their B site or B Heaven. That dog is able to save the round for SRB and really give them so much information. Smoke is back online. Be able to get to B Heaven and catch this rotate coming in. This up angle might be so devious. Scope's not locked in, but he's just so damn fast. This guy, unstoppable. Gabix puts a bullet to his head, and he'll get knifed down for now.
Ooh, good snake bite coming through from Exa. Gets a little bit of damage on, but Gobera's all good. Have that regen shield. Yeah, we're looking nice and pretty. Now that Heaven presence has been established, SRB very split out right now. Xander alone onto this B site, but still is able to at least get one on the way down. 30 seconds remain, and should be pretty obvious where this hit is going to be.
Spike's got to be picked up. Has to cross as well. Tool to use to get there. SRB still not convinced. And what is this from FRZ? A bite taken too early. That pit so ambitious. Up to Gobera now, who's been affected a bit in a gunfight already against Xander. Gonna take time into his own hands. Peeking over, finding it. 1v2 on top of the box. Brinks is displaying himself to SRB, challenging them for the fight. His own dark cover on the left side. He peeks right, is able to get the information. Slow things down for now. Keeps things spooky. Make sure that he's playing with the time. It's up to him. And loud as SRB. Satellite and Elephant. And not as strong, not as resilient as Brinks. Finds the timing and saves the round.
Yeah, Brinks once again coming alive there, and Yeah, a little bit of an oopsie coming through from FRZ. Just thought it was safe, but once again, the positioning of Shopify Rebellion Black, they thought for sure it was just going to be one person onto that B site, but Exa swings around just at that right timing. And this is one of those moments where, you know, we got to talk about the role swapping coming around to make sure that they can account for the head coach stepping in for Zenom. And Smoke able to find a really clean kill just at the start here, but the rest of 2G doing a good job to be able to move in. And honestly, SRB did a great job at trying to equalize it, but Brinks, once again, kind of flexing. What a good omen play this guy has.
Went on this line as well, drop smoke from Xander, able to get a lot of information. 2 or 3 players here at the same time. Heal going to be completely expended from the side of Gabs as well to get Bear back and active. Going to be used just on 1 player too. So I'm liking the fact that he has that regen shield as well, Mark's able to keep the armor from losing that gunfight. Not much space taken from SRB.
The regen shields have actually been just so helpful. Consistently you see just the players getting dinked down, and then suddenly it's more than just 1 bullet, and then the confidence to be able to go through, knowing that it's possible to smoke up top, waiting for that rotation around, but a good walk will be able to at least cut the sight line off.
I mean, he's completely solved for. Everywhere smoke looks, his namesake follows. He can't see through these smokes. 2G though, yes, you get sight, but you have no control of ramp, and Screens is already infected by SRB.
And look at where Gab's position is. It's so far away. This flank has to come online a lot quicker because SRB going to run them over.
Gabs the Bluetooth strategy. Let's see if he connects to the rest of the team. Up in heaven from the sky, satellites fall down onto site. 2G though solves it over. Their connection's just better. Gabs is finally linked over. The device is connected, but is it too late to be able to solve this on site? It's a Spectre. Nature's low. Spray will be there. Sees the spike going down. Gabix with the flash, and the timing makes himself go blind. He's crazy with this one. Spike still not solved. Shorty up in play. No ammunition. Knives miss. The classic's there. It's chaos for the side of this retake. And somehow SRB still find it.
I am sweating over here. I don't know which team I'm sweating for. That's the crazy part. Like, we're just seeing them just bash into each other. Heads up plays left, right, and center. Always looking at all of these different angles. Yeah, you get that water, Xander. You got to make sure you're nice and hydrated. You want to keep your head nice and cool for some of these absolutely insane plays. Gabs with the extremely long rotate around almost makes that one work with a bit of an overcook from SRB. And yet Smoke able to find that final defuse. Misses the right click as well from the knives, which could have been the solution, but just goes down to a classic as SRB up 8-2 now. 2 rounds left into this half. Already, we're seeing a very deep teleport in, and yeah, good cancel there. Otherwise, that could have been dangerous.
That's a Leviathan type strat. Able to go way deep into A heaven. This time, though, not as much firepower for 2G to play with. Satellite, Showstopper will come out. 1 for 2, just for 1. Actually, a lot of self-damage taken as well.
Spike down A.
Value, but SRB should be able to, with ease.
Yeah, ease is the... Get to see Satellite really just play the exact same game that he has been practicing since kind of stepping into Challengers. So aggressive, so just willing to just die for the point, just take down as many members as possible. And we saw throughout SRB's evolution on trying to figure out how they wanted to really play around this guy. And well, it's working out really well, especially given that they've picked up Smoke, who is that kind of more defaulty operator who you know you can kind of leave on his own and make sure that you can support all your resources into Satellite. But you know he's still going to be going for those crazy plays. As once again, it's going to be now 9-2 for SRB.
You've started over on the mains a lot of the times, tried to get some value, at least take some utility away from Xander. This time, Xander swapped over towards the A side to play by himself. He can TP out. Lots of bunkering towards B heaven for now. Up online on the B angle as well. This is the first time 2G haven't taken too much space on the extremities early. Really focusing on mid. Now we'll end up on A. Business as usual. Big peaks from SRB.
This is such an important round for 2G to be able to win, because otherwise their economy is going to get devastated yet again. And SRB, if they win this one, I mean, they're up to 10, right? So it's already not looking good.
Yeah, the economy is all in for now.
Oh, true, yeah.
So, they'll go for it. There goes the paranoia this time, actually helping the players on site to get in, not for control. Xander is an absolute totem that cannot be knocked over. 3K for him again. The same amount of value he found on that B pillar. He's on map because he is that location these guys are trying to find. Brinks, though, I mean, this guy has taken so much spotlight, and he's still not going to go down from the classic up top, but nature will find him. 10-2 on the board from SRB. A perfect defense with so many good cogs on their side doing their job.
Yeah, I mean, you look at the value of where everyone kind of gets set up on the map, right? Like Xander, as good as ever, you know, just is comfortable at being left to anchor in down on some of these sites. Exa has been doing such a good job of controlling that middle presence, establishing that dominance, but then being so flexible at going around to the sites to support where necessary. And then Smoke has been finally finding that value on that operator play, being able to just push out and kind of make things so much more difficult for 2G to be able to find anything. Genuinely, it really feels like it's been Brinks who's just found those opportunities to be able to find those multi-kills after a little bit of a fumble at the start here. But this is going to be a tall mountain to climb if 2G want to be able to shut this series down 2-0. But it all starts here on Pistols.
Really a very important one for 2G to stay inside this map. I mean, their thrifties have been good, but again, split. The style and the way 2G plays, their thrifty does not look as lethal as some of these other maps. We come in, it's slow from SRB up till heaven. 2G have the wrong read for now. They have not seen where the spike is whatsoever.
My concern right now is QCK. I mean, is that Jack gonna just try and solo play it like as soon as the spike goes down and wait for the rest of the team?
I mean, if they were in B main, QCK would have a lot of impact in this one. Defensive Viper Wall as well is going to be able to get him on the angle, but he's so deep inside watching flank, he might not even be relevant in this one. He's actually linking up with Market, so no B main space for the defensive team. Satellite finds FRZ on the flank. They're starting to speed up in middle, though. Will they jump in before the spike gets planted? No. Kind of at a bit of a standoff here, a wall for them to be able to climb, jumping into hell. Nature gonna win the fight, and nobody's swinging with the rest of 2G. A slight little delay on the trade. QCK back from main now, and now SRB are locked in multiple angles. Exa has to find something here. Smoke can't go down first. He does. There's a trade. Time still on SRB's side. QCK trying to solve the round in a 1v2. Sees a body up inside the defender spawn. Spike not really planted for them from what I see. Never mind, it is a little bit outside, and he takes a drink of that acid, and it might actually activate him in what he needs to land these shots. Time is ticking, though, as Satellite does find that last pick, and the hopes for 2G fall lower than what the ground can even handle.
Man, that is so crazy. Satellite. First of all, you look, and as soon as he gets spotted out there, everyone from 2G just swings their messes around. We are going to hunt this man down. We are finding this raise and going to execute her. And yet still walks away, finds a kill, and escapes alive, adding just then a lot more pressure onto the backline. And then you could see 2G kind of stagger a little bit. Oh, do we go for that kill? Oh no, the spike's been planted. We've been wasting time. We have to go in onto the site. And then that just allowed for a little bit of discombobulation on how all of the pushes go through. So Satellite's value just crazy on that last round.
The match point for SRB in this one. Let's see if Satellite can do it all over again. And again, for 2G, 11-2, you're not saving to come back 10 rounds in a row. They are all in this one. Defensively, stingers across the board. FRZ, I think, had to spec into maybe buying QCK a rifle. So he's got a Guardian for now. Playing Bandit in mid from a longer range, going to be dangerous. SRB, again, it's like they're playing with walls. They find a way to get on one of these sites where there's little to no actual hold coming in from 2G. That's one of the stingers down for now. And SRB get a free plant. It's going to be so hard for 2G to retake this one.
Yeah, and even then, look at X's position all the way deep onto A, so that flank could be absolutely crazy. As now 2G get themselves set up here. Gobert and Brinks have to be that person, to move through.
This is for the map here right now. Can that force find value? Gobert will start it off. One way's going to be able to help the defensive team get onto the site, but also not push the same angle on pillar. Brinks left alone. That cloud burst from the attacking team, able to separate everybody, and they take a knife to the cake. They are celebrating the map win for now. It's 12-2. You may as well wrap things up here, Mark.
Hey, never say never, okay? Just because you said that, we can see the craziest comeback of all time from 2G right now. But yeah, all things considered, yeah, you're probably right. I can walk that one back. I have no shame. But yeah, I think that last round was all classified by how Exa wanted to play that one. I do like the way that SRB were kind of playing those longer angles, but it was the fact that Exa was able to take so much of that space that they just had that vice grip on the round. They knew exactly how they wanted to play that one, and then Exa's flank comes up and completely decimates 2G. They're so confused on where to look. It's looking spectacular from SRB.
Oh, nice try here. Oh, actually, very, very successful take there from Satellite as he finds 1.5 kills so far, shooting through one of the bodies. Exa able to hold things down. 12-2, rolling on 13. No economy, no chance in this round. And match point for SRB. You're going to be thinking about Breeze for now and how these teams might look on that map. I mean, Aim's going to be active there for the moment as well. Some of the splits might be better for 2G. But that's also a map that SRB are, I believe, still very comfortable on in approaching. For now, their split looks so good on defense. Attack, I don't even think it was real. Was I dreaming of this one, Marks? Were our eyes open? I mean, our audio's looking good now, finally. Let's go for the 13-3. FRZ is going to try his best in this 1 versus 4, found out by the flash as well. Guiding Light is going to maybe activate him and push him into a spot to save the team. Smoke kills is what you need for now, but Smoke will stop things inside their own, and that'll be the game for SRB.
Yeah, that is such a big momentum pickup for Shopify Rebellion Black. After that 13-10 loss on map number 1, and then you get just an absolute sweep coming through. I mean, we get to see all of the players really start to heat up, and so many of these additional protocols get really showcased in front of us. On that previous map, it genuinely felt like 2G were doing a good job at switching it up on them, you know, throwing them through some loops. Oh, you're not expecting Gobert to go all the way over here, or what is this crazy Omen teleport that's going to be stuck from Brinks? There were so many of those little moments that really characterized map number 1, but on map 2, it just felt like SRB had their fingers on the pulse consistently. They knew where 2G was going to be, they had their counterplay set up, and they completely just rinsed the floor with them. A big shout out to SRB. This is one of their strongest maps for a reason.
You can see the impact of Smoke on that one, and as you're talking about, Marks, yeah, 2G just can't find the same level of scam they have in some of these other maps with these angles, these close range fights. That being said, going to vacation types of maps like Breeze, a beach, long angles for the riflers, lots of ways to be able to dive onto sites with what would be lesser than better guns as well. I mean, this is the 2G concoction ready to go against SRB's glorious way to play the game. I can't wait to see it right after this mini break.
Trim, edge, shade.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
down 1 in the series, heading into the second map. Their own map pick, Shopify Rebellion Black, looking to, show us a little bit what they're made of, and they do so in great effect. 13-2 victory here, Roy, to be going into this America.
yeah,
what a turnaround. That bounce around needs to be studied.
No, that bounce around is so crazy. Okay, the first map, we didn't really get a chance to talk too much about it, but they looked a little bit shaky. They looked like they weren't connecting their plays. Things looked a little dysfunctional, right? But to me, at least, it would appear that SRB has their jitters out of the way after that first map, and now they're looking kind of back to normal. And this is kind of more in line with what we expected. Maybe not the 13, what was it, 2? Maybe I wasn't expecting that level of SRB, but we talked a lot coming into this match about the highs and lows of SRB, right? When their lows are a little bit lower than they would like, but their highs are so high. And we got to see a lot of that on display in this first map, guys. We got to see a lot of the individual potential. We got to see how good of round openers that they are. And we got to see a lot of that strategy being expressed and a lot of their protocols being expressed on that defensive side as well.
Yeah, we really did. I think just watching Smoke and Satellite work in tandem here on Split felt like such a night and day difference from what we saw on Ascent, right? Granted, very different dynamic with Smoke being on that chamber and then the Phoenix there for Satellite. But when this team is enabled in these moments to work together, that's where they've always shined. And yes, maybe it sounds like really simple to dumb it down in that way. Like, of course, like teamwork is gonna make it, it is what you need in the server, but it's the way in which it looks with SRB. There's this natural flow to it once they hit that state as a team. And it was so nice to see that come alive and Split when we know that they typically do have a little bit of trouble getting that back into their step when they do start with those slower starts that we saw on the side.
And I think for me, the one thing that looked night and day different, besides like the score line, obviously, it's the manner in which SRB was winning rounds here on Split. On Ascent, it kind of felt like a lot of the rounds were like super grindy. It was coming down to like, a person getting 2 or 3 kills on the anchor. Like a lot of situations that you don't really want to produce consistent results, right? Like you want to be winning these rounds as a team, but coming into this map, it didn't really feel like they were relying on any specific player to kind of pop off. It kind of just felt like a lot of the team play, a lot of the cohesion that you want to see from this level of roster was on full display. And I feel like for me, that's really what inspires confidence here with SRB going into this third map.
It goes back to a conversation that we frequently have with Shopify Rebellion here too, is like when this team looks good, like they look good, right? And being able to see that just in time for the second map of the series and maybe taking that momentum into a third, I think is just so important for the team. Maybe just a little bit of a warm-up map on that very first one here, but Ash, like across the board, like how Shopify were able to play this was just astonishing. Like 2G never got any momentum in rounds, like instantly snuffed out the second they try and get anything going. Like it was just awesome.
And it's hard to get anything going when you're losing that first engagement over and over again, right? SRB being able to get 12 of those first kills, that's what really put the nail in the coffin, I think, for 2G. It was so hard for them to get a little bit more proactive. I feel like some of the style that we saw on Ascent, especially into like that defense there at times as well. But I think the attacking side that we got to see the most out of 2G, it felt like they were struggling to maneuver around SRB's holds, dealing with that operator, the double controller. There are moments where we saw them walking through like Smoke's dry and we're kind of like, okay, what is going on? Because this is a mirror composition. They know the win conditions when it comes down to this comp. They know how to play it. They know what to expect on the other end of things and weren't able to problem.
And going into this too, top of the day we had highlighted Smoke, right? But I love to see how close this was on the scoreboard here, Roy, with everyone, because like everyone truly was, again, that just goes into like that teamwork Ash was talking about. Like everything was so close on the scoreboard.
It's not even just the score as well. It's like when you look at their cam reactions, like they're smiling for the first time. Like I wasn't seeing any smiles in the first map, guys. Like everyone was so tense. It's very obvious they're tense. Maybe they just haven't gone a lot of reps on the setups or in this LAN environment, obviously. And they've been playing mostly online. And I say mostly, but they've been playing fully online in North America, right? So there's probably a lot of jitters, and it kind of feels like they got a lot of that out of the way in this first map, which obviously does not bode very well for 2G. But we saw how SRB bounced back from the first map to the second. Now I'm curious to see how 2G is going to bounce back after, yeah, they won the first map, but they got swept in the second. What's the vibe? What's the mental going into Breeze now?
I mean, I think when we were looking at the second and third map of the series, that this was a little bit more difficult one here, Ash, when you look at 2Game. I mean, SRB is so strong on Breeze, and for 2Game, I mean, we've seen a couple comp swaps. We've seen, like, kind of up and down. Like, a turnaround would be nice, but then that's where you bring up, again, that they're playing with the coach today. So that's already a map they had issues with that roster change. Like, I'm a little bit worried for their staying power in the decider map.
For sure, especially now that SRB have kicked it into high gear, right? Having that really strong win of the 13-2 on split just reinforces, I think, that energy for them and makes it even more of like a bit of a pain point for 2Game, because you have an SRB who's coming off of such like a strong map where Breeze is also then, if you look at their pool, one of their top 3 maps as well. Like, I want to say on a similar level of what we saw on split with how they're able to like maneuver around, the amount of impact that we're able to see from Satellite on that Phoenix. It was missing on Ascent though, so that's one thing I do want to keep my eye out on, is Satellite on that Phoenix. I felt like some of the timings of the flashes, the coordination just wasn't quite there, but if they are in the same stride that we saw them hit on split, I think Breeze should be pretty easy.
I'm kind of curious going into the Agents Raid to see how things are going to switch up here for 2Game, because again, we got to see the composition swap on map number 1 because of coach stepping in, and then with already changing comps in past, like, what do we think we could maybe see?
Yeah, I'm kind of wondering the same things here. I wish I could predict, but if they're running the same composition they're running previously, it's a bit off meta, right? Like, this is not one of the Vice maps. Like, we so rarely see Vice in North America. I'm not sure how the Brazilian meta has fared, but I don't imagine it's very meta there as well. So they're definitely running an unconventional Senti in that regard. It may be a little bit easy to find value in regards to that.
Yeah, we'll have to find out what they're cooking up as we head over to our casters. The deciding map, it's Breeze. Let's get it started with your casters. Back over to Shio and Marks.
Thank you so much, Sierra. I need to know what they are cooking here. Here are the agents, the pistol round about to start. And the switch up here is FRZ's going to stay on the initiator. Habs going to come in on Viper, which I don't think we've seen him play at all in general. He's always swapping between, like, I think just being the initiator, and then after that maybe playing like hard Senti or just another role entirely. So coming into the Viper should be very interesting. I was looking on his entire VLR when it comes to him on Red Cannons. Like, a lot of the times he's not really familiar with this role. It's hard to swap off Brinks, who was on that Harbor. Not going to be seeing that Harbor either from the team, so just going straight for double duelist. QCK, no Vice, up with Phoenix.
I really wanted to highlight that Vise pick because when I was watching their previous matches, it really felt like in Brazil, Vise has been the truth on this map. And that actually had some of the largest questions from me. And now we actually see 2G swap to a composition that seems to be a little bit more popular in the North American Challengers League. SRB, meanwhile, sticking to their guns with how they want to set things up on their composition. And yeah, that means that X is going to be now onto that Harbor, playing off those double walls, thanks to Satellite as well being onto that Phoenix. So we do have double walls coming through from both these sides, and Smoke under a lot of pressure. FRZ finds that first kill.
Find that kill. Xander up in the smoke, going to be that last line of just close range defense. Not going to get his position found out too quickly. I'm liking the fact that 2G is actually exploring more of that back side though. Lobera so close around all these smokes inside yellow, but at the same time Xander finally activating from his trap position. Good force from him. He receives all this pressure and damage. He deals it right back to the team in 2G. Suddenly just 2 players left, and these smokes will finally fall. Bright daylight for Brinks for the moment, but maybe too many angles to handle for now. The Bandit finds the first, a wraparound ready to go. Do they expect Brinks to be here? The backstab might be huge. 2 layers, 3 layers of smokes.
Oh my goodness.
It's so hard to find where a player could be. Satellite, the spam being received, 6 shots of the Sheriff and nothing found afterwards. I mean, man, my own words are getting smoked off by SRB here on the retake. The layers, Marks, the layers.
1 smoke, 2 smoke, 3 smokes, Like, you can tell, like, Brinks, exactly like you said, had the potential to shut that pistol round down, but instead just walks through what appears to be 3 layers of smokes, and just on that timing, Satellite's 6th sense kicks in, and he flips around, makes sure to find those kills, and it all works out well. But the player on SRB who really stood out to me that round was Xander. Once again, being able to just hold things down, the X factor as 2G just not prepared for his position yet again. And finds so much value and allows Shopify Rebellion Black really to have a shot at that retake. 2G this time, no buy-ups, so this is a little bit unconventional. And so they will just kind of take this one classic.
Ooh, thought it'd be a collapse there from Smoke for the moment, but he gets baited out into main. A lot of the teams sprawl across the map when it comes to 2G on this Thrifty. Exa backside with a Storm Surge and a Cove coming up shortly will make sure that this main is completely locked down by, again, those smokes.
Take a look at Brinks' position. Already on to B. You see the pings on the minimap as well. A couple of ideas being presented to 2G. And ahead as well. But X is able to get out of that one while reinforcing it. Gobera. Known Gobera is going to move through. Yep. And that more or less will guarantee that they end at B. And I think SRB are aware of it.
Watch Gobera so far play some more of these dash duelists that can really take space fast. This time on Neon, yeah, she can slide in, but it's not going to be the same level of cheated space as Jet or Raze on the last two maps. So I'm going to be curious to see how that looks for the team. Farzino spike down again. Xander up in main. He does such a good job at finding some pocket positions to let his team take fights like this.
Once again, Gobera seemingly offered up to the gods in tribute from 2G. It's consistently just like, hey, go find that space over there, make a bunch of noise, hopefully find a kill, draw all the defenses over there to make it so much easier. And one of the things that you have to really respect about how Shopify Rebellion Black have played their defense is even when they're given that bait, they don't bite. They're so aware of some of the tricky plays that couldn't happen. And as a result of that, they make sure to just kind of stand their ground and are ready to receive any of that pressure. Not afraid to play for that retake, something that they are very strong on Breeze.
I would assume more of that space as well for 2G should kind of play into their way of running the game. You want to be aggro. You want to take some of these fights. You're not going to be looking at too many crossfires as a result either. The biggest thing for them on Ascent was Brinks finding value for the team moving into sight. On Breeze, it's more about that split, more about controlling the extremity. Gobera going to be going in. Stun. Nothing seen so far as SRB have a way further back line. They'll send their own drone in. Pass lane coming through for Gobera to cheat even more space. He's figured out back sight. They've got the back wall entirely to themselves. Now, the job is for SRB to do the retake. Exa, close range. That Spectre might be golden, especially with a scan. That's how we start things off. The rest of the team not shaken. Brinks, that guy with the perfect aim, is going to be able to jump into two rifles if he is there. Dodges the flash, going to be shaken up though. SRB have a perfect move coming in. The stun as well on the backside. Xander activated on the flank. 3 players with the second round. Run it back. SRB, you're perfect.
Yeah, the round 3 run it back, looking as sublime as ever. Shopify Rebellion Black. I mean, it's so funny watching Exa because you know he's always going to be doing that jump peek around the corner with the knife in hand. And you know in VALORANT North America Challengers, he started to get punished for it, right? But going into an international stage where you don't know that this guy is consistently going to be doing that, it's getting so much value again. I mean, you saw just how it was playing with the timing of that flash to go around to make sure that Brinks didn't have an opportunity to stay alive after that first kill from Gobera comes out. And consistently, SRB just knowing to play off of one another, coordinating their utility, like the desk said, have shaken off some of those nerves and are really starting to look like that well-oiled machine that we know them as.
You highlight the aggression of Satellite. I really want to put a stress on how well Exa played that one as well, able to find the pick, but then not go over that side of the wall. Wait for his teammates. You're talking about the team loves to play off each other. Exa so far in all 3 maps, even when they're losing one, did a really good job at keeping the team together. He's kind of the starting line for all the racers on the team for SRB to sprint at and go for the retake. This time, a start for A on 2G or their side of attack, and they swap over towards B, which I like because they don't have the biggest weapons available, and I feel like B has a bit more of those close range angles to let that Stinger do damage, to let the Sheriff find some value.
Problem is, they're going to be walking into Smoke and Xander. Xander specifically has been having a heater, but you know Smoke is always good to play off that information.
Yeah, Xander's so good at playing when there's smokes on site and so good at playing with Smoke as well as a duo. There's stopped many hits before, and it might be business as usual now. Backside, he's moved so far away. It takes an ultimate to take both down. 2 balls, 1 nice strike, and so far, it looks like 2G might be knocking it out of the park. Smoke, though, still activated, still on site, misses the right side, not taken down. He re-peeks, dashes over into 3 players, peeking at the same time. Handling this eco has been an amazingly visually glorious job from SRB. They're playing so good at keeping numbers activated and together when they peek a player. Again, sticking together, Smoke and Exa on backside.
And now, Spike going, no way that they just hop on that.
left.
Yep. I was looking at the positioning. I'm like, oh, they're 100% going to go on the box, right? Yeah, they just pop up there and just find the perfect timing. SRB looking so strong when it comes down to it.
That round felt real because 2G invested some ultimates into that one, right? That Hunter's Fury is the real reason why it wasn't really a natural eco. Timeout coming in from the side of 2G because the Hunter's Fury pop round also didn't work. That was a lot of resources to put into this one. They had 2 kills, they equalized a little bit, but at the end of the day, SRB and their teamwork, again, Exa Marks, doing such a good job at activating and gaining the space for the rest of his team.
Still remember like watching Shopify Rebellion Black just at the start of the year, before they really stabilized into the roster that they were now, and things were looking a little bit shaky, if I'm being completely honest with you. One of the highlight players was Exa. Obviously, we've been highlighting Exa all year long, but the map that really solidified it for me was watching how he played on defense on Breeze. And I'm very happy every single time that we get treated to just how smart this guy is at playing around the smoke, specifically onto that B side, with how he likes to move things around, play into these awkward positions, consistently catching people off guard. And really in VCL North America, it wasn't until teams started to counter strat him that we didn't get to see him have those pop-off moments. But once again, at the international stage, you're just not expecting the value that this Harbor can bring to the table. And 2G right now are really struggling to even find that first round, hence that timeout being called.
Biggest thing for me now is how much value can Smoke find when the rifles are even on both sides. You can see the Phoenix wall, quadruple smokes on the map as well, and you're offing. It's insane. And when he was given a tee up to be able to get a kill, Gobera is just faster.
As well, the Harbor ult gets utilized. Exa found a little bit of value, but unfortunately no follow-ups. As we get a little bit of a listen.
2G talking about how they're going to be pushing over in the mid-round.
Pode estar avançado no aqui, tá, guys? Vem atento.
O Alfa morreu, tá?
Abre junto aqui. Vem cá.
Abre.
Vou dronar na boca, tá?
Dá na esquerda
mais
pro
perto.
Fogão.
Sim.
The goal here right now is to get that orb, I think, for UCK to have that ultimate, so they're going to be talking about trying that.
13. Pega isso aqui, beleza. 2. Fênix vai bangar, 3.
Vai,
Tron pro chão. Vai ter que ser aqui, vai. Ult, relaxa. Tenho minha ult. Tá bom.
Pode passar direita.
Bora.
Aqui, baixa.
Cuidado. Chega, irmão. Levanta a parede.
Não dá.
Cara esquerda, nada direita.
Pode não conseguir quebrar fogo.
Amarelo 1.
Amarelo, guys. 100%.
Direita. Vamos ver amarelo.
120.
Por atrás de você. Atrás.
Pedra 1.
Recuou na smoke, irmão. Pode plantar.
Na Astra pode estar costa rápido. Eu vou jogar nesse cara, tá? Double, acho. O amarelo. Vou colocar costas. Ele jogou. Tá aqui. Não, 2.
One enemy remaining.
Primeiro bug. Caralho. Bora, porra. Vamos. Buscar 8, mano.
Insane from QCK. The timing's there towards that back sight from SRB. Almost looked perfect, but he pushed so far forward. My favorite round, or my favorite part about that listening to, was their initial game plan: take the orb, play patient. You could feel that in their comms. As soon as they sensed a little bit of aggression, saw the first form of utility, the number one word that was said: trade. Everybody dashed forward. They focused on the fight. Then they went back to their game plan. 2G really locked in right now.
And even then, like, you look at how they use their utility. I focused on how they want to do it simply to find those frags and get another round where they're going to be going a little bit aggro. Brinks sticking it. This could be dangerous.
What? Oh my god, he distracts the rest of the team. Well, Barry able to just get in with overdrive. That we kind of think about Brinks the entire time. Xander found no time bot. The special kind of moves from the side of SRB on these sites going to be completely nullified from the side of 2G. And the amazing from the shadows from Brinks. I swear to God, these Brazilian and South American teams have such a creative use of this ultimate across tier 1 and tier 2, turning one of the most, yeah, I'll just grab the spike, yeah, I'll do my day job of being the Amazon delivery driver, into like one of the most lethal ultimates, just turning the tides of around entirely.
It's the confuzzle factor. That's what 2G are really relying on. And we've seen it before, right? Like how they like to use the space on the map to give that introduction of just chaos. on SRB's side, and you can tell that they aren't really prepared necessarily for how to kind of do some of these things. And as a result, they just kind of get bowled over yet again, caught into these awkward positions, and that is exactly how 2G want to play. They want to continue to confuse and dominate SRB when it comes to those uncomfortable moments that they continuously force with, like you said, just an Omen ult to really just throw them off.
Absolutely. You can see in the comms as well that we had to listen into. It really is FRZ and Gabs like having a nice discussion back and forth. Again, these two guys played together last year on a team, so they're very familiar with how comm systems could work. But when there's a star player, when there is somebody that they're focusing on the round, you know, in that last one that we listened into, it was QCK. He gets a big choice in those comms as well. He was talking a lot on when to peak together as a team, how to actually hit that site, giving good communication as well, where no one else is talking while he's clearing angles. 2G have a good framework right now of how to approach the round. That being said, the team that's called this timeout, SRB, they're in control of the game. Why is that, Marks? I mean, you're talking about Exa. Are there other factors right now that are really keeping these guys in the lead that the 2G is trying to come back from?
I mean, it started out with a lot of momentum, right? Like when you think about how 2G wants to capitalize on things, one of the biggest things is just the confidence. Earlier, we saw when SRB go into their very standard setup, how you would expect them to play onto Breeze and just have those kind of pop-up moments, either Xander or Exa, finding those opportunities, Satellite being able to just walk things through. Well, all 2G really needed was a spark. And that spark has definitely been found with that clutch from QCK to be able to find those angles and shut things down. And just like that, 2G are right back into the game. And I think at this point, you have to be, if you are on SRB's side, preparing for that level of confidence and aggressive play.
You talk about sparks, you talk about sparks leading the fire. When a fire gets put out, what's left over, Marks? Do you know?
Ash.
Ash and a little bit of smoke, I feel like as well. Smoke is the main factor on SRB that's not really had too much value so far. Exa close range, pushed way far back. QCK off that left side again. Fast lane to be able to block him off for the moment, but Paranoia and a repeat from Exa is able to find more value. He gets back in the fast lane. He's even faster. A highway for Exa to find more picks. Two people on the same side. He's able to get some damage down, a little bit of pressure found. Second player though, Ranks, not going to be seen here on the yellow angle. Xander is wary that somebody might be close in these smokes. Satellite still active backside, finding every single angle. Smokes on all sides to stop that flash from finding too much value. Brinks moving forward slowly is able to play off his own smokes again and again and again. Xander, the smoke demon himself, wants to hold on to the title in this bout. It's all up to Gabix now in a 1v2. Knows where one player is. The smoke found as well. They are freaked out about his position for the moment. He got that first kill. He could back off. I'm pretty sure they're aware of that spike, but there were so many smokes put down on this site, Marks. They have no idea where this last player is.
I don't know how Gabix is going to be able to try and make this one work. Is now going for it, and the information is known, so they've got an idea on where it's going to be going. Xander and Smoke on this 2v1 retake. Gabix, though, should have the pit and will invest it.
Okay. The biggest smoke screen available in the game. Op drop down from Smoke. The rifle's active. Players on one side, but Gabix is ready. The first head found. The second one peeks over. Not enough for Gabix to lock it down. Xander dropping down to just an HP in the pit.
Oh man, for a second, it looked like for sure 2G were going to be able to run away with things. And then it just got a little bit dicey, a little bit of awkward positioning. And SRB could just completely come right back into things. And once again, it is that discipline coming through in all of that chaos, exactly how both these teams want to play with all of those walls. They stand strong.
I'm not a hate watcher personally myself though, but I have to say that is not the same level of win in a round from SRB though, Marks. I'm glad we're up and them up for the win, but they were winning rounds flawlessly. They were winning rounds with 4-man retakes, not a single person dying on that B site. When it comes to 2G, they are sparking back now, as you've said, and they're really putting SRB on the back foot. I mean, they're winning, but there's just one player alive. The excitement we can hear from the studio as well. Both these teams, man, they're ready to go. Gobera opping in this one now. So let's see if he can be the difference maker in mid.
Oh my goodness me. Such a well-timed flash. It goes right back.
UCK is able to take that space a little bit more. Hunter's Fury coming in, finding no value from SRB.
Look at this. Smoke able to escape at the bare minimum. Has that operator ready to try and challenge Gobera, which didn't really work out in Smoke's favor on that previous 2 maps ago. This time around, it's going to be slow and steady as 2G, they just kind of hold their ground after taking all that space. Exa, though, will be under pressure.
Armor Surge traded over for Drone, minus 400. Exa, though, pushed back in space. The Cove also defused, so Utility war going towards the 2G way.
And also the numbers war as well. Once again, it's
look
going to
at
be
Exa.
up to Exa. Try and find it. And yeah, it does that. So that adds a lot of questions. And oh, invest the ult. That might have been a little bit too early here, Exa.
You know what? I like the fact that he pushes this out and he follows it though. So he understands that nobody has had a chance to push it on site. He can focus back in on main again. Cabix is dead for now, so they have to invest the smoke to cross. Exa not hit by the paranoia. It's fast lane. Gets the team onto the site. They get it up. The rest of SRB has to rotate. Exa must hold it down.
Blade Storm gets activated as well. SRB doing their due diligence to check everything. Is Exa left alone on an island? He doesn't have the shorty, so we'll be camping in the smoke.
Has to give it up though. Gobera finds one of the picks. Everybody's available on the smoke. UCK, do you hold it or do you attack from the back? Is Xander, and he's able to get that stab. Scan over for Gobera as well. Double screen seen. He's down. Exa is active. He started on the site. He'll finish it too. Off the stun. Xander too slinky with it. 2, 3 fires off the break. This man is insane.
What do you mean BRK finds that? Brinks. Incredible spray transfer under so much pressure. A 1v3 scenario. I was just about to put the crown on Exa's head, just be like, wow, stayed alive, had an SRB win the round. But that's actually not the case at all. 2G scrap it back, in which was such a chaotic round. I'd argue a couple of mistakes being made, an excellent retake coming through from SRB, and Brinks just finds the spray transfer needed to tap every single one of their heads. 2G not out of it yet. 3-5 now, as smoke already down.
How desperate is this round from the side of SRB? Yes, lower weapons, but their usual system is not active. They could be playing backside like they were before with these classics. Scanned is QCK, shocked is the rest of the team. Fast is the push in from Gobera, though. Satellite finding value in middle. FRZ opens up the rest of the round for the team. Satellite gets the rifle, and now suddenly SRB have a voice.
Keep in mind though, Exa only has that nice little shotgun, so that could make things a little bit more difficult. The run it back though still available if they want to use that one. And once again, SRB just aware as yeah, run it back gets activated here and will be punished.
I was wondering if you want to let him go and then punish the body, but double flash is available. Does he invest two? Here we go, Satellite. Second one dodged. He finds it. Earns another. UCK up in the own smoke. It's going to be messy.
Oh my goodness.
Exa. What is this, Thrifty? There's just no way. Gobera with an outlaw. There's one shot. The nerfs don't matter if you got the speed and the damage. Gobera sends him home. 5-4 on them, denying the Thrifty. They're celebrating, but oh my god, again. Marks, they didn't invest much into that round. That's Shotfire Rebellion looking strong with classics, man.
What was that from Exa? Just walks around inside the smoke and still is able to find a kill. It's just unbelievable, man. And that was FRZ as well, just with so much value. And then, man, it all just kind of falls apart. But Gobera with the outlaw finds the perfect amount of shots, and that Neon is so hard to track down in the end there. And so, yeah, I mean, you say that, yeah, it's all good. You know, SRB, they can kind of come back into this one. Right now, 2G, it's looking a lot more dominant for them. And like I said, momentum-based team, so you know they're flying right now.
Satellite's wondering about what's happening behind him just in case things might be going down. Able to get QCK found. That's just the run it back, though. Up in the smoke, fast lane challenge by Satellite once again. Has the flashes, doesn't care. Exa beside him, the setups with these team, the links that they find. Might get tempered down by FRZ and some lightning, but at the same time, if you're able to just play off of Exa's position, if all these players can find each other, SRB look unbreakable.
Look at all the space, though, that Gabix has found. Still doing their due diligence to kind of clear everything out here. The only person they have to worry about is smoke in the back of the site. Hasn't been having the best game just quite yet on this specific map, but still could play foil to their plan.
He has been the final boss for SRB so many times. His health bar has not spawned in though. Absolutely. He hasn't had the same level of impact or aura in this map off of ladder though. I mean, lots of initiation tools to get onto the site. QCK also has a flash. This should be the ultimate test for smoke. How far up the ladder is he for the moment? Is he on the bottom rung? Can he climb higher? Will the flash be used early? Barrel shot is there. The second not being able to slice that pie, but smoke is gonna hinder the push just a little bit.
Spike planted.
So aggressive. Xander though in position. Oh, yeah. Let's see how they want to play this retake.
A few on the backside to be able to find some space on this one. Exa is inside the walls, man. Every single time there's an angle, he's somehow there at perfect timing. Reckoning coming in, making sure to just check the angles that might not be seen. QCK might see a body. QCK might have the pattern, but Exa is able to find him out.
Last round didn't give Exa his crown, but this round I will, because that is just kind of a crazy play coming through the flank. So well done. In my opinion, a little bit risky. I think that with how Shopify Rebellion Black have been playing and understanding how 2G play, you want to stay nice and grouped up. But this time, just kind of playing that surprise factor. And it really felt like all across the board, SRB have been just surprising them on that last round in some of these off angles that are not checked. And I think that comes down to just 2G deciding to swap things midway through and not having enough time necessarily. All of those different angles.
I'm liking that you bring that up about SRB. You expect them to play together. I think that's why they're trusting in Smoke to be by himself. I think 2G are thinking the exact same thing, Marks, right? If nobody's on this site, it should be fine. If we're hearing A pressure, Smoke shouldn't be here. They're taking these risks now. They're trusting their star player, even if he's not having the best game. And that, I think, is amazing from the team.
Yeah, once again, these guys have been playing in the same building for months at this point. And they're getting nice and comfortable on this stage as well. Many of these players for the first time. And 2G so close to getting that victory. And still just being stalled out as they go for a bit more of a defaulty play. Trying to find those opportunities. Smoke looks away just at the last second and just misses Brinks here. 2 rounds left in this half. Let's see which one of these teams can make something of it.
Understand where Brinks is, and a lot of the time, that's where the action also starts. So you'll see at the top side there, Nature started to rotate over to B, but realizes nothing's happening. So we got to hold these positions. 2G for the moment. Looking really good at causing some chaos on the map. Look at Exa though. This guy's insane. Raw peeks A main. Sees that there's no one there. The rest of the team bolsters up on B now. A 3-man hole from SRB, and they haven't lost this one yet.
And no ultimates on the board either side, but look at this disgusting angle from Nature, who spots him out, and yeah, Smoke ready for the follow-up. Xander finds yet another 2.
Docking from Gobera. His feet are shocked. The rest of the team dying to static. That's how low their HP bars are across the board. Affected coming into this site. It's just FRC now. You would have thought that the rest of the team died earlier in the round. That take melted apart.
Nature finally also getting to show off. Nature, another player who, like Xander, comes with that tier 1 experience, but also tends to heat up when it comes to these playoff types of scenarios, right? Like, we see Nature be a little bit more stoic, a little bit more like, hey, I just call the shots. You know, the guys go in there and they get their hands dirty. But then when it comes to these playoff situations, we've seen Nature really heat up. Sure, mostly with the Odin, but is still as sharp as ever when it comes to the rifling as well. And that round kind of just plays that Xander role of just being in the right place at the right time. A little bit awkward, but awkward enough that 2G can't do anything.
Exa, man, and the absolute courage he has to just push in A main. I mean, this guy solo sometimes just has some of the best reads ever, and has the action needed to push forward with it. This time, mid gap coming in, a drone on one of the sides. Smoke distracted. The rest of the team floods in from tunnel. Nature gonna be the one to handle things first. Xander inside of Smoke's find the best timing and the sprays to stop everything in its tracks. This is a buy round reminder from the side of 2G. It might be a disaster round if you want to rename it. Every single person from SRB just can't miss. Exa, cursed by me. That's my bad. FRC left alone again. Deja vu. Double swing. It's perfect. A 4K from Xander.
What a sum swing coming through from Satellite there. Just holding it down. Allow Xander to kind of go around that corner. But yeah, I mean, I just talked about Nature being in the right place at the right time, but that's just another Xander special. Just another day in the office for him to make sure to stand into these awkward positions and just be able to bowl people over. You can see just all the players of 2D just so uncomfortable with where that positioning was. And just like that, 8-4, SRB look like they are ready to take this one in their favor.
Half switches, you gotta ask, why do things like this happen all the time? Well, SRB always has more players on one side of the map. Why is that? Because Exa is so reliable by himself in certain situations. Now, swapping over on the other side, 18-6, Exa will be monumental in how he places the util. But lots of eyes now go down to Smoke and Satellite. How much space can they make on this map on the attack? They are now in the driver's seat.
Maybe walls on walls on walls. The flash goes in as we get a listen in to see how these players go.
Take it. Mid, or fucking flanking. Put you on the right. Can we fight the wall, guys?
Zigzag together. I have Coven.
Can we go left? Hey, guys, come on, please. Come on.
Left.
Spike planted.
Do you have those?
Doors. Fight door. 3, 2, 1.
Three.
Three on the side. We have cover too.
Backside, neon. Three side, one spawn.
Cover left. Find left, Nick. Nice.
Two. Back.
Right.
Three.
Off right here. They're going right together. Good wrap. Nick jiggle. Gary.
Make noise.
One enemy remaining.
You are him, bro.
You are
Oh my god, bro.
Oh my, again and again, man. Exa cannot stop just stealing the spotlight from this team. The guy who was kind of managing how people are walking in with the utility that he had. At the same time, I'm loving the team staying together, fighting left. When things go back, there's a vocal voice for a second plan. I'm loving that they also micro Exa to stay on that left side as well. The dead teammates guiding the rest of the alive roster to be in the best spots. Then, with the risks they've taken, Exa's in such a good spot, letting his teammate play patient, bait for him to get that 2K. Somebody on SRB always has a voice. It's one of the best parts about this team. Perfect flash. Satellite now finally getting a win on elbow as well. I'm loving this, Marks.
It's just so good coming out from these players. And as well, Bricks goes down on the other side. SRB just absolutely fired up, poised to get to that double-digit score line there. And something else that must be mentioned is just how these players are not trying to ego it, right? Like they're like, oh, no, if I'm not... Listen, it was Xander, right? Xander's been popping off lately. He's just like, I'm going to find these kills. No, plays it perfectly just off the comms to make sure that Exa gets set up to win the round. All these players are locked in to play together, and I think that makes a world of a difference.
You're all some part of a tank, and then one person gets to be that cannon the entire time. It still takes the entire machine put together to find that value. And Nature gets to take that turn as he's the first point of contact over at doors. That being said, Spike also not down yet. They'll all take their time. So far, though, you have to admit, Exa has been the person to activate the rest of the team. Prop up the cannons, I would say, for most of the players on the team. He's so good at finding the space, holding on to it as well by himself against like 3 or 4 players.
Revealing area.
Oh, yeah, that's going to give you a bit of info there, huh? Yeah, that kind of forces the hands of 2G now. Flash going to be good, but doesn't matter. SRB, they're going hunting, and they want these ultimate orbs to continue to just make it this dominant play. Oopsie, Satellite. Okay, QCK finds another, but finally the cleanup happens. They still carry 3 rifles over, and so will be nice and pretty and get those ultimate orbs as well, as once again, SRB, they're really starting to truck forwards right now, and it's looking good for them.
They want orbs on the board. Gotta respect it. Want to make sure that the momentum is also being pushed forward. People might ask, why would you push there? Why are you risking your economy? Sometimes it just feels good, man. You just want to kill the people on the enemy team, bro.
Mental battle.
Let it happen. Make sure the confidence is all the way up. Another round from SRB. This time they're choosing B. Haven't seen this hit before. Let's see how it works with some value rifles.
The mollies will be in front of them here. Ooh, good timing with that smoke, but actually it's just to make sure that Satellite can use the ultimate now. And so that is yet another tool online. Meanwhile, Xander just keeping things honest on the other side of A. Just in case there's an overextension there, Xander will be ready to punish it, as SRB are just feigning information to try and figure out where they want to end.
2G waited a little bit, though, to put this wall up. Finally, it goes down once again, though, so kind of thwarted the plans of SRB to push forward. Playing on ladder, rifles active on all players for the moment, though, too, so.
There it is.
Okay, Xander finding Gobera, getting greedy in A main.
That seems like that's the common thread right now. 2G so reliant on trying to get one of their members to find that first kill. When it all goes to the wayside, then they're left kind of scrambling, and now this is an excellent hit from SRB.
Being said, 2G did a really good job at clearing mid there, so they're confident in these angles. For some reason, the FRC is playing so close, so we're running back. It's not a bit of the timing. This could be huge. Cloudburst in the way. FRC, take your timing, man. There you go. Lots of shots. Exa on a swivel is able to shut them down. He didn't find enough on that angle. 2 players, though, alive for 2G. Somehow, they have man advantage. Reckoning coming in on the left side. QCK left with a gap. Can he fill it is the question. Satellite will be here. Flip for the moment. He's finally active. Loud, and Exa is right there in another round for a 3K.
FRZ with immaculate timing. Could have honestly just stolen it away, just trigger discipline. Oh, they're not going to trick me. Okay, I'm going to hang out in this smoke. It's nice and comfortable in here. Walks out, finds a couple of kills, and yet somehow Exa He just swings his mouse around and is able to just clean everything up. I don't know how he keeps getting away with it. And yet still, it makes it so that it is such a winnable round on the side of Shopify Rebellion. And honestly, I'm gonna be like, I have to be so real. Gabix is having a very hard time syncing up with the rest of the team. I think that the reason why we're seeing Gabix now onto that Viper is because the initiator wasn't quite working out. Put FRZ back onto it because that felt a lot more coordinated when it comes to the team. But now, especially onto this Viper, sure, the smokes have been good. He's been doing a good job of staying alive, but it still doesn't feel like that cohesive play, especially knowing how much value Jenom brought onto 2G is being found in this role.
The assistant coach will take over the timeout duties as well. I feel like to slow down some of the momentum inside this game. You talk about the way things have been going for 2G as well, you know, got to be harsh for it a little bit, switching over some players to different roles. Gabix on Viper, it's really easy, I feel like, to fill in that role as an anchor, but to be the retaker a lot of the times, that really takes having a pulse on the game still, having a pulse playing in the server. And I feel like that's what's lacking right now for Gabix as an individual and the team on the retake as well in power and confidence on the side of 2G. Biggest thing as well, FRC in that one, man, needed to land some of the shots. Brinks should have been activated off of his position. Brinks takes a raw 2v1 and wins the fight. I mean, things are not going the best for 2G, even when they have the best positions. And now at 11-4, they cannot make another mistake, especially with a lower economy. I mean, not even all into this one. They're saving for the next round. Can they get value here? Smoke, such a good job at expecting this. Exa is there with him again. This team just knows how 2G want to play.
And I want to point something out. Like, Brinks immediately uses the paranoia off rip, and it didn't seem like QCK was ready to push it. And so as a result of that, they use that paranoia, find nothing. And it's like, okay, well, I guess let's wait for your flash before we move forward. And at that point, it's just too late.
We are checking for the stock as well. Don't see it. Xander has natural cover next to him and 3 people in front. I wonder how this is going to work out. Ooh, stun down though. He's going to find Gobera. What the hell is this? And gets the next pick as well. This guy, how do you kill him?
It's funny that you asked that because I was just thinking the exact same thing about Exa, and yet now Xander once again just stealing it right back. Something about these smokes players on SRB. They're just unstoppable. They are Thanos, especially in a match where we're not seeing Smoke or Satellite really have those heat up moments that we anticipate from them. We know, especially on a map like Breeze, for Smoke specifically, you would have expected a lot more value, but it doesn't matter because Xander and Exa, they're just running rampant all over 2G.
Absolutely, and I'm liking that as well, because if you look at the format of the day, there's another best of 3 that Shopify Rebellion, I believe, have to play right after this up against Contra. So it's nice that some of their hot action star players get to take a back seat, breathe, and warm up for a long day of games so far. It's nice that this is a bit of a night, you know, stop as well for the side of SRB. Brinks is not going to be able to land a shot either, and that just might be the last hope of 2G falling down. We're talking about the next game just because it looks like this one might be over in a 2-1 fashion. Who are the next people to look for now? QCK and Gobert with the op have to be the difference makers in this round.
It's a lot more patient pace coming through from SRB, tempering it, waiting for that overextension that 2G is just so well known for. But now that the Cosmic Divide is activated, QCK finding a good timing. It's actually able to sweep up too.
Gobert lost in the mall, was told to pay and just hold, you know, the spot in line. Then your mom goes away to get one more item. He has no idea what to do, who to look for, where to look at. Up solved, up down, run it back, patiently found. What the hell is going on here? Nothing from the side of Satellite. QCK locks him down. A Smoke now has to go nuclear. Dodges one of the scans. His teammate Nature in high water. Now all up to Smoke to finish the game. 12-4. 2G have a final breath on the line right now. They're still in this one at 12-5.
Yeah, I've got a couple of questions there for Satellite. It's like, all right, yeah. I'm gonna walk through this Cosmic Divide. I'm gonna find out. Uh-oh, I gotta go. Uh-oh, the Cosmic Divide is down. I think that plan might have worked if there was a little bit more time for that ultimate to be available, but it just doesn't quite work out. And QCK finding those kills in middle opens up just a lot more information for that retake to come underway. So 2G, they take a breath, in and out. Let's reset the mental, get ready to go, because like you said, 2G also have another best of 3 at the end of the day after this matchup. So they will have a little bit of time to kind of rest things up, but they can't let themselves kind of get tilted that much during this game like this.
I thought it might have been a back-to-back. All good for them then. At the same time, they also have a sixth teammate right now that you can't really see. They're invisible. It's called the bank. I mean, they've got so much money. They can tap in for the next 2 rounds, I feel like. Look at this space from Gobera. Cheated forward once again. If you want a sight line here, you have to pass by the scope. Xander knows that this is a gap. Smoke, though, will be locked into this angle the entire time. Might look like a B finish here if he sees nothing. He's going to investigate a lot. Smoke is looking at half wall. He's solved pillar. Nobody is peering through from 2G, and they've been there every single time.
Keep in mind as well, the positioning from Gabex gives good information. They aren't pushing through mid. And so finally, Gobera finds Xander there. And that's going to be more than enough information to understand where this is necessarily going.
Gobera back, moving through that poison cloud, but nobody here on B is receiving the Shopify pressure. Smoke, as a result, is able to aim where he wants. No utility invested in backside. Hunter's Fury will delay that plan. 30 seconds left now. Exa gonna be moved away from the rifle as the spike comes down, but the rest of the util is ready to go from the side of 2G. They look for shocking dart landing onto Exa. Low HP now. Cove will finally come in. Although buy some time and pressure, it lets the rest of 2G actually scale on the site. Satellite has found a way off. Smoke of a fraction of a second finds big value. Exa's locked into that left angle. He's trusting his teammate to watch his back. 2 of them, but there's a flank coming in of their own on the window. QCK is finding a way to invade, but Exa solves the round again with no HP. Match point, 2v1, all on QCK. He has to keep 2G alive in this one. Flash, skipped, shot found. QCK electrified. One more, wow. And he is set down.
It's such a tough position there. I mean, QCK really could have made that one happen, but yeah, you know who it is. Exa on Shopify Rebellion Black had an absolutely electric game. And just like that, after losing map number 1 in a pretty annoying fashion, if you ask me, SRB bounced back, and boy, do they bounce back hard. They looked so good on that map. And while 2G, they had those opportunities, they had those little moments of brilliance where we saw them just like, oh my goodness, they're steamrolling them. What the heck is going on? They just couldn't find that level of success round after round before SRB's machine started going and was just producing victories round after round without 2G necessarily even getting a foot in the door.
Yeah, they had many opportunities as well. Some cheeky crossfire, some timings on FRZ, but unfortunately never kind of showed up. That being said, still have another match to put down. SRB, though, really locking it in. They had a bit of a, I think, just warm-up issue on Ascent. Had that lead. Could have closed it out 2-0, honestly, but at the same time, had to see a bit more from 2G there. They'll have their own mistakes to fix. Lots more games to come in. Loving SRB with that first win, though. Let's see if the rest of the teams can bring it back after this.
Trim, edge, shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
I mean, once this team gets going, seems like not much can stop them going into the third map of the series, Shopify Rebellion. I mean, it's been a strong map for them, and it's going to be once again on the day taking the series win here, Roy. I mean, I love seeing a couple of the ideas that teams had. I mean, some of these clutches were insane, but just not enough in the end.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, they kind of had me in that first half, 2G. Like the clutches, the individual step-ups, the back-to-back insane rounds that they were pulling out of the hat. I thought that was it. I thought that was gonna be like the Energizer, right? Like they're all about to become the Energizer Bunny and just run away with this game. But it felt like the grit, the perseverance for SRB, their willingness to come out on top here just never really faded throughout that after the first map, right? Split was lights out. This map was kind of the similar story, and again, it's the same kind of storyline where it's they're locked in, their comms are great. Even when we heard them on during the comm segment, like it felt like all the comms were on the same page. Everybody was kind of locked in, and just once they got their jitters out, it was a completely different book that they were writing.
It looks just so comfortable on this map of Breeze, right? And we also have to, acknowledge the fact that 2G, they also go into this map with a little bit of a change to the composition. They worked the Phoenix in for the first time as opposed to that Vice. And I do think that, there are so many factors that went into today's game to kick things off here for this LCQ. And that firepower did not slow down, like Roy said. And Exa, we can't not point out Exa with just how insane he was. He went 27-9. It's just absolutely crazy impact to get from your Harbor player. Like, he's doing crazy util tech. You always see like those storms are just finding that value there as well. And then there's also moments where he's just swinging. He's just got a gun in his hand, and you cannot peek into him.
27-9, I don't even think is allowed. Like, that's absolutely crazy coming out from this young player, right? I mean, it was someone you've been talking about so much about, but like, I feel like when someone on the team has performance like that, it's going to be an easy time for SRB, right? And then even without, I mean, they just had such like a stronghold on the game. Like, things got a little bit weird when you look at 3 clutches on the side of the game and stuff like that. Right. But then you look at the 3 clutches within those 5 rounds, and it's like, okay, without the clutch, like, this was just such a dominant map by SRB.
Absolutely, and it really does not help 2G's case whatsoever, the fact that they didn't even get to win a single pistol, and they also lost the bonuses, which is like just mathematically, I mean, the game's pretty much already lost at that point, right? Like we've all seen the stats. It's like over 80% when you lose both pistols. You throw in a bonus in there, and like your percentages of winning are even lower than that. So I think overall, this is again a great showing from SRB. I think as soon as they got their jitters out of the way after the first map, it really did look completely different. It was lights out for them, and I think the comp. I mean, oh my god, 27-9 on Exa. It's disgusting.
It is disgusting, but you also have to like think about I think how good the defensive half was for SRB. Yes, Exa did pop off on that half, but so much of it was enabled by, those first engagements that Smoke was looking to take, a little bit of that space that was being pressured there by SRB. And then it was not just Exa, but also Xander. They were doing such a good job at just anchoring their sites, their spaces. And it was difficult for 2G to find those opportunities to go into the retake because you got crazy anchors popping off with multi-kills. The rest of SRB were so quick when it came down to those fast floods, while riding that support with utility, and it ended up being that lights out matchup here on Breeze and having them start up series.
I mean, again, for today, we're looking at round robin, right? So for 2G, we will get to see them play again a little bit later, but yeah, it'll be interesting to see how they can go into the next match. For Shopify Rebellion Black, they get to do the back-to-back best of 3s. But again, I feel like after they got that first map in the series done with, that is a team that looked like they were absolutely unstoppable. So of course, we need to hear from the team. For a Philip Snorelko interview, we had to get Mr. 27-9 here on the line. That was a crazy Breeze. Like, what are they feeding you over there? Like, how are you just so dominant within this series in that final map, Xka? Like, how are you doing?
I'm not even kidding. Our team is so good that I'm just getting all the freebies like after everyone playing like so good individually.
We'll keep this short and sweet, but I want to know, how are the vibes on the team, especially to traveling out and having like this experience with everyone?
We came here to win, and the vibes is actually unmatched. We go out to eat, we play in the pool together, and it's actually just awesome. So the vibes can't be like Can't get any better.
I love to hear that. Last but not least, I mean, going into LCQ, we have a new map pool, we've gotten agent buffs, etc. Was there a lot of work needed to put in, or is this kind of changes that have helped out the team naturally?
I think
without trying to get you to leak too much stress.
I mean, we're just practicing like maps equally, and I think it's I think we're just focusing on the play-ins right now. So
eye on the prize. I know you're about to play again, so I'll let you go. But Exa, best of luck. Keep it up, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you so much. As for us, I mean, we will get to see Shopify Rebellion very soon. In fact, in just a couple of minutes, going up against Contra. Quick break, but stay tuned, everyone. We got more Valorant up ahead. Welcome back, everyone, to the VALORANT Challengers Americas LCQ. First round robin game of the day went the distance with Shopify Rebellion Black taking the victory. Now we get to see them play again, going up against Contra, a team that's going off of just playing yesterday. Having to do the back-to-back is especially brutal. But Roy, even if, you know, maybe yesterday didn't go their way, they have a chance to redeem themselves today. And they're certainly a team very capable of it.
Oh, definitely. And I also think that Contra's match yesterday was actually really close, despite what you might see if you look up the stats. Like, yes, it was a 1-3 loss to the team that they played, but I feel like one of the games was a double. The first map of Breeze was a double OT loss, which could have gone their way easily, and I think we could have gone the complete distance in that series. So that being said, what I'm trying to say is that Contra is a really formidable roster, and I think this roster is the true spirit of the underdog coming into this event, right? They don't have anyone that's been a former VCT player. They don't really have the same level of experience that maybe SRB and 2G have, but I think that's kind of the charm, right, of this roster is like all these youngins are really hungry. They want to break through. They want to be that best team. So I think this series is going to be really fun in that regard, and I'm kind of looking forward to this match right here, especially in the form that SRB showed in the last series.
Especially too, taking a look at the roster, like you're talking about how like they have that charm of like there haven't been players that hit that big level, right? And of course we've talked so much within the NA circuit of like the kind of path to pro, right? And these kids playing to realize their dream of Valorant. And I think that it's been really cool for Contra to be able to see a little bit of that here as well. When you look at players like Demos and Crunch, I mean, doing together for years and then now having this opportunity and then just rounded out with a lot of really skilled players on the team, Ash. Like it's very heartwarming is what I'm trying to say. Like you kind of, yeah, I mean, look at the vibes. Like you can't help but root for them.
No, for sure. I think that it's one of those young teams where they're looking for their opportunity to hit that big stage for the very first time, right? And I think after grinding for so long at this level, to know that it's at the tip of your fingers is absolutely massive. But taking a look at some of the replays from that grand final that Roy was talking about earlier, that was absolutely a lot closer than that 3-1 scoreline you know, kind of gives off. It was honestly really insane to see this matchup between them and Bestia. It was such like it was a tug of war, it kind of felt like, because you know both these teams have so much firepower when it comes down to what they're able to bring to the server. You've also got, you know, the storyline there for Contra as well, with them wanting to, you know, take that first spot when it is like North and South LATAM facing off, and not having been able to do that thus far and wanting to still continue to prove themselves here.
And you also got to keep in mind that Bestia's roster, the opponent that Contra played against, were really all like pretty much former tier 1 players. Like it was like an insane roster. So I think the fact that it got really close in that series speaks volumes on the level of play that we're going to be seeing. And of course, we saw 2G take a map away from SRB. Yeah, they crumbled on the second and third map, but you know, there's a world, right? And I think we're going to be kind of seeing the same thing right here, is that these young upcoming talent have so much passion, and they're so mechanically sharp, and it's just so obvious to see when you watch their VODs and you watch their matches play that Contra has no shortage of really good players. They're all insane. So I think that despite the warm-up that SRB just got against 2G, it's not going to be an easy match for them whatsoever.
I mean, talking about one of those individual players, even within a loss, someone who put up insane numbers, we have to talk about Crunch, especially too. I mean, as the Jet Duelist Upper Chamber player, like, he is insane. 20 and 11 on the first kills within that 1-3 loss, which is just crazy, like the impact that he had here, Roy. And I feel like too, like it's a player that's kind of reminiscent of someone else we know.
Yeah, and I think to me that's really the exciting part, is like Crunch and Smoke feel like the same player in my head. Like they're both really good round openers. They're both flexing onto that Jet and the chamber role, right? So I think we're like stylistically, we're going to be seeing a lot of those clashes in this match, and it's really going to put to test, and it's really going to put to display the level that this team is on and they're operating on, and specifically this player, right? Because he's going to have to battle against Smoke, who has been Smoke's looked phenomenal all year long. X has looking insane in this tournament right now so far. So there's a lot of, you know, they're going to be challenged on multiple fronts, mechanically, strategically, and I think Crunch is going to be that player we're going to look to kind of combat and kind of, you know, shoot back against them and kind of take the mechanical test against them.
Yeah, absolutely. What's kind of cool about Crunch too is there's a little bit of that familiarity over the years, I feel like, with the players in NA as well, considering the fact that he really started his journey in NA within the Valorant scene before moving over to LATAM. So I feel like that's also kind of like a fun thing. There's like that on the ground experience with those NA teams previously, having a little bit of an idea of maybe what dynamics could be like, pulling from previous experiences, and just being able to see him level up in the way that he has in this region this past year has been incredible.
I love to see that. I'm so excited for, you know, how him and this team are going to face off against Shopify Rebellion Black. We'll keep the roster short and sweet because we just saw them, but it's called out similarities with these teams, being able to see him go up against Smoke, someone who we've praised literally all season long. And of course, team that at this point, Ash, are very warm on the day. Like, they got Ascent out of the way and then all of a sudden just domination on the next 2 matches. So definitely vibes are high, looking at them continuing that forward.
Yeah, absolutely. This is a squad where vibes are high, but also we're coming off of an Exa interview where he just dropped an insane KD on Breeze and went, yeah, that was my team. Like, it's humble. Like, he's so humble about it. And I feel like that says a lot about not just Exa, but how SRB are in general. The way that they give credit to each other, it really says a lot about how they view the team as a whole, the shared perspective of them really being a well-oiled machine, being a unit in that kind of regard. And when they're shooting back the way that they're shooting back, and you know that that's how this squad functions, a scary prospect to go up against considering their experience in comparison.
I mean, we have to talk about the Humble King himself too, and what we got to see within that last series. Because again, reminder, that Breezy or Roy for Exa, like, that was insane. The 27-9, like, and we were also in the green room talking about just, again, how young this player is to do what he's doing at his age. It's, I don't know, mind blown.
It's so mind-blowing. It doesn't, I can't compute, guys. I genuinely cannot compute. This player is born at the end of 2008. Okay, he's still a baby. He's 17 years old, guys. He looks the coldest on the roster, including the world champion coach, including the 2 tier 1 players. Like, my brain does not compute how it's just another day in the office for him on land right now. He's dropping bombs. He looks confident. He's making plays. There's no hesitation. It's just, it's insane. It really is. It's really fascinating. It's really crazy. I hope I'm doing this justice in terms of how insane that is. But I think, yeah, that's just, he's one of many people on this roster that are like that, right? It's only a matter of time before Smoke heats up. It's only a matter of time before Satellite's popping off, right? I mean, we started seeing Satellite popping off towards the end of the series, but it's really just, again, a matter of time. And I think there's no shortage of potential. And of course, Exa right now is at the forefront of it. But that just speaks to the level of that you have to reach to play against SRB and take a win from them.
Well, even when we were in the green room talking about Exa earlier, Roy, it was that nod of, you know, the time that he had on T1 Academy, just the experience that he's had at such a young age, being able to build this player up and really form him into the type of player that he's able to be now. And I think that humility that we also see in a lot of those interviews, paired with just the insane mechanics and game decision making that we see from him, is the perfect storm. Like, you really couldn't ask for more from a young gun. And if anything, hey, I'm gonna shill a little bit here, guys. Let him be proof of investing into young talent early.
Ouch.
So 100%. I mean, the kid's gonna be a superstar one day. But of course, let's focus back in on today and the near future in the series we have up ahead and talk about our map picks and bans. Ascend, we just saw SRB here. This is where they took a loss, but again, I think this is a team a little bit warming up. They traveled, etc. So that'll be quite interesting to see. And Breeze as the decider. I mean, Roy, we just saw a dominant SRB there, but again, highlighted that Contra yesterday in their match. Like, this was the triple OT, so that should be a really, really close affair.
Yeah, this first map kind of makes sense when you take into account that Ascent kind of low-key looks the shakiest map for SRB, right? Like, yeah, they're doing kind of well on it, but it's not like none of the wins have been convincing, but the losses have looked, you know, like pretty abusable. So I think it kind of makes sense to the Contras picked up on that. They've gotten a bit of a whiff on that. So I think the first map makes a lot of sense. That being said, though, we are just coming off that map. They have played it. They've gotten their warm-ups in, and I think a lot of the things that maybe were going wrong are probably being discussed coming into this map. So I'm sure that SRB, and historically speaking, they seem to always bounce back in these kind of rematches, or kind of like when they replay some of these maps. So again, look to see how they've adjusted and how they patched up their holes on that map.
Yeah, I think this is a tough veto. Honestly, I agree with the Ascent call out, but as the veto goes on, definitely feeling SRB sided, especially when you kind of look back to see the results from Contra within LATAM North. And all things considered, with the map changes as well, Pearl was one of their best maps previously. I think, a little bit of a tough affair and a tough hill to climb. I feel like Ascent is the most important map then for Contra to be winning, because they want to make it look comfortable. They want to make it look solid, considering that those holes that you were talking about. And I feel like they need that cushion also heading into Lewis.
Yeah.
And we need to get specific too, and why Ascent is so important, right? It's because SRB is 7-2 on Lotus, guys. It's been their most played map. They have an insane win rate on it, and it's the map where Smoke has farmed people. Like, yes, he's playing the chamber, and it's kind of, it's kind of obvious what he's doing. Like, he's not even doing anything that is like 500 IQ. He's just playing standard chamber. But it's how comfortable and how scary he is when he's playing solo, and you have to risk so much utility or player lives to push him back, and you have to constantly confront Smoke. There's really no other way around it. So I think it's definitely a terrifying second map right here for Contra for sure.
Especially too, I mean, looking at their own results as of late, like 0-3, like it's just not something that is too strong for them. But I want to kind of zone in on the Ascent a little bit more, because I definitely agree with when we've seen Shopify Rebellion take a loss somewhere, we normally see a bounce back, but that's normally after at least a day, right? Not normally the back-to-back within the matches. I'm wondering, even if on the side of Contra, like if they got the opportunity to kind of watch through that Ascent that we just saw, Ash, coming out from SRB, to even further just make sure SRB can't get too much momentum there. So I'd be like, I definitely think it's a must-win for Contra, and I'd be very intrigued on how they can counter SRB.
I think one of the main takeaways is what worked well in the last game that we saw for 2G was they were looking to punish Smoke a lot on those lurks, really not allow him to get that value on that lurking op, that kind of passive presence for the rest of SRB to kind of call off of there as well. So I think that is one thing that's like definitely a win condition, is just being aware of how they want to position Smoke and ensuring that he's not going to get that lurk value and consistently cut off those rotations. But the other one is, honestly, even though Ascent looked shaky, a lot of it came down to the synergy when it came down to that utility, and how spacing, timings were maybe slightly off as they warmed up. Though in the series, we saw those timings tighten. We saw SRB enter that flow state. So honestly, I'm just not as worried about Ascent, considering the earlier map that we saw, because of how SRB have been able to come back in that last map against 2G.
I mean, talking about the history of Contra on Ascent, like we talked about the reps that SRB have on Lotus, like Contra have reps and reps on Ascent as well. Like it's something that looks so strong for them, like 80% win rate when we're looking back at their stage 2. And I love too, if we get to see it again today here, Roy, that they go into the deadlock and the Cypher as well to be able to kind of shut things down. I feel like it's been a second since I've got to really see the deadlock, but like I love it. Like I feel like too, that could be something that is kind of tricky to go up against.
I agree, and I think a lot of people, when they see this double Senti comp, they automatically assume the comp is very defensive, but it actually has so much to work with on the attack side, and oftentimes that comp actually gets more rounds on attack than it does on defense somehow. It's a little weird. I can't really explain it in a short amount of time, but yeah, I think don't be fooled by the fact that they're starting on the attack side. I think they're very strong, and I think it's very easy, and especially considering the fact that we've seen SRB have, a bit of dysfunction on that defensive side, and they've had a hard time getting things rolling. So I think this is the first map. Again, there's a lot of pressure on it, and Contra, there's no time for warm-ups. There's no time for getting jitters out of the way. Like, they need to come in, they need to be confident, and they just need to play their game and just come out as quickly as confidently as possible here.
Yeah, and going into our predictions before we head into our agents for the series ahead, I just have to say, like, I'm sorry, that's all. I mean, the fact that they just played yesterday, I think was just my biggest deciding factor in this. Like, that's just a lot of, like, they're getting ready for that best of 5, and then they have to get ready for 2 best of 3s today. Like, right, that's just a tough draw.
Yeah, I mean, they've also were playing on the previous patches too in yesterday's match, so they're swapping the patch notes and the map pool completely, which obviously puts them at a bit of a disadvantage. But I will play the devil's advocate, because obviously all the signs are pointing to SRB favoredness here on the desk, it seems. So I will put a little devil's advocacy in there, okay? What if the fact that they're already comfortable playing on these setups is the deciding factor? What if they're already comfortable, they've gotten their jitters out of the way? It's going to be interesting.
I think the other thing for me to play the devil's for me as well, though, here with this head-to-head is Honestly, yes, there is that opportunity to be a little bit more comfortable going into this matchup, but overall, I feel like they have less to lose. Like, you have a team like SRB where you have players like Xander, like Nature, trying to get back to that big stage. But we've built up Contra as this squad of young gun players where we have seen a player like Pelencito previously, you know, add Ascension and whatnot. But the fact that they haven't reached that tier 1 level, it feels like they don't have that pressure that SRB do to make it all the way to the big stage.
And I think the hunger is a massive factor here as well. But to correct myself, they actually have been playing on their most recent patch recently. So I think that kind of does bring things a little bit back in Contra's favor in my eyes. But that being said, it's still going to be a hard-fought battle. And guys, I'm very excited for this match. Obviously, SRB taking a win right here pretty much solidifies them to move on to tomorrow's grand finals. So exciting times here for SRB. Can they finally make that leap, right? They've had the second place curse for so long, 4 events in a row, looking to break it now. And of course, for Contra, they're looking to break through. It's a beautiful story. I'm here for it. I'm seated. We're about to see an absolute banger here on Ascent.
I mean, for Shopify Rebellion, if it's a second place curse, it means they have to make their way into the grand finals, right? But the shape they've been in today has been so strong. But getting into the Agents, make no surprises, that double Antigone with the deadlock and that Cypher here Ash coming on display yet again for Contra.
I think Roy talked about how deadly this composition can be on the attack because of some of those crazy wombo combos that you can hit with that deadlock, especially the grab net. But it's not just that you have to look out for. It's the fact that the deadlock util gets even more oppressive getting into that post-plant situation with the double Senti. So for SRB, ideally on defense, they don't even want to let Contra on site.
I mean, it's time to get started with this series. Contra just coming off of their grand finals yesterday, having to face again today up against the Shopify Rebellion Black warmed up. It's time to say who's going to be taking the first map on Ascent as we get started with your casters. Back over to Marks and Shio.
Let's get it ready. 2/3 of the day about to pass us. Thank you so much, Sierra and the desk. Lots to break down from that last match and Contra, a new team that we're about to see here. Marks, what do you make of this roster and this setup coming in, the composition up against SRB that we just saw play Ascent?
I'm so curious to see how this one works out. I do agree with what points Roy was making specifically around that deadlock. I think that deadlock brings a lot to the attack specifically. Usually, of course, you got the net, you know, you trap someone in there, woo, we pounce on them and kill them, it's great. But it's that post plant that really deadlock comes alive in and can just be so annoying. Always that mesh gets set up in front of things while the Cypher utility can be set up behind. So the big thing that I have to watch out for here is how SRB are going to make sure that they can stop Contra from even getting that spike down, because as soon as that spike goes down, it's going to be an uphill battle.
Contra, we're facing Streamer Arena, I believe, in their stage 2, week 2 as well, where I think is one of the only times they were able to play against a Chamber, and that one 13-3 really shut Yarwis down completely, a player that we've seen a little bit overall inside that stage of Challengers as well. That being said, the biggest advantage that Shopify and Black have here is their not wacky but unique composition, having the double Sentinel Chamber and Sage. Contra have not played against this style of comp before. They're really good at shutting down double duelist comps, and those are the ones that are kind of, you know, I think plaguing Latam more than anything else on this side of Ascent. I'm wondering now that we're finally jumping into Ascent here, how they handle double Sentinel, because they haven't, at least as well with Chamber and Sage, gone up against a comp like this before.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of questions, specifically how we just got to see SRB set this up. One of the big things is Exa being so tricky with those barrier orbs, right? Like, you saw how much of a distance that he's able to get them set up, and it didn't really matter in that previous matchup because, well, we got to see 2G just kind of fly through over top of it or just completely circumvent it. But BBBC, I mean, Contra don't really have the exact same tools to try and make that one work. Great position from Smoke.
There goes one of the best tokens and tools that Contra has for the moment. No deadlock wall for the post plant, and a really nice heist kill from the side of SRB and Smoke. They're gonna reaggress, restructure their composition as well, and where everyone is to find more value. Again, Exa loves pushing those extremities when there is silence. That wall gaining so much information for SRB as well as it gets picked apart.
That's just so annoying, especially on a pistol round. And the way that it's set up, it's like, oh, bro, we're going to have to cut down how many blocks in a row just to be able to enter in? Finally, though, Contra. They're going to have that avenue opened up. Shopify Rebellion Black, like, look at the positioning there. And especially after hearing that drone, I mean, they're going to be walking into, at minimum, 3 members if they decide to end A.
Close the door themselves and kind of stop the split coming in. Smoke gets another pick as well. Getting back into mid. They don't have to worry about door at all. Dashing in, Satellite's there to protect. I think Xbox just shoots him blind. Okay, if SRB've got the breeze momentum still coming through in this one, gonna be seeing another fast game with some problems. But Marks, the biggest thing that we saw in Ascent from SRB, they had a little bit of a sizable lead, a 3-round lead against 2G, and they took their foot off the gas. This time, a bit of a difference in the setup. They're playing closer to mids. They're playing up really far and retaking space. They understand against double sentinels, you can cheat a lot more on the defense side.
And that's the big thing, right? Like, in addition to all of the points that you've made, which is awesome because you make a bunch of great points when it comes to Valorant, there is the question about how much that might have just been about getting nerves kind of shaken off, because it looked a lot shakier from the Shopify Rebellion Black that we necessarily see, and already so aggressive. Satellite gets 2. Okay, hey, that works out.
Scans coming in as well. Molly burns another one. Exa filling in the gaps. That was one of the ways that 2G was finding lots of value against SRB, was taking mid a lot and going for the splits against Contra now. It feels like SRB's gotten that practice off that first game, are able to make sure they don't lose sight of advantages on the defensive side.
And once again, name of the game, stop them before they even get in. And once again, the confidence coming out. You know, we're seeing Satellite not be afraid to just kind of walk through there. Obviously loses the life, but allows for that opening, allowing for Shopify Rebellion Black to kind of push through. I mean, when you see this double sentinel composition, similar to Contra's side, you're like, oh, these guys, they're going to play so slow. They're going to play so defensively. They're not going to push out into us. That simply just does not match the ethos that Shopify Rebellion Black stick to. Like, they're the ones who want to take that aggressive angles with those barrier orbs or smoke or Satellite kind of popping out with the support of Xander.
A very good point. Deadlock Cypher, you want to set things up and then have a reaction. Chamber Sage, you always want to have action first, moving forward, finding Rebular, then putting Util down, then going for a rendezvous. Next, but are you caught or is your team Contra? Paganus again going for a bit of a cheeky play alone, had the team behind them, but not going to find value. And again, one of the win cons for a Contra going to be first blood.
You can see all of them. They're like, what do you mean Satellite pushed through and killed one of us while still being stuck? You're kidding me, man. And then they all have to retreat, and so they burn a lot of utility as well, which should have been the initiating factor.
Another Satellite play, by the way, where he puts a molly all the way up top and breaks some space while he peeks. I'm not sure if Contra is used to this.
Now Smoke is up forwards. Look at Hexa as well. So ready to put the barrier orb up as soon as they spot him, and actually
second layer. Wait for the second layer. The trap wall to make it even more devious that he's on this angle. Reverse Urongo play. I mean, this time he wants to be on this side. He's not going to be icing the wall down, and he's still alive. Scanned, and still gets the kill. Exa on this bonus. Disgusting. Crunch down the 1v1. We highlighted this guy to be equivalent to just Smoke. Has that skill to win. Updraft dash. You might have been seen. I'm not sure if you got to look at exactly where Xander is, but he hears that TP. Xander, so good with playing with patience, playing with that time. Spike planted over. Cloudburst to give Crunch one more angle, and he wins it for the team. But what a good bonus for SRB.
Oh my goodness. How does Exa get away with it, man? Like, someone called the police. This must be illegal. I couldn't believe that Exa was able to make that happen without a rifle in hand. I mean, sure, it's just a bulldog, but so much value gained. And really, I mean, we highlighted Crunch here as being that player who has that prowess. And if you've seen the previous game before, was on that chamber quite a bit in playing that operator battle, which was something that we were kind of hyping up, but at the same time, just has that raw mechanical prowess to take kind of those engagements and knows he can kind of go in there and one-tap some heads to make it so much easier for Contra to win.
I hit the opener up against Satellite as well, so really nice to see him actually be able to start that round and then end it with a clutch as well. Very creative cloud burst in that opportune moment. Smoke not going to find value in this one. Nature that Odin was able to solve the round. The last match that we saw, I'll keep referring to it, but in this one, he's not in position. It's an A take from Contra.
It's an A take, but a lot of defense getting set up here. Imagine the smoke and then Satellite being able to kind of flash out there. Oh no, Satellite actually backs up. And so this is providing that opening for Contra to make this happen.
Smoke gonna see some legs. Xander can't really find them. Nature gonna be falling down, but at the same time up top, Satellite is not gonna topple over. Xander activated. Peloncito will take the run and back away. Smoke gets a gap to be able to play with. And suddenly it's all down to Theory. A flank Theory is gonna be coming in with nothing to flank with whatsoever. Some space taken on that B side, but the rest of the team is dead.
Unbelievable just coordination coming out from Shopify Rebellion Black that time. Satellite using the run it back to be that showy duelist. And all the while, who else but Xander, as stalwart as ever, finds a couple of kills there, allowing Satellite to be able to get one, and the complete push falls apart. It's just so well orchestrated and so well coordinated from Shopify Rebellion Black. And I think that this is, it's moments like those that you can really understand why we predicted this team collectively as the Deskin casters, because when they shine and hit those peaks, it looks so damn good.
Xander's anchor has just been so absolutely monumental for any team he's facing to deal with. It feels like he has the impact of 2 players every time he's just on a site. And Marks, we were mentioning it all throughout the day. SRB's teamwork is so good. Every time they choose to peek, even from different positions, it's always 2 players to deal with. Really good shots from Peloncito, but again, the amount of time it took to solve that problem, Smoke was able to get his own peek. The timing from SRB is key here on Ascent.
And they're as cool as cucumbers over there. I mean, we saw them get hyped up against 2G, but now they're just locked in. They've got the warm-up. They're ready for it. They're in the zone. And they're making it look nice and easy. Theory going to be the only person with that rifle carried over from that last round. Otherwise, it's just going to be a pistol across the board. Xander does get spotted out here, but still doesn't even teleport away. So that is confidence, especially with Satellite just around the corner if necessary.
He's mogging him right now. Guy got scanned, still won't move. I know it's classics, but goddamn. Looking over that molly coming in. Flash as well from Satellite. The net will take him down, but I believe his hot hands last a bit longer than the net as well. You can insta take off the net, still have the advantage to see what's up. They finally are able to win the space. It's taken so much time though. Smoke also challenging that bot mid dark cover. He's going to be able to maybe push Theory behind. You mentioned Theory having the only rifle. It's really interesting that Contra's not in a position to recycle it. Smoke in the same spot as Pistol. Found out by Theory. And that's an earl theft.
Such good information, especially with those blades popped. It's totally doable as they move in here.
Come in. Again, not going to have the weapons to be able to play with. Crunch with the knives. Going to chop down Xander. It's just not possible. That guy's too good. Theory, though. The only rifle pushing forward. The greed trying to get position on Xander. Spike will be over at A. It's all up to Peloncito, who we've seen can land good shots.
Yeah, Xander, though, trying to go for the big brain play. Already moving all the way around. Peloncito still looking to try and get some weaponry, but not able to find it. The one good thing is that Xander is 29 HP.
The smoke came out just a bit too early. If Xander wanted to take things over from here. Never mind. He's good. I was about to say Peloncito might get the check, and ace from Xander on the anti-eco. But that being said, very impressive because he had to really save that round.
Yeah, that's kind of crazy. I mean, once again, you can see the confidence kind of coming through. Xander being the player who was really just kind of consistently able to, Shopify were consistently able to rely upon when it came to those hard situations, is the words of that I was trying to say there, but proves it yet again, especially on that extremely long flank, you know, sending out the smoke, making it seem like that was a traditional angle, completely confuzzled Contra. And that makes sure that SRB continue their lead 4-1.
The way they've chosen to put Smoke as well has been very interesting. By himself, not too much support. This time though, activated and actually supported by his team.
Yeah.
Moving forward, net coming in. He's able to rendezvous off that one. We have a listen in here with SRB.
4v5. Okay, Jiggle from vent, watch your side. I'm gonna have it. Play on the ping, Jiggle like Wally or whatever.
Yo, in 10 seconds I drone, okay? I'll just find out. Can you hold the dart soon? While I drone? In case I don't. 3, 2, 1, droning. No noise, boys, at all. I see nothing B, nothing B.
I think we're on the line. I'll be off your trip. You're okay, Tom.
He could be walking in there now.
Carry.
Mid 3 as well.
I have mid 3.
You could be cat, right? Yeah, it could be cat, yeah.
Could be jet smoke.
I'm gonna reclaim it.
It's still nothing B.
Wait, Sivers up.
Nice, boys. Cat.
Nothing else.
Probably a man.
You have spawn? I have a cat now.
Right, if they come back.
One more, I'm on. Not it.
Smoking at man.
Off me now. Go.
One gun.
Last guy should be in man. Should be.
Down mid. 30 seconds left.
One thing is asterisks.
Yeah, want orb set? I can blind wide.
Yeah, go.
Blind wide. Ready, go.
Can be a man, I think.
Fight this guy, man. Oh, money's not crazy,
10
but just go slow.
I think, man.
Joe, and I think it might be a market, though. And he's close market. I'm alright.
Nice. Let's go, baby.
Alright. All good, boys.
Good shit.
Let's go.
Oh man, such good and crispy comms coming out from SRB there. I mean, just so aware of all the positions and letting each other know, like, hey, I'm going to use this utility on this end, or I'm going to wait the 10 seconds before I use my thing. Especially also understanding that the initiator utility has been buffed, and so the cooldowns are a little bit quicker. But the most important thing was just pinging out those positions to let each other know, and most importantly, calling for help, being like, hey, I think there's a guy over here, I'm gonna swing him. And sure, they were finding the kills, but just in case things go bad, another player from SRB was gonna be able to hold it down. And once again, I think the biggest story that we've talked about when it comes to Shopify Rebellion Black is just how well coordinated this team is. And I think that last comms check really highlighted that one.
A timeout from Contra, as these guys on SRB are so well linked, like Marks is saying. I also want to highlight, a lot of the times there's an IGL for the team that loves to mid-round. They're always very vocal. They decide where the pressure really is put down across the entire map at all times. I'm loving that there's kind of a hot seat, a hot potato at, if Cat is the main focus, that's Satellite's job. He will be the most vocal. If B has a question, the B player will be most vocal in that situation. Satellite calling for smoke to peek off of him on that angle as well. He was kind of the IGL in that round, in that moment, the entire time. He was making the calls, and it's so good that Smoke is able to immediately adjust, knives the ego down a little bit, and then swing off of his angle. Again, if one person dies on SRB, I just feel like two callers pop up. And they're a hydra of IGLing, I feel like, all across the board, especially on defense and ascent. Question is, can they hold on? Because aggression did temper them down a bit from 2G, and they weren't able to hold that lead.
Call that the pool party buff, according to Exa during the interview. You know, they're all hanging out by the pool, getting to know each other, and truthfully, that does help build that trust. And I think that trust in each other has been something that Shopify Rebellion Black have been building throughout stage 2, throughout stage 3, and is the reason why they're able to play off of each other so well, like we just got to saw on that last round.
This time, Nico coming in. Last one got messy because Theory had a rifle and was able to pick Smoke apart. He was by himself against that eco, and then he found even more singular fights, one-on-ones over and over again. Seems to be a bit of a pause on all sides. I see hands off of mice and keyboard. Say tech pause in 3 best of 3s. It'll happen in match 2 at least. You know, at least we escaped in match 1, but we got to wait and see what's up.
Yeah, I mean, well, you know, one of the fun things about LAN is that we've got all these players in the exact same room, so you get those moments where they're standing up just like, what's up guys, I'm him, and then you get these other moments where it's like, something's not working now, so no, we just gotta kind of make sure that everything is going to be good. But it is a moment to pause in what is going on between Contra and SRB, and one of the things that I think is worth highlighting once again is SRB, they've warmed up into things. They looked shaky on the very first map appearance, and once they got used to the environment, they sound all chill, they sound all calm and collected, they sound like they're just having fun. And on the flip side, Contra, I mean, we're talking, they just finished up finals yesterday, they lost finals yesterday, unfortunately, and they now find themselves here. And sure, they played on this stage yesterday in order to try and make that one happen, and so they are familiar with the tech, but at the same time, you know, you were really banking that you were going to be able to take it all the way there and you wouldn't have to be in this position that you find them yourself now. And really, how much prep can you do against these other teams that you're going to be running into? You really just kind of stick to your own strategies and hope for the best, which might be one of the reasons that Shopify Rebellion Black have a leg up on Contra.
It's just that confidence. It's just that experience from this team overall. So far on the day, though, if you're, you know, you have to call it an early MVP, Marks. Who are you giving it to? Let's say SRB win it all.
Okay, you asked that like it's a question. Come on, did you not just see the last match? It's obviously Exa. Like Xa's just been, Xa's just been fragging out of his mind, and even when punished, even when the other team are trying to find those opportunities to kind of surround and isolate the Spokes player, doesn't matter. Xa's still able to walk away with 2-3 kills, and that is more than enough to stall things out and give Shopify Rebellion Black time to do what they want to do.
Absolutely. And then 2G have another match coming up against Contra after this. I feel like we still saw some good stuff from them. The Ascent win too. Yeah, not as active as on Breeze, and there were some issues on that split match as well. What would you say for them? Who was the outlier that performed really well on their team?
Oh, it's a little bit tough. I think when it comes to 2G specifically, one of the players that I really just highlighted was Brinks. I think that Brinks has just been firing out of his mind. I think that the 2G style of play is very aggressive. Like, they're looking for those opportunities to just kind of spring their traps. They're introducing novel plans that sometimes work out, sometimes it doesn't quite work out in their favor. But Brinks, in so many clutch scenarios, has always been willing to take that fight and always been willing to try and find that win.
Absolutely. I think in this one too, looking at Contra in general, the biggest player, again, that we highlighted a little bit, and I've seen some of the fandom as well around him, Crunch needs to be the one. Yeah. You know, you're playing Ascent. I guess you're not starting on your side, but you know, you're in the driver's seat with the best agent on the map to be able to have a nice bit of change with the Jet. Like, Crunch needs to be the guy making the biggest difference, at least on attack as well. You have such a big job by yourself, being, you know, having to dash in, do things just because you have double Sentinel. He will be the key to maybe get, you know, ops off the proper angles. He's one of the reasons they have the only round on the board right now, having one of those first trades or bloods coming into it for the team, and then a nice clutch against Xander towards the very end. You got to be able to just lock it down if you're on the side of Contra right now. That being said, a lot of the times when you look at this composition, the Cypher deadlock, sometimes even in tier 1, it's a 10-2 half defensively. This comp is really all in on the defense side. Even if, like, you know, this is an 8-4, 9-3, I don't think the match is over, Marks, if Contra wins a pistol.
Yeah, I mean, anything is possible. This is the beauty of Valorant.
Absolutely. The next possibility that we're going to run into is a break on this tech. We'll be right back, guys. Take it easy. Hopefully fix things soon.
Dando fuga, vai! Dando fuga, vai! Não tenta bater de frente, sabe que lá tá fazendo macete. Desce até o chão, ela tá doida pra colar com a gente. Fazendo macete. Ela tá doida pra colar com a gente. Tá dando fuga, vai! Dando fuga, vai! Não tenta bater de frente, sabe que lá tá fazendo macete. Desce até o chão, ela tá doida pra colar com a gente. Fazendo macete. Ela tá doida pra colar com a gente.
Let's jump back in.
Woo! Yeah, we're literally just right back into the swing of things now that everything has been reset here, and we're all kosher. We're all nice and standard. Everything is good. And SRB, once again, kind of coming back into this one, have just been looking absolutely dominant. And Contra, unfortunately, losing that last round, that was going to be their rifle round, and so we're right back down to pistols here. But they do have 3 ultimates to kind of work off of. So if they're able to find a pick, find that opportunity for opening, then they do have a chance potentially for a thrifty.
Just Odin. Gonna push back Crunch a little bit. He gets tapped a little bit up in the head, in the shoulder. Smoke looking for the dart or something. Slow gonna make the dash not go anywhere. And now Exa gives a chance to the team to rattle back a bit. Dice again, and that wall's gonna stop everything for now.
Satellite, though, so aware of where they could be going, and yeah, is able to find one. Palencito at least trading that one back, but Xander just on the other side. Make sure to find that trade. And just like that, it's all down to theory. So no ultimates get expended here, which is the best case scenario as Exa finds yet another kill, making this now a 6-1 lead for Shopify Rebellion Black.
Round for Contra will come in very soon. They'll be able to have those rifles up, and Crunch going to be attack opping on this one. So expect a very slow round and lots of space taken for the team. That annihilation from Paganus as well, going to be huge to swing things in their favor. If you guys are wondering about why that pause happened, I think there was just a bit of lag on some of the players' PCs. So for a Chrono Bacon, a reset to 5-1, and then the game crashed. So I think they had to catch up the entire game again, which is why we had a bit long of a break. This time, though, to 6-1, we should be fine.
And yeah, one of the things I'm looking at yet again is how this deadlock works on that attack. We talked about how it's so good in that post-plant positioning, but we still haven't seen that opportunity really for Contra to get that spike down nice and clean. And even when they find value, SRB have doing a fantastic job of making sure that no one can capitalize on it. Specifically, Satellite still getting kills despite getting swept up multiple rounds, and that's criminal. Smoke goes undetected. Oh no.
He must have been seen. There's no way. I think might have tossed that drone towards the right side. Yeah, Smoke doesn't even want to bother with risking it. He leaves. Lets the drone clear a lot, though. It's kind of crazy. A mid-take coming in. A bit of a spray. Annihilation used so prematurely with no extra information coming in. I mean, you must have droned that a bit, right? You could have seen something, and that Odin was so far away. They predicted Shopify's trap play. Maybe the Odin was masking a position in market, and they come up swinging nothing.
You smoke 3 and we do nice a little bit.
Alright.
3, 2, 1.
Break that door.
It's an in from Contra here.
Okay?
Wall's breaking B right now.
Need to break that shit.
Get ready B slot. Get ready B slot. I'm TV backside B now. Big man. 2B. Silver Sage. Silver Sage B. Cancel. We have to go.
Know that shit?
We have to go back A, guys.
20 seconds, bro. 20 seconds. Go.
It's Silver Sage. Smoke is spawn now. Smoke is spawn.
3, 2, 1. They're on side. Alright, I'm gonna cross. 3, 2, 1.
10 seconds
mid.
left.
He's cat.
What happened to B?
Oh, he walked.
Excellent job from Shopify Rebellion Black to kind of shut that one down. And as we got that listened in to Contra's comms, one thing that stands out to me is just, you know, what is going on? A little bit of miscommunication, it seems, in what the actual game strategy was. Towards the end of the round, specifically, like, oh no, cancel this side, let's go this way. Oh no, we've only got 20 seconds left. We have to commit to one of these sites. One of the things that I noted, especially watching the game yesterday in those comms look-ins, is sometimes the wires are getting crossed on what they want to do, and those miscommunications have opened up the door for SRB to be able to find their gaps.
Contra seems to have a pre-game plan that doesn't go their way if somebody gets picked. I feel like Crunch was a big factor in that round, needing to pick with the op, and when he fell, I think that was the last thing Contra expected. Smoke still active with this one. Again, a thrifty from the side of Contra. And this is the complete opposite situation for SRB on Ascent here. They're looking flawless in defense right now.
And once again, it comes down to that preparation that I think that 2G did in being able to counter out Smoke, have some game plans to make that uncomfortability such an important factor against SRB. But Contra, I mean, they're sticking to something that's a little bit more expected. And look at Smoke. He's just an armed cannon ready to just mow everybody down.
One enemy remaining.
Rendezvous comes in as the Smoke pops up, so he's able to disrespect things if he wants to. Talk about disrespect. Exa's going in for it. Donation in theory, who might make the round a bit more expensive, but I don't think it matters too much. Look at the, what, 4 players maxing out on money?
Oh boy.
I mean, They could lose the round, they'd be happy. SRB at this point, like it's crazy.
Oh, to be the 1%, Shile. I can only imagine. As Shopify are sitting on top.
I know the only person is like what, Roy, who has like 7 houses, and like 14 pet animals, exotic breeds as well. I think he's the top 0.1%. You guys can talk to him about that. But all of us, everyone playing on the server, except for SRB, humble people.
Hey, I'm really glad that you made that real because I heard the rumors, but now that I've got the confirmation, we're going to have to talk to Mr. Stronglegs after this one. But yeah, I mean, there's likely a timeout being called right now for Contra as they just simply have not been able to get anything figured out online. And taking a look at their matchup in that finals yesterday, one of the things that I noted was when they get stalled out, especially on the attack, I don't want to call them collapsing like a folding chair, but it really feels like they struggle to just find anything. It's so much more difficult for them to be able to find something. And even when they find that first blood, they weren't necessarily able to convert the rounds over into their favor. And I think that we're seeing now what happens when they can't even find that first blood just because Shopify Rebellion Black are feeling that sharp. And so a lot of warning signs being tossed up for Contra at the moment, especially given the map veto really heavily favoring Shopify in that second and third map. This is a very important map for them to be able to turn around. And I think that's the reason why we're seeing this time out.
Lock in with it. No op for the side of Crunch, so he's going to be able to entry for the team. There's not many options Contra has with this composition in terms of actually breaking those entryways, breaking those, I'm going to say the break points on the map to actually get onto these sites. Again, it's just Crunch kind of going in. Deadmos also has to be the guy who moves forward with Jet, teleporting onto site. The biggest thing about a comp like this is once it actually does hit a site, it's so hard to retake with a barrier mesh, everything involved on the side of Contra. Xander trying to hop over. And that nobody in main. That Fury gonna be electrifying. Cad packing us down again. Pelancito gone and Crunch falls. Every tool that is used to get space to move onto site has been raised by SRB.
And another opportunity where we see that net catch somebody and SRB are just ready for it. I mean, you see Xander immediately teleport out after getting a bit of information, and then Nature comes through with the ultimate, the Hunter's Fury, from an excellent location to just shut it all down.
30 seconds
it's so well protocoled. It's so well practiced. SRB showing no cracks in their formation just quite yet as Satellite finds one, but Theory still alive trying to make it happen.
Last enemy taken out.
Nexus there. It's all good. The biggest difference I'm seeing here as well, no flashes really from the side of Contra. There's people getting netted over and over again since pistol round, holding angles, holding one ways, nothing really after the net to help this team get any kills.
It's actually such an excellent point. I mean, you see just how scary smokes are for Contra specifically. Like a smoke comes down, they're all like, all right, everybody, let's chill out a second because we can't just walk out into it. We know that these guys are going to out-aim us. So let's just slow things down. And then they get stuck into that stall. They get stuck into not being able to do anything.
Still, this is a double sentinel defensive comp and a defensive sided map for SRB who have momentum. I said it before, I'll say it again. Sometimes comps like this on both sides go 10-2 on defense. Cypher Deadlock should not be overlooked as a comp that can gain momentum and really start to put up rounds when we get on that side of the game. That being said, I'm saying 10-2. 11-1 would be devious for SRB. This round from Contra needs to be converted. Action diving in, net, seen, not heard though. Cloudburst, nothing for Crunch to play off of. Molly on the ground, nobody can go past as well. What is Pelancito doing? What are Contra even trying at this point? Whatever it is, they gotta change it up. One more chance left. Exa surgical with the last bullet. And that might be them not even on a live corpse. That might be them at the morgue looking at Contra right now, cutting him apart. This body has no life in it.
Oh man, Ascent. Who knew that it was actually a mausoleum? Well, turns out Shopify Rebellion Black are demonstrating that point exactly. This just looks clinical coming through for them. And I have to say, it really comes down to those flashes. I love that you raised that point because that time they're ready to go in and it's just Xander who uses that paranoia and everybody from Contra stops. Everybody stops right in their heels, making sure that Crunch is completely isolated, can't even see. And then that's just Satellite being like, all right, time to brawl, flashes out and kills everybody. And this time though, at least ready for it, Satellite getting punished on that hyper aggression.
WinCon for Contra is putting one more round on the board. I'm telling you, 10-2, still doable. If they wake up on that pistol round on the defensive side. We'll start to push forward. What is that? A smoke? Contra can't do anything.
No.
Gotta wait 15 seconds. I mean, they have a nice mid position. The biggest thing you can do with this comp if smokes are an issue is gain space on the map. And that's exactly what Pelancito and Theory want to do.
And all the while, speaking of smokes, Smoke has been pushing out of these, so that's good information. Oh, here we go. And the rest too. Oh, brother.
You're able to just get away with it. No punish. Crunch dashes past. Look at Theory. Look at Theory's position, though. This is what they're waiting for. But look at the rest of SRB. Drone used because they know exactly how this team wants to play. Finally capitalizing past that net. Wall down for Satellite to play around. He gets finally solved now. Xander up on top of Heaven is able to win. Oh, those two fights. Doesn't get the third. Finally a gap. Nature tries to fill it. Where is Valcito going? You closed the door, brother. What's going on? Suddenly a 1v1. Neural theft here. Theory has the absolute advantage. Nature's foot scene, 13 seconds. Will he know? No way, the whiff! Not like this, Contra! You need the round! There's no time! Theory's moving! Oh, Nature's is faster! No time! Has to get the kill! It's 0! No way!
Yeah. Hey, you know what? Me and you both, Effies. I can't believe that round played out the way that it did, but you know what? We've completely foiled the narrative you've been putting together, Shayo. That is that 10-2 defense can't happen because there's no longer even that room for error. We talked about the miscoms coming through from Contra. The confusing, not too sure whether or not they want to commit, what is going on, and once again, it really feels like that is the case when it comes to Contra. Their wires are crossed. They're not too sure what they're doing, and they're opening themselves up into such difficult positions that it's just SRB being able to farm them. And I hate that you're so right. Like, I know we were joking around, woohoo, it's so funny, but the impact that the smokes is having is crazy. They're zoning them like it's an ultimate, and that, like, it's insane.
Genuinely, tech pause coming in again. I'm not sure what they have to check over here for this one in the last round, but maybe the smokes look different on Contra screens. I feel like I'm looking at my ranked gameplay a little bit when it comes to some of the teammates that don't want to enter for me when I come in. That being said, you know, Xander's paranoia, the timing from SRB is good to stop the push. In that last round, they were waiting for Theory. It wasn't just the smokes, they were letting another spot of the map get active. SRB, I have to give credit to them. It's just not Contra slipping on their attack. They were aware. They had that drone come in, pushed Theory back. Theory got found. After that, though, you got to ask some questions about the form Contra's on, Marks. Closing the door yourself, getting on site, tapping, and then trying to jump away. Pelancito, you expect a bit of a better showing there. And even from, you know, the last player, you expect something more from the team.
Oh, I think that's 100% the case. I mean, once again, credits owed where credits due. Contra, they did just come off of playing yesterday, not having a lot of time to prep to get back into this one, not having that opportunity like Shopify Rebellion Black as well as 2G to put together these cohesive strategies. They're just really sticking to their guns on what they have prepped previously. And that counter-stratting is something that is so strong for Shopify Rebellion Black. They're the type to do their homework. They're the type to do that practice, get those reps in so they understand exactly what they're getting into. And I mean, this time around, like, we just get to see them farm Contra. Contra are really struggling even to get a foot in the door. And then even when they finally do, somehow they confuse themselves, letting Nature walk away and time the other person out. It just simply should not be a thing.
At all.
Yeah, a little bit of a tech pause once again, because they're sorting things out here, but I mean, once again, taking a look at how this whole map series is put together. I don't want to go too far forwards, but seeing how things have kind of gone, I think it is worth mentioning because Lotus is our second map, which is like the Shopify Rebellion Black map. They've played it so much and are so confident in their strategies here, being the only time that they've dropped it is against M80, the team that won first place. They've swept everybody else. It's always looked so fantastic for them. And meanwhile, on the other side, Contra coming into this have not picked up a single victory on Lotus. And then if you take a look at the third map just on the other side, that being Sunset, I mean, it's just, this is tough. Just to call this made a say, this is really tough for Contra to be able to pull out, but this more or less is going to guarantee SRB's position in that final tomorrow to potentially be in the finals.
Yeah, I mean, again, this just might be that one-off game, like you're talking about. You know, if they even just if they don't even bring it back on the maps, they just have one more chance to kind of show that, okay, at least on maybe round diff or whatever it is, maybe just off the win. Against 2G, they have a chance to stay and gain that confidence back. That being said as well, when you look at the maps between these teams, you're talking about Sunset in general, but Lotus as well as a map is one where you just fight. You can build that confidence. Maybe Contra are just, you know, warming up on that game one. We've seen it from teams like, oh my God, I'm comparing them to Envy right now. We've seen it from like Envy in the past when they're bad on map one, but I think we compared to Envy in this spotlight nowadays might not be the best comparison. Listen, we got to just look forward to Lotus. Not sure what's going to be happening on the next round here when it comes to Contra, but again, Pistol winning that bonus, having a voice here. This could also be where they build it up. I'm mega coping though. I'm putting at least a lifeline for them because the match is not over. I mean, it's always about hitting 13. That being said, just not seeing too much of life in the boys. I mean, Crunch was hyped up and I'm not sure what to believe for the guy. He is dashing in. He's got no help. I'm not sure if it's the comp. I'm not sure if it's the team, but clearly there's something going wrong.
And I think as well, this really is the composition. The weaknesses really showcasing their faces here. Crunch is that hyper aggressive player. Crunch is that first blood, always going to be good for a kill type of player. And a lot of stocks in Contra's game plan is that Crunch can just swing out and win kills. And then suddenly, yeah, you know, if you think about it, hey, Crunch finds a kill early. Yeah, you know, we don't need to flash in because now we can just overwhelm whoever's left onto the site. Life is going to be good. Problem is, that puts a lot of pressure on that first blood to go their way. And yes, Crunch is a fantastic player, but we're going up against a Shopify Rebellion Black who, you know, we talk about Satellite, we talk about Smoke being the two duelists who have been consistently kind of popping off. But right now, we're seeing every single one of them put up heaters and are being able to kind of counter that first blood kill. And even without that first blood, something that was so pivotal at Contra potentially winning a round, like, they're just kind of dead on arrival. And I don't mean to be a doomer, but it really feels like that's the case.
The only thing that's been, I think, lights on for Contra so far has been the Theory lurk in mid. But in that last round, I think due to time as well, Theory starts running. He starts making an insane amount of noise next to grass where pizza is or whatever's going on, especially after I think maybe even breaking the trip. The enemy team, SRB, knows exactly what's going down. And nobody else on the other side for Contra puts pressure because why? There's a smoke on the map. Like you would assume that's where you start to get actives, dash forward into sight, not just across into wine. It's tough right now. And I'm seeing Nature recline the chair a little bit and get into the relaxation pose. I'm not sure how long this tech pause is lasting. It might be again because the game broke, they're catching up, there might be a chrono break. Well, we'll get some more information as to why the tech pause is happening for the moment, but one thing we can note, a lot of the times these tech pauses might thwart a team that's in the lead. Might get their momentum slowed down. Shopify sat through a 30-minute tech pause already, and they didn't skip a beat, right? So there's nothing that's being saved here for Contra.
No, I don't think that's actually the case at all. And it is kind of unfortunate that we are getting delayed in the fashion that we are. But at the same time, I think that this is something that is really cool for a lot of these players. We talked about Contra, obviously this squad of newer players kind of coming in here, giving the old money a run for what they think they knew Valorant. Oh, you were a tier 1 player. Doesn't matter. We're going to try and make it all. We're going to try and win it all and get our spot into VCT. And then on the flip side, SRB, I mean, Smoke's taking off the headset.
Oh God,
that's not a good sign here. But a lot of these players as well, this is their first time kind of playing in a competitive LAN setting. And so it's really awesome to kind of see that opportunity come through.
Yeah, some game issues on both sides. So we're going to take a break for a bit. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Comeback possible?
All right.
I have a wonderful electronic invention I want you to see.
We got to the point where we could control the laws of nature by advanced electronics.
Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. I think we need to go our ways. Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. I think we need to go our ways. Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. I think we need to go our ways. Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. I think we need to go our ways. Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe.
All right, we tap right back in. We interrupt your tech pause day with some Valorant. I know you guys were probably hyped up counting down from 10 over and over again. It is 11-1. We've swapped over to pistols on Contra playing defense. They're home side now with double sentinel here. Marks.
Yeah, once again, that still a lot of work for Contra to do. if they want to be able to come back into this map. An excellent paranoia, but not good enough. Satellite able to find the kill onto Crunch and talk about how important those first bloods are, and it does not fall in Contra's favor.
Comes a TP in all the way towards the top rope. Xander in his own one way here. They're confused, trying to figure out where the teleport is. Frenzy drop down. SRB looking to finish the game on pistol.
An excellent positioning there from Xander. Theory, the only person who's been pretty good on Contra's side, taken out. Baloncito and Pagananis trying to make this one work.
Baloncito, please lock in. Pagananis is there. First pick, 2v2, the most important one from Contra right now. That scan, gonna find both players. Barrier mesh, locking them in this cage. Pagananis, the 2v2 with Baloncito, they're separated. They're here, right for the taking. All down to Pagananis now, who fails to jump. 1v1 stopped by nature. Did they not want it enough? Were they not ready to take that fight? What is Contra doing?
I'm gonna be honest. I'm trying to think of something in that defense there, but it just comes down to a little bit of a stall. To be clear, a stall on themselves. Okay, I was just like, oh yeah, maybe Shopify could have stalled. No, that just simply wasn't the case. They just took a little bit of time, and they just one by one trickle in and get picked off. It's so sad to see, but I mean, when you look at the morale, it's simply not there. SRB 12-1 at the moment. The full buy up on their side. And meanwhile, Contra, Crunch being the only person picking up a Marshall. While Smoke did get pinged up a little bit, but well, looking all fine and dandy thanks to X's heal there. So SRB look to make this a very decisive map.
Three players on this side. Pagananis with the Sheriff is not going to be able to mesh or do anything. The sound defense is down. It's looking rough here for Contra. Satellite going for the orb. They could bring it all the way back to A. Get to run it back to really lock in the entire round, and they're doing exactly that. Could even push it from Cat if they want to. The second Sentinel's on the other side. I'm not even sure the trips can stop them now either. I mean, Contra folding over like wet paper. That's how I think strong they've been this entire match so far as well. Their mental has to come back for map 2 on Lotus.
The mental issue might completely confuzzle them a little bit more, especially given the prowess of Shopify Rebellion Black. The execute come through now. SRB should get this nice and easy. Crunch under pressure, 10 HP, but at least able to get Xander.
30 seconds left.
Started off 4v4, have to still come in, and there's trips on the door. Nature gonna be pushed forward. Nobody coming in from main, so not an issue for now for the attacking team. They can get the spike down, wary to see if there's any trap being set by Contra.
As patient as ever, but finally Plant comes through. 4v4 onto this retake. Crunch only at 10 HP, exactly like you said, but still a couple of tools to work with, specifically Deadmau5 with the paranoia.
Look for finishing this first map over. SRB found on all sides as well. They do have a lot of insurance over towards Cat and Tree. This is it for Contra. They have to win this one now. Going for it. Crunch's Marshall going to be able to see something. Smoke will break glass with an outlaw shot. SRB, 4K for Satellite. I mean, 13-1. Who would have guessed it? This level of confidence coming in. Halfway through the map, felt like it. But at the start, it could have gone any way. Really good showing from them overall. And looking into map 2, their map pick coming through now. Again, this was Contra's map choice Ascent. Shopify struggled on before, Marks. It's doom and disaster.
Yeah, doom and disaster. I mean, that's not the D&D you want to hear if you're Contra, but SRB looking as sharp as ever. And once again, you know, hey, it's been a while since we've been talking just because of that tech bus, so I want to reiterate that I do think that this came down to Contra's composition here. The smokes being such a big deterrent really is telling when it comes to how Contra wanted to take this. They just simply couldn't get activated because they were so worried about the flashes that could happen, about the pushes that SRB were going to do. And as a result of that, a simple smoke landing in front of them stalled them out completely on their attacking half. And at that point, like, you're looking at that 11-1 half, the rest is going to be history from SRB. They're nice and comfortable. They're calm as ever. They didn't even look that hype after winning that matchup. These guys are here because they know that they're going to win this series.
Smoke's respected so much that Riot might even nerf Omen after watching that match. And the longest 13-1 that you've ever seen. I mean, listen, LCQ has given us great things, and it's not done yet. More maps to come in this series.
Trip. Edge. Shame.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
To bring back what Shio said, the longest 13-1 that you have ever witnessed. Going to Ascent to be kicking off this series. I mean, we had questions coming out from SRB, what we would see after seeing Ascent just earlier on within the day. But Roy, I mean, complete domination. Like, what a 180 coming out from them.
Yeah, complete turnover from the first showing on Ascent for sure. And I think off the dome, like the first thing that I'm noticing with SRB in terms of the differences of the first time they played this today was the fact that it felt like a lot of their defensive strategies were more on point and kind of everybody was on the same page. And also felt like Satellite, obviously him having a pop-off game helps a lot, but it's not really the stats for me. Like, yeah, obviously the stats help and getting kills obviously solves a lot of the problems in this game. Winning is important, W. But it's more so the fact that just like the cohesion, just the fact that they're playing off the Phoenix, they're getting a lot of value off the util. until a lot of their setups looked more, you know, like more kind of in line. The protocoling, the way they were moving around on defense, the way they were, you know, taking risk and managing risk was so much better from the first time that we saw it today. And I think it's very clear that, you know, they got the jitters out of the way. And I know we keep saying that, but I think it's kind of important to mention it. But right now it feels like the vibes are up. The you know, the energy looks a lot more light. It feels like, you know, they're playing and having fun, which is important in these kind of games.
Yeah, absolutely. Finally getting a bit comfortable on the stage there, that's for sure. And I think that here for SRB, like we were saying, is a lot of the same setups that we were seeing being run. It's just the timings were a lot better in that spacing, and helps a lot when everybody's like heated up after, you know, that crazy reverse comeback there when it comes down to the game up against 2G. And with this win here as well, Shopify, they've got to feel really good. And now it's on, you know, pressure's on Contra, right? This is a squad where we're wondering, are they going to be able to bounce back? They don't have that same kind of experience, veterancy for these young players, and it would definitely be looking over towards the leadership of a player like Cito to be that player, to be kind of that rock here for this team to ensure that they go into this second map.
I mean, the conversation going into Ascent, I mean, you're saying SRB have to be feeling good. I feel like they have to be feeling they just won this series. I mean, we had highlighted Ascent as a really pivotal map in this series for Contra, right? We look at this Lotus up next, and it is for the Contra fans, not good, I think is going to be the best way I can put it, Roy. I mean, it's SRB's pick. It's one of their best maps. For Contra, it's just not. Like, it's pretty close to just being done and dusted, I'm not gonna lie.
I think it's easier to say that it's looking extremely favorable for SRB. I mean, that's just a fact. But to put on my cope mask for Contra, I think the one thing that maybe we need to take into account is the fact that Lotus is already a really good map for SRB. So I'm thinking, if you're a team that's really good on this map, how much practice are you really doing when you've had holes on other maps, right? Like, it can't be the focus of their practice in the past few weeks, right? Like, surely, like, it could not be the focus because you have issues, the map pool's changing. There's so many things to add. So I feel like for me, the cope is they probably haven't gotten a ton of reps on this map. Like, they're very comfortable with the state of their Lotus. So yes, it is their map pick, but I am curious to see if they, you know, if they've been putting in reps. Are they still fresh on the map? Like, are they, you know, is there a little bit of rust that has built up since they're, you know, they're focusing on a new patch and on a new map pool? There's a lot of questions to be answered for sure.
I'm down to add on to that cope a little bit. I'll placate you with that, because I think that when it comes down to Lotus as well, it's not just what Roy was mentioning here, but it's also the fact that we haven't seen this team of Contra play it since early July, like July 2nd, I'm pretty sure. And historically, throughout, you know, the last stage, they'd been struggling a little bit with what comps they even want to run, the identity of Lotus. So they do have, I can give them a little bit of a boon. Maybe they have an ace up their sleeve on the side of Contra, with the fact that it could be a comp change that we see coming through. They could have been working on this, even like preparing for that final where we didn't get to see this map. So I think there is like opportunity for Contra to try and take SRB by surprise. And if they did their homework as well, there is going to be that understanding of how SRB wants to work this map of Load, especially starting out on defense, knowing that Smoke is going to take those effective.
See, I am grumpy because of those tech pauses, so I'm ripping off those coat masks, okay, guys? You're talking about a comp switch. The last three times we've seen Lotus from Contra, it has been comp switches. Like, I think it's just so exceptionally tough. Like, would I love to see this be, like, this crazy upset? Like, yeah, I think that would be so fun, but you already have the fact that their Lotus just doesn't look like, it doesn't look that strong. And then also, again, SRB coming off of Ascent in the fashion they did, looking back now and Roy, and really being able to see the numbers to reflect on that first one in this series.
Yeah, it's tough.
I mean, we've gotten to see Exa within that first series be on a cooker. Now Satellite's truly heating up. And like, we haven't even seen a takeover of the server of Smoke that we normally get to see at least once per day that Shopify Rebellion plays. Like, that's a tough one for Contra.
And you know what's crazy is, like, Exa's in the middle of the pack and he still almost has 1 kill per round on average. Like, that is insane. I mean, like, Exa had obviously a phenomenal first series. You're coming into this map, you're quote unquote average of the team's performance is already 1 kill per round. Like that, it just shows so much. And then you look at the person that wasn't as heated up in that first series, it was Satellite. He's 18-8. Smoke was having a bit of more of a quiet map as well. He's 11-5. Like everyone seems to be heating up. Xander is slowly creeping up there, even though he had a lot of impact in that first series. Like it's starting to feel like everyone on the SRB side is really coming alive. And for Contra, the room is like the room for error in this match is really shrinking, right? We're going again into a map that heavily favors SRB, at least on paper. So really all we have is the cope. So I think for Contra, the next performance can't be anywhere surely, right? It's not going to be a 13-0, so it can only be uphill or downhill from here. It can only be better from here. So they got the worst performance out of the way, and hopefully now they can just lock in and be like, all right, guys, we got nothing to lose. Let's put our seatbelts on and just have fun. You know, take it easy. Don't stress too much and don't focus too much on the result.
That'll take. I mean, I do feel bad because I feel like Contra got dealt a pretty tough hand in all of this too. The fact that like they had that best of 5 finals yesterday to then lose to be in this spot in the first place, right? Like that is a tough one. Like it's a team that's definitely shown so much potential. We've gotten to see, you know, within those like last matches with like, their journey to get to this point. But again, like this has just been an exceptionally tough hand that they got dealt. But let's talk about where we could see Lotus, you know, maybe go in the proper direction. I mean, Ash, you were talking about a composition swap, something else. Considering what we've seen in the past for Contra, what do we think that they could potentially be cooking up? Because we've kind of seen them all different flavors of Lotus, honestly.
Yeah, that's why I was talking about them having an identity struggle previously on this map, and even floating the idea of a new comp, I think just isn't crazy considering the fact that they were struggling with their identity. But it is do or die at this point, right? Like, sure, they do still have a game to play up against 2G later, but to have their best chance at trying to get to that grand final tomorrow, they want to make this a much closer affair considering how that 2G versus Shopify Rebellion and Black game went earlier on today. So I think that comp changes could definitely come out. I would like, honestly, I want to see some double duelist out from them. I do think that most recent comp where they were running that raised neon does look good overall for this squad, because I feel like they just do need to be maybe like enabled a little bit more when it comes down to how aggressive we know this team can be, just the general aggression that we see from these Latin American teams as well. So I would like to see them running something kind of similar to that raised neon. I wouldn't be mad actually if they kept that old composition with the Vice there, but I could also see them changing things up. I do not predict double controller though. I'm not expecting.
Okay, Roy, what about you? What do you think? You're Contra's coach now, you know, back against the down one in the series. What are you pulling out on Lotus to get this win?
Yeah, with the kind of talent that you have on Contra, I feel like you just low-key just copy paste all of Leviathan's strats. Like they already made the playbook for the comp, so they've already simplified the game to its absolute most purest simple form, right? Just yoink it, just yoink the ideas. You have the players, you have a lot of shooters on this team. Just play a comp that allows you to kind of just play to your strengths, like just, you know, brawl together, fight reduce the protocols, reduce the ideas to have the most simple form, play very simple macro, and just focus a lot more on the way we're executing things. That would be my approach to the current meta and to this current matchup.
Okay. I mean, let's elaborate a little bit more on that too, because again, for Shopify, this is a team that we've gotten to see so much on the Lotus from. Like for Contra, certainly like the fact they just played a finals yesterday, I don't know how much they can specifically like anti-prep, but we've gotten to see Shopify go up against those teams too that have just played like, you know, the simple like good macro at their core, right? And again, like Shopify also has like those insane shooters on their own team. So like that one's, right, like that's still a tough ask of them.
Oh, for sure. And I think the hardest part is breaking through a lot of the structure that they're doing with so little prep time, right? That's really the challenge for Contra right now. And it's, for me, you just look at, even if you briefly looked at some of SRB's history, like maybe you've peeped a couple of their VODs, I think their win conditions are fairly clear, right? It's like, it's usually Chamber on an island, and then kind of the rest of the team playing the game on the defensive side. So I think as long as they've clued into that, they've clued into the smoke, you know, factor in this map, and just like having a really good game plan, even if the comp's absolutely the same, there's no changes, nothing has changed. As long as they know what the win cons here for SRB are and kind of play around it and make sure they can maneuver around the, the fast floods that SRB likes to do and kind of what the Chamber's up to, that should make this a lot more manageable.
You know what, guys? I was thinking about it throughout this whole yap, and I did shout out, the fact that they were running that double duelist previously on the side of Contra. I would not be mad at them actually swapping the Raze out for a Jet there for Crunch. I feel like with the way that he's able to op, just enabling him on that Jet could also be a huge win condition that Contra could set up for, having a little bit more of that fluidity that would be provided. I think that there's a reason why we see the Raze Neon comps, especially going up against those Vice compositions that a lot of teams are running now meta on Lotus, having that Sentinel back into the fray, but knowing that it's going to be the smoke chamber instead, I feel like that additional fluidity would be nice, and you don't need the paint shells when it comes down to, trying to break up those Vice Thorns, because you don't have to worry about that in the comp of SRB. So that could be something that they might float going through to make sure that Crunch is as comfortable as possible. I'm not dogging on his Raze, by the way. I just mean like enabling him on the Jet on that operator could be a big answer, especially going head to head with Smoke, which is something that we were so excited for in this matchup.
Yeah, I like it, especially too, because not just the Raze, because like even in losses, like the Raze has just been absolutely nutty. But a big part of SRB, especially with Smoke, is like kind of sniff out the other opper, and like you don't want to hit into that site, right? So then, okay, are we getting into it? Okay, we're about 3 minutes out. We got 3 minutes of yap, guys. But like Smoke had opened up in an interview about kind of scoping out where the other opper is gonna be, right? And just don't hit that site. And we've gotten to see SRB struggle a little bit sometimes on Lotus when teams play into that. Like, okay, here's the op, let's go somewhere else, and the team's ready. So like, I feel like I like what you're cooking there. We get to see a little Crunch op action, especially too. We had likened Crunch to Smoke, and like being able to see Roy that head-to-head actually come to light on Lotus in a little bit more like a sparkable way would be fun.
I agree. I think there's a lot more for Contra to give than what we got to see in the first map, to be honest. And I think this kind of it leads me into this like random thought that I was having as well, which is like it's the thing that deteriorates performances in this kind of environment is the placing importance on a certain result, right? Like everybody wants to win here, right? Everyone knows this is the end of the line. And I feel like for Contra, maybe they might be really struggling with that right now, right? Because they haven't really had time to decompress from their last match. They're coming in. And I feel like for them, it's just like if they can somehow find themselves in this kind of mindset where they could just play for fun and try to like forget that there's like this match is very important, try to forget that this result matters so much, and just let the players just free flow and just let them have fun and try to get them into more of like a calm mindset. Because I mean, I don't know, this could be like a really bad read, but they look a little tight right now, right? They're looking a little, they're a little nervous, they're a little out of their element. I'm not sure if they're just super locked in. Maybe they are. Maybe I have the wrong read. It's very much possible, but I think for me, it's right now for all these teams in this tournament, it's really just a mental battle. Like it's not the strategy. Like everyone here is good. They have good players. They have good shooters. It's really just a psychological battle here.
I mean, for Contra, they still have another best of 3 after this. So if you're talking about that mental battle, even if we do chalk up Lotus to be a tough one, talking about SRB and the win potential here for Contra, if we can just, maybe get something that is a little bit more free-flowing, like you're talking about them looking tense, maybe if we can get them, like, have them having fun, the vibes up, even if this series isn't meant to be, create some energy here, Ash, that we can take into the next one, right? We still have one more. This isn't your last chance yet. It is last chance qualifiers, but they'll still have one more after this within the round robin to try and take themselves into tomorrow. So maybe we can start seeing a little bit of that if we're not expecting the Lotus win.
Yeah, I would absolutely love to see that energy shining from these players. I think it's definitely difficult after the ascent that we just saw as well, for sure, and how tired I can imagine they are after yesterday's best of 5, knowing that today is such a grueling schedule for them. But the lifting those spirits and having that lightness, I think, could definitely make a huge difference for the squad. We kind of set it up earlier about how this is a team that doesn't feel, I feel like community-wise, doesn't have as much pressure on their shoulders when you compare to SRB, who has a squad where there's a lot more expectations because some of those players have been there before, because this organization's been trying to get that to that level for such a long time. So if Contra can tap into that, I would love to see it, and look forward to also discovering who really is and can be that kind of emotional leader here for the squad.
Okay, getting into agents. Okay, Ash. For Contra, we don't get the Jet, we don't get the double duelist. Instead, we get the Crunch Chamber to face off against Smoke. Okay.
Yeah, I'm not mad about this. I honestly, I know I was like, I'm not expecting the double controller to come out. I genuinely was not, because of how, you know, they like to focus so much on setting up Pegasus and Crunch. But this is really nice. This is going to be such a fun head-to-head to watch between him and Smoke. I cannot wait to see what Bon Contra are gonna do.
I mean, getting into it, again, we have highlighted it to the end and back. Strong map for SRB, but it's time to see how this one's gonna face off for Contra, if they can bring this back. Let's head to your casters, find out.
Live on the line. Thank you so much, Sierra and the desk, for setting this one up for Contra. They're gonna be coming in with a little bit of a switch up. Yep, the chamber is active. Marks, what do you think about this one?
I think it's going to be tough. I mean, already we're getting to see a little bit of that duel. Both of them actually trading one of those headhunter bullets. But yeah, I mean, Contra really just kind of taking a page out of a lot of these other teams' strat books, trying something a little bit more novel. But given the fact that they haven't won this map just quite yet with what they've cooked up on their own, maybe this is a welcome change.
They're used for running, I think, what, the Neon and Rays at the same time. They keep the Neon, take the Rays out of the way. I feel like when it comes to comps, if you're running that double Sentinel comp on Ascent, that's like math class in school, right? When you go to Lotus and you have Jet Rays or Neon Rays coming in, that feels like gym class at the end of the day. It's more fun. It's what Roy was talking about. These guys just having a good time. I feel like switching over to Chamber, you're getting a bit more of a boring class. You're trying to look for setups again. You're not as free. So I'm wondering if this is the right pivot from Contra, what type of class we're in right now for them. They need to be having fun. Xander sure is on that angle. Paranoia available to even buy more time. 30 seconds, by the way, left on this clock. Contra are forced in.
A lot of information gathered from that hunt as well. So just ping damage coming through, but no kills actually found for SRB.
To be a bit more free flowing, the spam's coming in. Deadmos gonna be taking a beating and actually put down by SRB was never seen. They're gonna triple swing with no HP. The confidence is there. The shot is not theory. The guy who had the sheriff and the HP bar will not join the team. At class attendance peaking. Waterfall, Satellite, Smoke, and Nature side by side are able to just thrive. I mean, Smoke's not even there just yet, and they make the retake on Pistol look perfect. Contra have yet to win a second round in the series.
You know what? I'm going to take this moment here because SRB win things out. And, you know, they did a really good job there. But I can't believe that you were slandering math class like that. I loved math class growing up as a child.
Oh, I'm just saying, hear me out. Listen. The math class, it's, even if you like it, it's work. That's the issue, right? Think about a math class that you might not get. Gym, no matter what you're going in there, you gotta run a bit, have fun with your friends, even if you're bad at it. Like, it is what it is. You just want these guys to be more free. You know what it is? That's all.
I mean, I do find the comparison actually a little bit funny here, just because we know that Shopify Rebellion Black are that team that do their homework. They're the team that figure out their protocols, figure out their strategies, figure out their kills onto Crunch right off the bat. And to me, that just comes down to pure work and dedication.
And I know that Contra have that work and dedication. I just want to see a different flavor attached to their team. We've seen in that first map, they can't do the equations. They can't do that math. Maybe they're just meant to run in, dunk, pass that ball, do what they can to get on a site. And they've done it. They have Neon. It's a bit easier to follow on Lotus as well. A bit more of that free flow coming in. Going a bit more overzealous for a chance at something inside B door. Things suddenly starting to fall a little bit as the post-play situation is not looking too good for Contra. Cutting off a bit more than they can chew. SRB are right there, but they find good value, and that spike planted. It's a pretty good eco at the end of the day.
That's what they need to do to really lean into their strengths. Just overwhelm Shopify Rebellion Black. You know that no matter which site you're going to be pushing on, there's no way that you're going to be at a numbers disadvantage as long as you cut off those longer sight angles, because we know that when it comes to those scopes, you got to worry about Smoke being able to find that kill, especially given the fact that Crunch, one of the key players for Contra to find those first bloods, has been getting diffed a little bit by Smoke, who really just fulfills such a similar role. And so understanding that you need to cut off these longer angles, just swarm in, overtake Shopify Rebellion Black, and get that spike down. That has to be the win condition. You can't just kind of stall things out or play time or play information, because SRB just have a vice grip on how to run this defense.
Another time they get to start on defense as well. I feel like that's been huge for the team. I know on this map, the attack side usually ends up a bit more as an advantage on average. and they can have their own way of controlling the game. Defenders get to set the pace as much as possible as well. Smoke up with an angle again to be able to get some information. Going to be walled off for the moment. A little bit of repositioning, but nobody is really taking majority of that A space. They have gotten Crunch in a pretty good angle. I'd be able to play off that. Just look at this control on C though, Marks. Amazing from SRB.
Yeah, they take that presence and then they quote unquote back out, but actually just implant Xander so far forwards that, you know what? They have no idea that that judge could just be lurking the corner while SRB continue to explore.
Open door means that they might be all the way back towards the second portion of Mound. Paranoia comes in to push them back even more so, and without B control, door opening and a split is not a threat to SRB. They're comfortable at taking that Mound fight. Now they'll fully back off of this push as they've pushed off Contra towards the A side. But look at Smoke. He understands what the threat is. He's able to land a bit of the shot. Crunch's HP bar goes down. Pelancito as well has been affected coming into this round with a little bit of damage. Smoke just can't miss. His shot's magnetic. And Crunch, made of the heaviest metal so far, cannot really find too much impact in the game. B's going to be their endpoint. The post plant didn't look too good with classics. Let's see how it is with rifles.
Now, all 5 members still alive on SRB, but Contra do have that rifle advantage. Already Dead Moss going to be the first one to peek around and gets taken out.
Again, over peeking, trying to grab just a little bit more. B-door, an easier place to be. Agonists might have had controller disconnection. I mean, it's just a tough spot to be in. Maybe some overcoms coming in. The flood from SRB is just too much for Contra to handle. Again, want to see life from them, especially in a round where, you know, some people have sheriffs. It's a bonus from SRB, but it's business as usual in this matchup.
Like, I just have some questions about how Contra want to play that post-plant positioning. Like, the way that they just, you know, they put the spike down and then some of them are pushing forwards, but not all of them are pushing forwards, and it's not supported at all. They don't have those flash protocols available. They don't have the support necessary to make sure that they can secure those kills. And then as a result of that, even if they do find one kill, Shopify Rebellion Black, there's going to be 1 or 2 more members just around the corner ready to trade. It just doesn't feel like Contra are committed to following through on those plans. Once the spike goes down, they're like, what do we do now? And then they just get rolled over.
I have one person with a good idea, but no one's following them. Marks, you're kind of hitting the nail right on the head here. It really just is nothing extra left for Contra after they're making one good decision. The team's got to be on the same page. I don't mind that waterfall peak. I would like it with 2 or 3 people if you want to take that space. You can't just stay static on the site. This feels like I'm watching a team play Lotus for the first time versus a team that's practiced it for a very long time and understands the intricacies. That being said, Contra, a bit of depth here on this side. Smoke that chamber. I mean, even if you have the best reads, the best angles, the best timings, it still finds some very cheeky ways to pick your team apart.
And that is such a big win condition for Contra to rely on Pegasus being so quick on that. Oh, her name's escaping me, but that's okay because she just zips in, is able to take that space, and they're able to get the spike down. But now they just don't even have that Crunch going down as well. I mean, this is just lights out for Contra at the moment. A Shopify Rebellion Black, they're not even really setting up plays. They're just standing their ground in angles and peeking at the right time and finding those kills.
Going to be a bit scattered for the moment. Desperate A take on the right side at the same time. It's pistols in tow, so don't expect too much from Contra in this round. Some value on some kills, which Pelancito can pick up.
1 enemy remaining.
Again, Shopify really good at being at the right places at the right times to help bolster down and pressure angles where their teammates are in trouble. And they put their 4th round on the board. Now, the one thing we want to avoid is 5-1. Because we've seen when that happens, we have 30-minute tech pauses. So I'm going to need Contra to put up 2 rounds here or not win. This is not biased whatsoever against Contra. I'm just saying, you know, I'm looking at the patterns on the day.
My God, what would you put that energy out into the world on this matchup right here? That is cursed and a half. But still, I mean, I'm going to be honest with you at this point, like, Shopify Rebellion Black, there's a reason why this map was such a threat for every single team that faced them. And the fact that it makes it through the map, Vito, like, once again, I think it just speaks to Contra maybe not being as prepped as they would like to coming into this.
Picking from Paganus, starting the round. It's not going to be found either as he makes it past the halfway mark onto the site. Past that, though, the crunches coming in from SRB from both sides. B-door control and stairs gained for SRB as now the retake will have 2 different angles to push forward with. Crunch, though, is able to fill that gap for the moment and hold things down. Nature finding a little bit of voice and sound for the team, but Theory is in a really good spot to nerf him once more again. These fights looking scrappy for SRB. Paranoia just for the 1v1, not for the site. In this 2v4, the teleport from Xander is flashy, but all the work is being done for Rubble. Nothing's being done to take the spike down.
Look at this. I think they're just looking for exits at this point. We get closer and closer to that accursed number, exactly like you predicted here. As the spike will tick down. And once again, I think that it was Pegasus on that Neon, remember this time, being able to just claim all of that space and move forwards, kind of just make it so much more difficult for SRB to find anything. And yeah, Smoke's still going to be good for one to make sure that that is still going to be a very expensive round for Contra. And not done yet, actually spots out Pegasus, but can't quite find that kill.
Does not want to give up the op, and Gus was talking about it. It's not just about having fun as a team, but having the space to actually be able to play the game. I feel like running Neon on A, just dueling a little bit, going for trades as a 5-death squad is looking pretty good for Contra. Trades look very nice. I don't think Shopify was ready to have those slower rotates to bolster up the team like we saw in the Eco. Surprising them, switching up the pace here a little bit, should be a nice way for Contra to keep their name in the game so far. That was a pretty good round for them coming back in.
Xander sets up the one-way here, but a little bit more aggressive from Contra.
Oh, man, okay.
Now starting to really get the wheels spinning as we get a listen on the comms here.
I'm talking
for, I believe, SRB.
Yeah. Defensive comms. This is all running into Xander as well. Let's see how he handles it.
TV in. I'm on bunny backside. Bunny backside.
Suck that shit.
Smoke.
Nice. Run through the smoke.
Backside.
Fire right. Swing me.
On the left.
140 on the Viper.
I think it's behind the pillar here. Go for a kill.
Keep moving.
I'm 1 HP, okay?
140 Viper.
I believe these are actually
Okay,
Contra's
nice.
comms.
Okay. Freezing chick comes. Nice. I'm gonna plan, okay? Just hold, okay? He might do the hero play, okay?
I'm holding.
I have CT, I have waterfall.
Okay, I'm gonna waterfall. Let's do up and down.
Yeah. You guys holding.
I have CT. Reacciona Water, está bien, tú miré. I have that.
Are we good, guys?
Yeah, we're good.
Okay.
Could be flank, but I don't think so. I think he's saving. He's saving again.
Hit my
again.
Nice. Come on, guys. Let's go.
Nice. Good run.
Nice, bro.
Let's go, guys.
Easing into it.
Hop it up.
You're easing into it just a little
I
bit.
need you guys to, like, feel the game, bro.
I already started.
I'm feeling it.
You can feel another team person if you want.
If we win, yeah.
Nice. So round one from Contra, another on the board. The closest match has been so far. Record broken from what they had in that first map as well. And again, the system looks good. The decisions they're making are working. And I think it's very similar comms to what we saw in the last map. It's just about actually having those actions follow through, actually getting that result, people in those right spots, following the utility. The biggest thing I want to pick apart in those comms, though, towards the end. Guys, we won. Have a good time. Everyone's just sighs of relief. The pressure leaving a little bit. They're not having fun yet. They're not hyped just by that round, but they're starting to maybe believe that they can do this.
I'm not gonna lie, I think I heard in a comm, if we win, bro. Like, that does not exude confidence, man. But, you know, like, you gotta start to believe if you are Contra. It's gonna be a fast B hit this time. Exa tosses out the stake bite and just kind of navigating around all the smokes. Contra, though, have not made it in.
I've attracted many bodies here at the same time, though. All eyes on Xander. Can't really get packed to Waterfall the same way a Chamber can with a Rendezvous. They'll be locked in here for any kills if they come that way. This fake that should pull apart pressure from B is solved by Xander immediately as he anchors on the angle. No push over to the C side from the door. This is screaming it's a B take or an A repop. And as a result, SRB hold their line. Smoke with the top. Seeing nothing right now. Ooh, the wall's coming up, though. Is not going to let Smoke get the trade. Meanwhile, on B, many bodies. In X's position, completely unprovoked or seen. Respect comes down. Shorty denied. Theory, the last player, exploded and found. I mean, from SRB, just good positions, leading to an amazing defensive play.
Yeah, you'll notice something on that last round specifically. SRB they've got a lot of utility, right? Like they've got a lot of tools to kind of stall things out, and especially after Theory finds that kill onto A, everyone kind of panics for a second, but it's just a crossfire that gets set up between Satellite and Exa that punishes the Contra push in. They were so used to anticipating that overextension, the over-rotation on the defender's side, but SRB, they're not that gullible. They're not going to fall for such simple tricks until things are down because they're ready to play retake if necessary. And so just a simple crossfire is going to be more than enough to make it happen. As Deadmau5 looks to teleport inside of it, and yeah, Xander's ready.
Never really been in that position either before. Pagnus is there with the trade, but Satellite is actually here to help Xander. And again, you talk about the defensive rotations from Shopify. You're going to be able to see them have 2 players already ready on the C site while Xander was fighting. So that's not going to be abused by Contra for now. They're still going to be walking into this 2-man hold. It's just a basic up-down. No utility to really solve this, and they're going to walk right into it. I mean, SRB, keep it simple.
Yeah. Favorite acronym ever. Keep it simple, silly. As now Crunch's position is given up as well, and yet another up-down. Exa and Satellite, so good at kind of anchoring these positions. It's a little bit of a lag spike, but it's going to be all good. Palencino at least able to find Exa, but Satellite now drops the spike. Crunch, though, at least able to find one. So that 1v2 scenario, and 2 to Force is online.
A very easy chance to win this. I mean, especially if he checks the left, but the most devious off angle in the game, I swear to God, it never gets checked in any clutch. It never gets checked in any entry. It always is good for 1, at least inside a half. SRB make it 6-2.
Yeah, you're just like, okay, either hold behind the boxes or he's going to be directly inside on that. What do you mean he's just standing there? Who stands there, man? And yeah, that long sniper rifle gives away the positioning so quickly. And it's just so clean. And once again, just comes down to excellent positioning from Shopify Rebellion Black. Nothing fancy, nothing crazy, nothing complex. Just good positioning to counter when Contra push in.
Got a voice with some of these fast pushes right now, but SRB have adjusted by really over-rotating on their defensive side and setting up a lot of players on the B angles to be able to respond to both A and C. That being said, with this timeout, I feel like that is a bit readable from that team, and Contra might be able to adjust, push, pull a little bit, have some C pressure, end up A. That being said, the one person that never rotates, Smoke. They have a raid boss to deal with if they do want to go for a fake strat and end up on A as a result. This guy has been pretty good so far. The Viper Walls have been tripping him up a little bit to be able to trade teammates, but right now Contra have a lot to deal with, not just the overarching strategy of Shopify Rebellion Black, but just the individual players as well.
One of the things I noted about the weakness of Contra and their specific playstyle is, one, they're very susceptible when the other team is just kind of waiting around, you know, holding on to that map control, because they try to sell these fakes really hard and then push in on another side and anticipate that they're going to get it for free. But another thing that I noticed is they consistently get caught out of position. And oh, speaking of out of position, Deadmau5, that's crazy.
Wow, 4K for Deadmau5. That's insane. TPing forward in an awesome angle with the bandits. It has been changed a bit to where 4 shots can be very fastly accurate on the first taps as we keep going, not just 3, and Crunch is there to lock up the round a fast way. And again, the more chaotic it is, I feel like the more of a chance Contra has to play their game.
It just comes down to just, hey, they didn't hear the sound of me just teleporting into their backline. And just like that, they find so much value. Good, just trigger discipline, making sure to wait it out. 1, 2, 3, 4, line them up, knock them down. And that is going to be the end. And 3 rounds now for Contra, as they're still trying to gain momentum here. There's still 3 more rounds left in this half. I believe another timeout has been called, this time potentially by Shopify Rebellion Black. But yeah, I mean, let's see how this one goes out here. It's going to be a brawl yet again outside of A, or at least just a trade of utility as Contras play it slow.
Face your fear!
It's all coming in. They really want control of this A side. The Shadows defensively, maybe just trying to trip up the team. He makes it over halfway. Smoke is still so hard to clear, even on these lurks, doing so well for the team.
Good adaptation as well. SRB, they just kind of back things out, understanding that this weird positioning has caught them out of their previous match.
I'm liking that. Boombot coming through. Crunch! Solved down. He does get nature found though. Paganus is making it close and personal. The dash coming in. Gonna get 1 and 2. Contra, a little bit of pep in their step. Smoke and Exa absolutely cleave the legs though, as now they start to slow crawl back over the site. A 1v2. Pelancito might have the information. Does he have the firepower to win this one?
They unfortunately used the ultimate already. Spike still has to get planted, which gives the advantage to Shopify Rebellion Black, unless Pelancito goes for a crazy play and tries to outflank him. Looks like that might be the case. Let's see if they're aware.
So will be the first test here, 26 seconds. The longer this time lasts and the spike doesn't get sounded, you understand then that he is looking for that kill play. Trying to go for maybe a tap here. I mean, Shopify are giving him nothing. Finally, the plant comes through. Following the scope. Here comes smoke. I'm gonna come in, peek with it maybe. Gonna be tough on this side. Smoke just can't miss in this match, man. A 3K for him. And I think Contra had so many advantages in that one. Smoke was the one to solve the lurk. Have a nice save right before the spike went down. And then solve the last kill as well.
And to be fair, Exa did a really good job of creating that sound to make it so that there was no way Pelancito would be aware of where Smoke was going to be positioned, right? Like, immediately a couple of shots go off to make sure to get that haunt, and then you see the Viper kind of sneak up there, so even if Smoke went down, then Exa would be ready to follow up. Once again, it just comes down to these fundamentals that Shopify Rebellion Black have down to a T with the amount that they have practiced together. And sure, we're seeing a little bit more disruption come through from Contra, and yet still, it's not enough to pull them across the finish line for some of these rounds.
Gotta get these last two on the board if they want to make this one really competitive. I feel like with Satellite active right now, seeing him let loose on attack, able to get that damage back on a team that's been just pummeling his Sentinels for the moment. You know that he wants to just take things by storm on the attack half. Contra slowing things down for the moment. And these are the rounds where they didn't look like the best of themselves. When it's more chaotic, when it's more fast, that's where Contra performed. Maybe they're just waiting for that B pop to make it happen.
This is tough because, once again, they're using a little bit of utility to make up for that room that they didn't take so early on. We already saw one Prowler get extended, and so they have to make sure that they're watching their util, make sure that they're not expending all of it just to try and get back in.
This is trouble. Shopify Rebellion use B as a rotational hub between all the sites. All their players are always here. Picking this as a site where you've had post-plant troubles already is going to be tough. They're all looking and leaning right where Pelancito is as well. He doesn't expect this. He gets shot down. They're finally in, and they have to fight forward. Really good decision from Paganus. Gets Satellite down. Moving into smoke, though, might just be a bit too much to bite as he takes him down. Asabai comes in from door. The retake is immediate from two sides from Shopify. Xander ready at Waterfall. The snake bite looking so good for the team. Theory has to clear everything to get back in. Look at where the spike dropped as well, Marks. It's an enemy land. It's not even a no man's land. You can't even get there if you're Contra. What's happened in this round?
Oh man, I think you hit the nail on the head with the call out on B. I mean, Contra was hoping, based on their fake, that they were going to get that space on B for free, right? Like that it would be nice and easy for them to be able to sweep, go in and do it. Turns out it was Union Station during rush hour and everybody was there. And then the smoke drops down and then, oh my goodness, there's 4 people all looking at Pelancito, which then causes the flood in. All the utility has to get invested from Contra to take that additional space just in case they flood back in. But at this point, SRB are like, hey, we'll just retake it. That's totally fine by us. We've got the util to make it work. As a result, like Shopify Rebellion Black, they just have a good, easy, opportune moment to run him over.
Wondering what the play from Pelancito was there. Usually you either have more numbers or you're in a more further back position waiting on timing. He didn't have the numbers or the timing in that one. What was the setup from Contra? Did they just not expect Shopify to clear A where Smoke has been the entire time? By the way, he's on C now, winning the one-on-one mirror match again. It's actually just like a heavyweight bout for this guy. Moving forward past the haunt. That utility really good at shaking up Xander. The rest of Contra can slowly follow here. If any one of them jump at the wrong time, Smoke will not miss.
Oh, well, hey, that'll make it a lot easier to circumvent that operator. Viper Spits get invested. It is just a 4v4. Everybody hanging out inside.
Got the Odin to deny the plant for the moment. This team of Contra needs to fight forward just a bit more. This Viper Spit is a bit of a trap. This Odin will keep spraying down. You can't plant in this. You got to do something here, Contra. The time is just burning for the moment.
No way.
Are they going to cross out? There's no way. Spike's still in the pit. They're not putting it down. Smoke's found an insane angle here. Don't cross back before the smoke, please. Please, Paganus, don't do it. We're waiting for it. Will the shot come through in a second? He's crouched. down, teleporting backwards. I'm getting some observer lag. I'm not sure if it's going to be on the side of the players as well, but TP goes backwards. The spray is there from Nature. They found the gap to put the spike down for the moment. Nature's Odin is absolutely getting the rats out of this Viper's nest. Hexa getting a chance to scale on the left side as well. That Odin's going to be in a position to spam even harder. Look at him. Look at this officer. Completely finding every single criminal inside the site. I mean, this is just tough.
Oh man, yeah, that one was just tough. I think that's the best way to describe it. It's just like, it's just so dirty, right? Like, oh, Viper spin is up. Okay, cool. Yeah, we can get a save. What do you mean the Odin's spraying us? Uh-oh, we're scared now. We don't want to do anything. Why are we rotating around here? Well, we have to make something happen. So we have to send our Neon, who's been finding kills, to go out there and try and find more kills. And it's just so uncoordinated coming through from Contra. Like we said, it feels like there is a one-step plan. And then once they get past that first step, they don't know what to do next. And to me, that says that there is a little bit of a larger issue here, especially going against a practice team like Shopify Rebellion Black, who now close out that half 9-3. And so 4 rounds for SRB to go to clean this one out 2-0 and really make sure that they secure their spot in the playoffs tomorrow.
Got some hungry players who are ready to dash in on these sites. They have many different ways of pace they can play on this Lotus. Starting off towards the C side for Contra. They're really starting to move up as well and have an embed just like last time on SRB. At the judge, they'll actually explore B just a bit more. SRB is actually re-exploring in, so you got to be careful here. If you're Paganus, you get solved now. The door's closed. There's not even a crossfire for you on the A site. I mean, surely SRB checked this box, right? Oh, no way. 2 for Paganus, and I think it's good enough. Nice trade from SRB coming through. They've really been affected now. I would need a bit more of a throw, I think, on the side of Contra, peeking alone to win the round. This should be a pretty good retake for them and a nice chance and a setup for them to lock B down.
Say that, but at the same time, over rotation, that tends to be the problem that Contra continuously run into. No spike yet. Paranoia, and yeah, it's going to force Crunch away.
She pushing forward, giving the fights over to Contra. Trying to find something, a little bit of a mistake from them, but Contra smartly stay a bit more further back. Playing for the info. Solo peeking though. Cito not solved. SRB get 3. Nobody on the same page. A final 1v1. Xander will die to just a tick of damage. The jump up and the wall bang from Theory. What a solution.
Yeah, unbelievable stuff coming through. I got to admit, like, I think Theory specifically has been so damn good when it comes to Contra side. Out of all of the different players that we've seen on this team and how they are getting put together, I genuinely think that Theory has been just such a reliable back end that Contra can lean on a bit more. When you come to those weird moments, when you come to all of the issues that Contra kind of run into, Theory has been there trying to drag them across the finish line, and that time around will do just that.
Set up for the next round as well. I feel like having that chance and at least the confidence to get to that point for Shopify is huge. Return fire from Theory though is very nice. We'll see exactly where these guys end up in the next round.
Okay, let's see how it goes. A little bit of information being gained thanks to Prowlers. Magnus under a lot of pressure, gets paranoid and taken out by a classic. Okay, and yeah, Theory gonna have to back off as well. A lot of pressure under this site. Pelencito at least has an OMG to try and spray things down. But the Shopify Rebellion Black members are already all over this site. Little do they know that Theory could just spray them down, but the spike goes down now. And this is not ideal for Contra. As Zedmos finds 3! Coming up clutch just with the Stinger in hand. And makes that one possible. As it is just going to be 2 members of SRB trying to hold this one down. Smoke on this cheeky angle, ready for Pelencito to pop out. Actually is able to find that first kill. Zedmos not checking the corner, and okay, it all works out, but it's an expensive one for Contra.
Yeah, super expensive. That being said, I feel like when it's a bit more scrappy, when things are more close and personal, now you're kind of forced to play as a team that's actually good to the side of Contra. We'll see if they can pick it up in the next one. Some of the best jerseys I've seen, by the way, just as an off-topic thing. I mean, very colorful. Some of their player pictures as well. They're like in football shoulder pads. It's very nice. A little bit of levity from the serious action.
Oh man, you know something's going on when we gotta talk about the jerseys. So Sashtag spots.
Trying to make people a fan of the team, you know what I'm saying?
Well, all right, let's see how this next round goes though, because it's going to be 2 now for Contra to try and pull themselves back into this series. Nature though has accumulated that Nightfall, has that tool available just in case they want to go in onto this crunch, holding this angle here. Might be able to find Xander, but Xander not giving him anything.
Playing with that door as well to not get seen by the other side. Nice positioning and just movement from Crunch overall. Going to be pushed back. They can kind of understand what is at stake over on the A side. Leaving Exa here as well. Very trustworthy player to lurk alone. Gotta look at where the rifles are for the side of Contra. Their biggest power is on the C side and then being guided through on B as well. They're trying to find something. SRB just waiting, and this might be a trap that's easily
3,
set.
2, 1.
Dash, don't do it. Ooh, it is a pushback. And a listening here, I believe, into SRB.
Everybody regroup, 5v3 now.
Okay, I'm pretty sure he's holding cross.
I'm done. I'm off you guys on the right. Yeah. I'm gonna re-smoke this, by the way.
What HP, bro? This guy's slid on me, B-man. He might still be here.
When do you have I? I have I. I'm ready.
Ready?
Keep going.
I'm gonna swing.
He's stuck back on the left, tethering this guy. I know. I'm clearing Ben. Ben clear. I'm ulting this and we just take guys. I gotta reload guys.
One more?
Take bomb. Give me.
I didn't get the orb. Oh, fuck. I took trip back. Good flank now.
Fine. Yo. Okay. Deep breath. Okay, plus. Fight him, water. That gets this orb is big, guys. Let me fire it.
Got him, buddy. Ooh.
Nice. Let's go.
Let's go.
Okay, now we can do the fake.
Ooh, a little bit of spoiler. Hold up. You know the match is going well when you're like less concerned about how your kills are going on site and more concerned as a team about the trip being taken away by accident on flank. I heard more of a reaction to that from the whole team than even fighting the last guy with the entries from Satellite, man. Look at that flick.
Yeah.
It's insane.
It was funny because I'm pretty sure at one point Satellite was just like, it's okay, I'm gonna kill him, and then just walks in and then just finds that first kill and then flips over while they're all arguing about the missed trip on the back line. So, you know, I think that says a lot about how comfortable Shopify Rebellion Black are, and everything is seeming nice and calm and collected, and they're confident. I think that this is a really big statement as to how they're just approaching this and not really giving anything up to Contra.
This time Contra actually has a 2-man setup over on A to maybe stop this push. Might get skipped by this Viper wall as the rest of the team pushes through into doors. Crunch is a bit too late to see that switch pulled. Like Houdini, they will switch their positions from main all the way over to site. Ooh, the rabbit though, Haganus hiding to find a little bit of value, and Crunch gets back into that B door. 3v4 now. The defenders have done their nice job to give the advantage for the rest of the team coming in and working on this retake.
Yeah, this flank could be interesting. Crunch not necessarily going to commit to the door just quite yet, but look at the positions of SRB. They're spreading things out. X and Satellite are going to play off of one another while Nature is so deep inside, just waiting for that moment to strike.
And he's kind of giving his position away now. Desperation on timing. And Nature will work the door just like he did. Crunch, you were the guy making this play last round, man. He gets found out. Taunt's being thrown before you're even, or while you're on the angle. It's a bit messy overall on the side. SRB, not even SRB on Contra on the retake. I mean, after that, Defuse coming in, haunting the business. Deadmo's trying to stick it overall. Not gonna be possible. It's a very scrappy retake all the way towards the end. Some individual mistakes, but SRB end up winning the round.
Yeah, I mean, at that point too, like Nature, it's just like, okay, it's so close. I'm just gonna run in. If I die, that's okay, because that will stop the defuse and make sure that we win that round. And I gotta talk about Nature's positioning. First of all, able to find Crunch, but then wraps around completely, giving just a moment of surprise, which is how it kind of boils down to a little bit more of this 1v1 scenario and making sure that he can kind of secure that round for Shopify Rebellion Black. It's not the cleanest thing that I've seen, but given how much resistance Contra are putting up on that entry, it's still looking pretty darn good.
Going for the orb. Don't do him like this. Smoke.
Okay.
There's a chance to go for a third. Crunch also hit for 140 moving forward. The only chance he really had, I feel like, in the round as well. This is
showstopper?
Tough round. Yeah, I mean, why not, man? He gets found. I mean, listen, they're having a good time.
All right, well, they aren't out of the water just quite yet. Keep in mind, Theory's still alive. Deadmau5 as well, just had a pop-off game, so I think Contra will try to send this, try and find that opportunity. SRB just got to make sure they're... Okay, yes. Yeah, now it should be good.
Hera left. Okay, it's an option. Maybe there was information on Mount that I don't know. Have to look at the documents after this. Smoke stands up on the double box. More highlights from him. Sees the head and has some time to hit the shot. I mean, here you give him some space, he'll give you a kill, and Xander's there as well. 12-5, a fast 2-0 on the horizon here. Shopify Rebellion, the map pick looking very, very strong.
Yeah, once again, this is like their map. This is their home. And the fact that it gets through by another team that isn't just familiar with what they bring to the table. I mean, I think the fact that Smoke has been running away with so many easy kills, if I'm being honest with you. I thought the Outlaw was nerfed, but Smoke's making it not look like that is the case at all. I think it is really telling just the difference in level of preparation that SRB are bringing to the table. And once again, I want to reiterate, I don't really think that it is Contra's fault, given the fact that they just found out they were playing this yesterday. But it's just really tough, man.
That being said, you know, SRB playing 2 games back-to-back is the whole thing. Everybody's coming in always through LCQ through, you know, trying times. You got to be able to put your best foot on board. Apologies for the typo on stream as well. I know it says timeout when it should be saying time's kind of run out here for Contra. This was coming in very late at 12-5. I know it's harsh, but man, I was expecting more of these to be put in for the team earlier on.
Yeah.
I'm wondering what there is left to talk about when they need 7 more rounds to fully catch up here, and drastic changes. The post plans sometimes are an issue. When it's the scrappiest and the messiest, that's where they look the best, but you can't force that every single round, right? I think the best they've looked so far, again, is when they have some of these trap plays, but even then, they can't end up winning the round with a man advantage. It's tough for Contra right now.
Yeah, it really is tough for Contra, and I couldn't agree more. Feels like such a weird time to call your time out. And speaking of
typo.
Yeah, speaking of typos, maybe that tactical was actually a technical. And just like that, tech pause will come through.
Need your prep before they send us away. Is it 10 minutes? Is it 30? What are we looking at?
Oh my goodness, why would you put me on? I'm not gonna curse anything right now. It's gonna be a 10-minute tech pause.
10 minutes, 17 minutes minimum at 12-5. It's just the VCL way. It just has to be. It has to be.
No, you know what? It's gonna be a 10-minute timer, but the break is actually gonna be like 3 minutes and like 45 seconds.
Yeah. It makes sense.
Like we're gonna be on our toes. They're gonna be on their toes. It'll be great.
You guys are used to seeing 2 matches a day. Just know that yes, the second one is ending. There's gonna be a third best of 3 as well. It's up against 2G and Contra. It's looking like right now, you know, SRB are kind of clinching this map over. Might be a miracle for Contra. We'll see. A miracle already on screen as the game's starting. Not going to break, so we reverse cursed it. It's an opening for Smoke as well. Crunch is down, and it looks like, you know, since the star is gone, the guy who's been making the plays happen for the team, some of the first bloods, might be open and shut here for SRB.
A little bit more patient play this time. One of the things that I noticed Contra were having issues with was when the other team plays this default and being caught off guard, being caught on these off angles. And once again, just want to remind everybody that Contra swapping up their composition, because the one that they played previously on this map where they lost every single time was just simply not working. And so it seems like they really pulled a page out of their opponent's books and pull a composition that much closer matches what Shopify Rebellion Black like running, and are trying to run it into them.
Not sure if that running into them part is really working out the best for the team. Here comes Deadmau5 in that Xander spot. The CP has that same level
30 seconds left
of power. He lets the paranoia go really early though, so not affecting a lot of people coming in. Teleporting back to back site. Death slightly for now. The smoke does get revealed. Theory's able to find 1 pick and 2. We'll see if it's 3 and 4 afterwards. I did hear 2 heads fall. Nature gets a reversal on the other side, so we actually know it was just him being traded the entire time. Shopify Rebellion running out of time now. Have to get the spike down. Smoke, quick scope, down to 1 HP inside the B smoke. He's looking for more. Still right on the precipice of the angle. Not going to find much. Deadmau5 raises him down. Still 3 players on the backside. Spike has been planted. Overdrive active all the way from the B door. Exa looking for his timing. Gonna be able to find it afterwards. Curve around the outside of the cloud. 2 players still left alone, but ready to get loud from that B door. Spike is being stuck. The swings there, and SRB get their tickets checked straight to the LCQ finals.
That is crazy. Just on that end there. Obviously, Exa, yeah, we've talked about the prowess of that controller agent, being able to just kind of back up, play inside the smoke, just make it so that it's so easy. But you see the rest of SRB, they also completely back off the site. And then Contra, they kick the door in, they're going in swinging, and they're like, where is everybody? And then it's just like patient. You can feel the tension in the room while Shopify Rebellion Black then just go for that retake, and it's as clean as ever. SRB, they looked so damn good here, and I'm glad that they were able to shake off those nerves, because this is the heights that we see Shopify Rebellion Black play at, especially when they go up against some of these top tier teams, only falling to M80, which is in a caliber of their own back in North America. While it really looked like Contra, they had a couple of conflicting ideas. They didn't necessarily know what their own game plan was going to be, and unfortunately, when you go up against the team as well practiced as Shopify Rebellion Black, well, I think the results of these maps says a lot.
Yeah, game's not over for Contra though. We saw a bit more of their lifeline active in that Lotus. We have one more best of 3 to go, so don't go anywhere. Desk back after this, and the last 2 teams, gonna see who gets that last spot.
Trim, edge, shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
Welcome back, everyone. Just in time for our Phillips Norelco interview. We are sending over to that because we have Nature sitting here waiting right after this strong victory coming out from Shopify Rebellion. Congratulations, that locks you for the grand finals to close, like one step closer to play-ins. How are you feeling?
Feeling great. It's been a long day for us. I'm just glad to be able to close it out. Some issues, of course, but we kept the energy the whole time, which is a great feeling.
I want to talk about that energy because I know we've spoken in the past about how important the vibes are for the team, and like I got the inside scoop from production that they could hear you from the other room. Like you're that so keen on keeping those vibes up. Like, did you feel, especially as IGL, like it was on you to make sure you had that energy, or where'd that energy come from?
Well, for sure, I think it's like definitely on me because I think we're all exhausted. There was some tech issues and stuff like that, and we just don't want to get out of the game. So I think that's when I have to step up mostly. And I'm exhausted, but you just have to keep going through with it.
I'll keep just one more question then. I mean, you're into the Best of 5 Grand Finals tomorrow. There's that opportunity at play-ins. If you had an opportunity to play against either team you could play against tomorrow, how are you feeling confidence-wise?
Oh, I think I'm feeling great. I mean, we kind of talked about it as a team. The hardest map is going to be map 1. We have people that have never played before with Dylan Smoke. He's never played on land before. The issues were actually pretty good for the first series. So after that, even after map 1, I kind of said like our comps were pretty good. We just messed up a couple of rounds on Ascent. And then I feel like we actually played very impressive. It's been like a long 2 weeks with a lot of different stuff going on, traveling, stuff like this. So honestly, it was like very respectable from us, I think.
I mean, really strong victory today. You certainly deserve the rest. So Nature, rest up. Thanks for chatting. Good luck tomorrow, okay?
Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you. Back over to the analyst desk for us. I mean, for a team that is that exhausted, but to be putting a performance together like that, Roy, like, sheesh.
I mean, yeah, I think kind of what we were seeing on the desk kind of matches up with what his answers were too, right? Like it was very obvious on the first map. They were looking a little tense. They were looking a little tight, right? But it feels like as they kind of settled into the gameplay, settled into the environment, things have gotten better. And I mean, poor guy just was screaming so loud. We can hear him not only through production, but we can hear him even on the broadcast, just screaming. He's barely got a voice left, brother. You got a whole BO5 tomorrow. We gotta pace ourselves, man.
I mean, talking about the importance of the vibes and the energy, though, for a team that is exhausted, I feel like you can see just like how important that was. I mean, for Shopify Rebellion, like there was like the one struggle map, but after that, Ash coming out of the gate so strong. The Lotus, I love that we got to see a bit more of a fight coming out from Contra. Of course, we know it's a skilled team that is so capable of taking the series, but again, for Shopify to step up in the way that they had, I mean, it just looked so strong.
Absolutely, and with all the factors that Nature was talking about as well, even the more impressive and respectable from them, I think that SRB, they got into that flow state here during that first series with 2 game and have been able to carry that through into this matchup versus Contra. It was just fluid, smooth the entire time. I do think we did see glimmers of brilliance from Contra, that is for certain. You shouted out how they did have, a bit of a stronger showing than we did see previously over on Ascent. And I think it's definitely tough, bouncing back from an Ascent like that for Contra, but this is also a squad that can now look forward, kind of brush off this loss and focus a bit more into the last match of the day.
I mean, again, like they just so many are stacked up against them, but the fact that we got to see a little bit more going on into this series, I definitely think is going to be quite nice heading into the next, right? But for Shopify, that means they get the early night. They're going to be in that grand finals tomorrow here, Roy. And I mean, Nature was talking about the confidence as well. And for SR, how they played today, like I feel like that confidence is deserved.
Yeah, that's an understatement for sure. I mean, they're playing like the best team in the tournament right now. Like from everything that we've seen, results aside, and yes, they had a bit of a shaky start, but after that, it was just completely lights out. I mean, guys, I don't know how to put this lightly, but in the first map, the average stats on the team for Contra is like 60, not even 60, it's like 30 ADR. Like they got decimated. I mean, just the opening kills were going their way, the mid rounds were going their way, the end rounds were going their way. Like it feels like every phase of the round was completely SRB sided. It's the level that they've shown today in both of these series combined is clearly the top form that we're seeing that we're going to be seeing in this tournament, right? Especially with 2G kind of having a bit of an unfortunate issue with their roster and with the visas, and like just look at the stats. I mean, obviously this is for the first map, the stats are a little bit off because we had the chrono break. But yeah, just in terms of the first kills, it was so one-sided. You look at overall series, I mean, Smoke is 8-0 in opening kills, guys. That's absolutely filthy. Every player is positive. It just everything again is pointing in the favor of SRB. So I think overall, SRB is very much deserved. They deserve their confidence, but again, they're on. I hate to say it, but this is their 5th event. They're looking to break the 2nd place curse. So, you know, their performance today doesn't really matter that much. It's about how they perform tomorrow. So I'm kind of curious to see how they're going to fare tomorrow in the BO5s.
Hey, I'm excited to see, because I think hearing from Nature, knowing that, you know, Smoke is his first time on LAN, a little bit of that warm up, we saw him warm up today, guys. He's looking comfortable over there. We cannot deny it, bro. He was not just 19-5. Guy died one time on the defensive side. Yes,
yeah, like,
you know, there's an op save that comes out there. Sure, whatever. But that is crazy. He went 13-1
Insane.
On defense, and we talked about how much of a problem he could be as a player, and he absolutely showed up and was able to accomplish that today. I think something to definitely be proud of there for Smoke as well, with how he's risen so far within the scene, and this being his first showing on in a LAN in studio kind of opportunity. Really sick to see here for SRB.
He's been so good the whole year. Kind of forget again
Insane
that this
year.
is just like a player in his rookie year that's just like being able to get these accomplishments, right? I don't know. It's absolutely crazy, but we got to put a pin in the Shopify Rebellion Black discussion. That'll be more for tomorrow, of course. We still have to figure out who they're going to be playing up against, and it's time for 2 games going up against Contra. Of course, now with a spot and tomorrow on the line, it is going to be do or die for these 2 teams here, Roy. 2 teams that, again, like, I mean, through this, we got a substitute for 2 games for Contra coming off of their match yesterday, but it's going to be a real mental battle to see who can take the dub now.
Yeah, I think the depth that they have to reach to pull out confidence, perseverance right here is going to be admirable, guys. Right there, this is it. This is the end of the line for one of these 2 teams. The whole year is pretty much banking on this. It's just a lot of pressure, and I think for the first time in this tournament, besides the first match, we're actually on even ground, right? Where, like, you know, both of these teams have taken a loss to SRB. Now they're kind of in an even ground where the pressure should be equalized among both of these rosters, right? They're both feeling it. So now it just comes down to who can brush off that pressure, who can play with confidence, who can kind of, you know, get things rolling as a team. And it's going to come down to the individuals that we've highlighted from both of these rosters, right? The individual talent here. So again, it's going to be a very exciting match. It's going to be a very fun match, I expect.
And to get reacquainted with 2 games, let's talk about this lineup in the team. Again, Venom is out, unfortunately. We got that coach buff in for today, but Ash, it was still within this first series, a team that, like, they lost, like, don't get me wrong, but it was 1-2. We got to see a strong start to the series. So, like, even if they've had to do some shuffling, like, it's looked strong.
It has looked incredibly strong, and I think it's so impressive how this 2-game roster, namely FRZ God and Brings, have been able to kind of flex around to ensure that Gash could be comfortable on that initiator role. And highlighting FRZ God, guys, he's swapping off of his main initiator role. Yes, we did see him back on the Sova when it came down to Breeze, but locking in onto that Cypher, onto that Viper, while he's doing the calling for the squad here as well, and being the top performer that we saw in that last matchup, I feel like is so impressive when you're putting all of these factors together. Like, it's role swaps. He's also looking to, you know, control the game for his squad in those lurk situations. That means he's doing it from a place that's disconnected from the pack there as well. And it's insane that he's consistent as well.
I think role swap almost doesn't even do it justice. He's playing 3 different roles: controller, senti, and info initiator. Every single role requires such a different pace. He's IGLing, and he's also 5-3 on opening kills. Like, give this guy a medal, man. It's actually insane. In the highest pressure moments, right? So I think having a leader that's kind of feeling it obviously is going to help in terms of calling and in terms of keeping everybody in a flow state. So I think having a player like FRZ, who not only popped off in this series but also in their last match as well, it seems like he's kind of found himself on this roster, and he seems to be performing extremely well. And I think he's going to be such a key factor in this final match, the final hoorah for one of these 2 teams.
And if you're just joining us now for the final match in Miss Contra's last match, let's talk about them real quick before we head into this. Again, for Contra, even if they did just take it lost, like there is a reason we were talking so highly of this roster. We talked about Crunch and his capabilities as this Chamber or the Jet, right? We've talked about their path within everything else. You know that this is a team that is capable of like running down, getting those kills, anything else. So when I'm looking at them to dig deep within for this next series, a lot of attention for me has to be on Theory here, IGLing, and what energy he can bring to make sure he can lead the squad. I will have to say, Roy, on the player cams, we got to see Theory like with the smile and some of like those tough points for the team, which huge kudos for. And again, he's gonna have to bring the vibes and the energy here to help the team get this win.
Yeah, I think the really interesting thing with Theory is like, yeah, he's performing kind of well for this roster, but he's kind of like, his identity on this roster kind of explains everyone else's, right? He's kind of he's a young player. He's not IGLing, and he's kind of just in a bit of a more vocal role where he has control over some of the outcomes and gives like, you know, exit branches for them. But I think it's going to be really interesting between both of these teams. Obviously, we have a very tiny sample size, so the stats don't look great. But in terms of that, it's going to be like really interesting to see the level of play that they can get to. And I think for me, guys, my take on all of this, and specifically for this matchup, is the last team that Contra played, Bestia, is very similarly structured to 2G. Like they're used to playing against these, like, you know, former VCT players and kind of these like mixed teams with like vets and also youngins, right? So I think the last match at the BO5 that they had yesterday is very much going to feel the same to what they're playing against today. So I think mentally, you know, in terms of tempo, in terms of approach, in terms of what to expect in the server, I mean, they're as prepped as it can be.
And sorry guys, I misspoke. IGV in-game vibes for the team. Okay, and I think it's gonna be so important going on forward. But talking about this series ahead, okay. Something graphic we're not used to for this, but we're getting the live maps, everybody. Let's go. This will be exciting because I think for both of these teams, I mean, for 2 games in particular, we got to see a really strong ascent. So Ash, if we get something like that within the series, I mean, that's just gonna be such a great start for them.
Oh, 100%. I think that would be a huge pickup, and you called it, Sierra. The Ascent is going to come out, and when it comes down to the Sunset pick here for Contra, that is no surprise either. That's the one map that they were able to take up against that squad of Bestia that we saw in that grand final just yesterday between LATAM North and South. So I feel like it makes a lot of sense why they would be leaning into this. And yeah, like you were saying, right? That map was clean coming out from them. So they definitely want to start off strong here in this veto here for Contra though.
And I think for me, guys, this series is honestly, it's going to come down to a lot of like getting the momentum rolling as early as possible, right? Because in these very high pressure situations, again, for people that aren't aware, this is the highest pressure match these teams and these players have played all year, right? Except maybe arguably the BO5 that they had yesterday. That might be a little bit equal pressure, but this is the entire year is on the line. So I think heroics, people popping off, having moments where everyone can cheer and kind of just like rally together is so important. And again, if this first map, Sunset, looked really good yesterday for Contra, I'm hoping it looks really good here today, and whoever can get things rolling on the Sunset is going to have a bit of an easier time. But when it comes down to the Ascent, I think, you know, 2G got to see what Contra was up to on that map. I'm sure they're seeing some of the holes that SRB was able to kind of utilize against them. So I think they kind of have the script. So a lot of pressures on that first map for me.
On the opposing side, though, for the side of for the side of 2G, they haven't had to show Sunset all year. This is going to be the very first time we're seeing this roster play on Sunset to kick things off for our final map of today's round robin. And it is kind of crazy to think like, okay, that is also terrifying to consider because now Contra also don't know what to expect out from the 2G camp. But you can also argue, how much have 2G really been working on this Sunset going into this event? You would have to imagine there would definitely be some reps on it, but realistically, it hasn't been that long since these stages have also closed.
I'm just so intrigued about the Sunset because one of the conversations we talked about with the patches and going into a new one today, of course, was that it was new for the teams, but Contra is the only exception to that since their finals yesterday was on this patch, right? So 2G kind of being forced into that summit band if maybe like they weren't necessarily I don't know. I'm just kind of curious to the level of preparation specifically on Sunset that 2G has into this series, or if even if it has been something shown for Contra, if it's good, that could be a huge advantage. But going into this, even if like looks like a strong start to Contra. All of us here firmly in the 2G camp. I mean, Shy, I respect, but Ash, we're counting on 2G here.
We are counting on 2G here, and I think it's for good reason, right? If we're, listen, hear me out. We solely look at transitive properties and how those Shopify Rebellion games went earlier on today. I think 2G, they had a much closer affair. It was impressive, the performances that FRZ and Brinks were able to put out, just swapping around what they usually play on certain maps here and there. And for Gouch to be able to step in and, you know, be comfortable with his squad in the server as well, it's just a completely different dynamic from when he is in that head coach spot. So I think that I am just impressed with how 2G were able to bring it to SRB, regardless of also the tribulations that they had to go through heading into today's game.
I also think this match is going to be a lot closer than what we've seen before, right? Like, I think the ground is a lot more even here, guys, where it feels like, yeah, maybe Contra did get blown out of the water by SRB, but, you know, aside from map 1, so did 2G, you know? Like, it still was, like, a pretty large sweep by SRB on those other maps. So I think overall, I feel like from my eyes, it looks a lot more even. And of course, Contra is going to have the buff knowing that 2G doesn't have their full roster, and they know there's holes, and they know that, you know, the roles have kind of been, you know, getting switched up a lot. So I think there's a bit of a mental boon for Contra when they, you know, they take all these things into account. Again, for me, I after watching today's games, my bar is leaned a little bit more towards the Contra side, but I'm still, I think, confident in the 2G. We're not here strictly from the experience, strictly from how confident they've looked in the, you know, their engagements and how they've been playing the map. So I'm still 2G sided, but I don't think I'm as 2G sided as I was yesterday when I made these predictions.
Which I think is super fair. I mean, again, this is a team that, even if we're talking about a Sunset that is, you know, maybe practice behind the scenes, it again is then a team that's dealing with the switches with, again, the coach joining in, right? So maybe it's going to be something prepared that they're switching up on the day. I think it'll be quite interesting. And of course, Contra, when we're talking again about the fact that they're coming off of a pretty rough loss, I mean, I think it's going to be so important to see what energy they come out of the gate with here on Sunset, Ash, to see the longevity they have within the series. I mean, those players that we talked about at top of day, like Crunch, etc., had an exceptional showing in the grand finals over on Sunset. And if we can get a player like him enabled online pretty quick within this series, I mean, that is just a superstar that has the potential to take over. That could be really difficult for 2G to contend with this map and down the line.
Yeah, absolutely. We really didn't get to see the opportunity come to fruition there for Crunch. They couldn't really get the ball rolling in that matchup up against SRB. So definitely looking at Contra to provide that support for Crunch where needed to find a bit more of that success. He wasn't able, unfortunately, to find any of those first bloods in that last series. So to be able to just, honestly, for the side of Contra, kick things off strong in that pistol round, I think could definitely be huge, especially heading into a map where there's that expectation of, okay, you're going to want to see Crunch getting on that operator here for the map of Sunset, setting him up on some of those deeper lines there as well, looking to contest, especially those A main angles. I feel like I really would love to see him be enabled, because at this point, it is now or never here with this last game.
It really is. I mean, winner of the series with the round robin today, this grueling round robin, gets to go into the grand finals tomorrow and have this opportunity still fight to get a spot in play-ins. But bringing it back into the first map of the series, we've talked a lot about like the known quantity that is what is Sunset for Contra, right? We get to see this double duelist, we get to see Crunch on this jet, etc. But on the opposing end, with not knowing what 2G is cooking, Roy, what do we kind of maybe expect based off of what we've gotten to see earlier on from the today?
Yeah, I feel like the meta hasn't really gone too crazy on this map. Like, it's still firmly in the controller, like single controller, Senti, you know, double initiator or double duelist, mostly towards double duelist right now. It kind of feels like everyone's going with. I don't think we'll see anything too crazy. Maybe the double Senti if they really want to be cooking, but looking at 2G's history on a lot of the maps, they're confident playing the double duelist. They're also confident playing the double controllers. So I'm expecting probably a double duelist composition. But one thing for me, guys, what I want to see here is I don't want to see either team go down without a fight. Like, I want to see max passion from both sides. I want to see everyone putting it on the line. I think the worst thing that could happen here is there's a sweep, a one-sided sweep for these two teams. I really feel like, you know, we didn't really get to see a lot of Contra's potential in the last match against SRB, who was really playing fired up. And I feel like they still have a lot more juice to give us, and I really just want to see that passion coming out from Contra.
I mean, again, this is a team that, I mean, and for all of the teams that are here in the LCQ, like, there is a reason that they're in this spot in the first place. Maybe they're not the best team in their region, or, you know, maybe just, you know, close finals. All of them did have exceptional showings in their finals, but these were respectively at minimum the second best team within the region, right? And I feel like it's going to be like, it has been tough competition here on the day. SRB has looked so primed and ready to try and take that spot. So definitely don't want to judge either one of these two teams based off of those matchups we've already gotten to see today. But instead, Ash, look at the history we've seen with these teams in their respective regions and just like how strong they've been. Again, like the team, it was an 11-13 loss in map number 5 to put them here. And like for Contra as well, like again, we got to see such a strong Sunset when they competed here just yesterday. Like these are definitely worthy teams regardless of what result happens here.
Yeah, they absolutely are. I think that no matter what, I feel like for this last map, or not last map, last matchup, it's going to be a heater between the two of them. You know, both teams aren't going to want to go down without putting their absolute all into this match, trying to get to that grand final. And I think that it's just crazy because there's so much behind like 2G. This is a squad where the organization wants to get back into VCT as well after they had previously ascended, and you have Gobera on that roster who was previously part of that originally like ascended roster and looking to, you know, make it back up to that point. And then again, the story of this Contra squad where for these players, it's their first time. They want to, you know, be able to make that push to show that they can, you know, be able to play up against the greats and try and have that opportunity to play in grand finals tomorrow up against SRB to see if they can make it to that play-in spot. It's going to be insane. There's so much pride on the line too. These players want to absolutely take this opportunity to have this last opportunity to also show their talent too, as well, like with the end of the season coming in and getting into the agent select here for the side of 2Game. I feel like this is pretty expected, right? The very standard compositions that we're seeing being run here on Sunset, with Crunch being on that Jet being like one of the few differences with how heavily the meta has been leaning into that Neon, but the Jet definitely makes sense for Crunch. There's a reason why we've highlighted him so much on that agent and his offense.
Yeah, I mean, Crunch on Jet last time was an absolute pop-off over on Sunset, but it's time to see what it matters the most if they can do it again today. Let's find out. Get to the game with your casters, Shio and Marks.
Tap right in. Thank you so much, Sierra and the desk. We're looking at what is the last place right now for just play-ins coming through in terms of the last storyline. We know that up next tomorrow is going to be SRB, 2Game, and Contra, who've lost to them so far today. Marks have one last chance to get to that spot.
Yeah, backs against the wall. Only one can remain after this, and then they have to go again against SRB to try and secure their position in VCT Americas. A lot on the line, and kind of talking about the bigger picture for both these teams, obviously coming from their respective regions, unfortunately not being able to make it in that grand final, and now have to battle through this crazy last chance qualifier. Oh man, so many going through. It's a three-pointer if you ask me, but let's see how this goes. Both these teams stylistically are very similar, in my opinion, on how they want to attack these sites and how they want to play around on this defense. So it really is going to come down who can just kind of pull out their strategies just a little bit more and show the other team what's up.
Gobera will have the option from 2G's side to be able to escort the entire team in. Meanwhile, from the side of Contra, you'll have Crunch having a bit more autonomy on Jet, being able to slow things down and also really have more pop pressure on these sites individually. So we'll see if teamwork and being linked with that fast lane is better on this map, or if Crunch can be that deciding factor for his team. Gobera up down with QCK, ready to actually receive on this angle. Jet's really good at breaking the crosshairs initially on this one. They're just going to come in on the left side. They're not going to be blocked off whatsoever. Just going to pass by forward. We're going to get the trade. Crunch finding FRZ and then backing over again. We talked about the individuality of Jet, and he is popping off.
Once again, Contra, one of their biggest win conditions is Crunch go kill. Crunch can just kind of solo an entire team if set up appropriately. Question is how 2G are going to start responding as Crunch gets a third kill. Brink's now looking for it, is able to get that right click, but look at this, Theory just around the corner in time. Contra, they will take that pistol win. A much needed motivational round, if you ask me, to be able to get themselves back in based on how that last series went.
The last series, just have it as experience under your belt on what fails might look like. And after that, look for more of those winning opportunities. At the same time, some of the best parts of those series in Contra's gameplay there. Not just Crunch finally leveling up to what I think is the best we've seen from him so far, but Theory still on that lurk, still being somebody that finds pressure and moves on the map. I know it's just pistol, but I'm watching these patterns pop up just a little bit from the team. Outside of 2G, what was the biggest person and name to follow? I mean, the desk talked about it a little bit. Brinks, right? This guy has been insane on the Omen, was dropping like what, 18, or it was 8 and 3 in the first 4 rounds, first 5 rounds of that first game we were watching. He's been so monumental at taking space with the team.
As well, so far deep right now. Marshall in hand. Only 3 of the members on Contra buying up here. Pegasus with that rifle. Scubera, as per usual, just kind of left alone, hoping to be that Crunch player, find that kill, will do just that. Theory goes down. That leaves that whole backside exposed, so Contra now have their hand forced, and it's a good push out from FRC.
What is going on Contra's camp right now? To Classics! He goes into the Glocks! Oh my god, they're burning alive! I have never seen an eco quite like this. Crunch lurking by himself, by the way. With the Marshall. Double lurk, and your Jet's not with you? Okay, I mean, that's one way for 2G to get the Thrifty on the board.
Once again, I don't want to just be that person who keeps on repeating myself over and over and over again, but it feels like the game style of Contra really is just relying on individuals to be able to find kills. When it works, it looks great. I mean, hey, pistol round number 1, Crunch goes crazy. But as soon as it falls apart, that's when we see the other team really dissect and pull them to pieces. And 2G just exemplifying one of those weaknesses there, especially given that they are also a feast or famine squad. Gobera, kind of in that exact same scenario for 2G, relying on finding that pick for the squad to make it easier for them to win the round.
That back in time, I believe FRC did, man. I gotta talk to production about seeing if we have an on-site doctor, man. I have a stomach ache after that last round. I don't know. This is looking a bit tough. Contra right back at it though. I mean, you talked about individuality, the one player that needs to pop off. Brings in Spawn, man. Brings in their Spawn. He's pushed so far forward. Crunch does get a return on that first blood, but what else did he find?
I mean, it's all about that positioning coming through from 2G. We saw that on their matchup with Shopify Rebellion Black. They're so good at being able to just secure, but they've completely just confuzzled each other. They've run all the way around the map, and no one's home. And finally, FRC gets met by resistance.
He started on A, walked through their spawn, and is now receiving pressure over on the B side. Never seen a match like this in my life in the first few rounds. And
30 seconds left.
He's not able to find and contain the rest of the players on this Contra side. They have now gained rifles, are somehow finding timings, and are re-thrifting the round. Oh!
It's okay. Gobera up into 1v2 here. The player who is that clutch player for 2G. They rely on just with those timings. Spots out one of the barrels, makes it a 1v1, looking for that kill. Gobera will clutch up. The mental damage cannot be sustained. Shio just completely eviscerated with how that round went.
I just don't understand. I mean, nobody activated on the angle whatsoever, and past that as well, the reactions taking a little bit of a, I don't know, 2-day timing to come in from the team. Not the best post-plant positions, are also kind of playing with each other, but not. And also the way the round started off, some of the just routes that these guys took, if you mapped it, you'd be thinking, did I fake it? Like the Cito was really locked into that main angle, but it was not even a position where you're protected from any other angles. Like it's a whole question mark. That being said, there's question marks to be tossed from both sides on the board. Let's lock into another round. I mean, this is rifles on both sides, so surely it can't get that crazy.
Riddle me this, Batman. Who's going to outflank who this round? Both of these teams coming in with very unconventional routing, exactly like you said, aiming to confuse their opponent, but the only people that they're confusing tends to be themselves as we reset on both of those sides. And so let's see if we're going to start getting a little bit more traditional Valorant, or if it's still going to be Goofy Town strats coming out from both these teams trying to get the upper hand on each other.
Drones passing by each other. up in mid. That smoke's been tossed top right just to get some pressure against the defensive team. One way gone on the A side, and they haven't really explored this whatsoever. Very close range to this op. I mean, Crunch is in the punish angle. And again, you know, the reaction's taking a little bit of time to come in. Gobera just faster on the draw. Cam gonna be there too. Team flash.
Oh boy. Oh.
It's all good. I have the position left to mark it. Why is he running it back there too? I don't understand. The op had the angle. It's all good. It's all good. We'll tap right in. I mean, QCK doesn't stay on the angle like we saw from before on the defensive side, trying to take the 1v3. He backs over to a teammate. Ganis forgot about that one. And yeah, unfortunately, nobody there set ready to take the angle. All good though. Contra get in. Spike does get planted down. 4 players on the side of 2G to take this one back.
Yeah, but Contra look to get aggressive here. Push forward. Oh, timing for FRZ. Oh, FRZ finds yet another. Theory shuts him down, but Gobera ready to receive it. It's still looking a little bit wacky, but in these chaotic situations, it seems like Gobera is gonna be good for it. This time with the operator, kind of showing it up to Crunch on the other side.
Teleport, slow motion, 1x1 peak. I haven't seen these strats in a long time. I'm getting nostalgic with this one, man. I'm not gonna lie. So I'm liking the idea of getting across there, but the team has got to get a bit faster. I mean, I'm looking at, I don't know, is it the LCQ or the geriatric league right now? Everybody just seems a bit slow. It sounds harsh, I know, but Deadmos is almost done with the TP, man. He could have had kids. They're gonna graduate at university before that XP came in. What's going on? I need some speed. Contra's so good at playing when there's chaos. Cause more of it. I want to see that action. One way coming in as well to temper these guys up in the main side. What we saw before is that mid space was free for the side of Contra. The drone saw that last time. The team sees it this time, and they're ready to pop out of the smoke. This is the chaos that I'm talking about. There's the knife. There's the action. This is the speed I want to see. Accuracy there as well. Crunch is the only guy who's really getting the biggest results on the team right now. Okay, solved for the moment. I was about to say Theory is there with the Sheriff to knock him down. It's chaos across the entire map, and somehow a 2v2.
I feel like chaos is going to be the name of the game. Both these teams really just thriving in that chaos, want to make the situation even worse. Crunch going to be turning this corner, but FRZ's better.
It's off one, Gobera. Nice shot, Theory. Just not ready and found out. A 4th round on the board for 2G.
Man, I gotta say, it is really nice being able to see Gobera have the impact that we had in the previous match that we saw. It felt like Gobera was just always getting taken down first. That was the first person who was consistently being caught off guard. And this time around, it feels like Gobera is kind of all reliable, able to just navigate, circumvent the other team, survive throughout all of the chaos, and then is able to clutch it up, operator in hand, not afraid to get dirty with it. And look at this, FRZ back with the op while Gobera back onto the rifle. We're still seeing that role swap come through from 2G to account for their head coach stepping in. But, you know, it's unconventional to say the least.
I wanted to be that bird, man. Let me be free. Here comes Gobera coming in. They're taking a lot of advanced angles, but they're going to be hit by this paranoia. Yeah, 3 players seeing darkness, and I'm liking this retake. Actually, not a bad choice. And a cool stab on the side of Contra.
I think he's solo away right now.
They're going to be hearing their comms for the moment as well, so we'll see what's going on in the camp on the rifle round.
Okay?
Let's go
contact. Let's go contact. We with them. I'm playing anti-push.
Just find elbow. Omen. You can run it.
Go in there. I live in B, Dylan.
We need to use YouTube before he uses it, okay?
Find that corner.
I'm on it. Okay. Playing anti-push.
On site.
We're gonna go. I'm gonna drone this time. We go, okay?
Can we double swing? 3. TP, maybe on top.
Droning for you. Wait.
I'm gonna do the exit with the molly.
Droning, they're playing retake. Get my flood, okay? Site is free, but they're gonna flood A, okay?
That's free? Okay, I'm on one way. We're good.
Service 1 link. I think 2 link. I'm going over.
They could be floating already.
Flash in 3, 2, 1 pop. Get out.
One more side.
I'm picking.
120.
One more with me.
On the right.
Select.
50.
30 seconds left.
Out, guys.
On side, no?
Down A.
Yes, on side.
You have 2. One side, one main.
Not run.
Nah, we got this shit.
Contra falling apart a little bit there. You could still hear a little bit of confusion as to what the actual game plan is. And I think that lack of cohesion on what is going on and who is that leader in making those calls is leading to confusion. Like, you could hear people consistently making calls out, but everyone's just kind of dialed in onto their own screen, unaware of what's happening, and that's just opening up these gaps that allow 2G to be able to find those kills. We saw it happen previously in their matchup against Shopify Rebellion Black, but those same openings are really rearing their head forwards, and especially given the fast forward aggressive nature that 2G like to play with, they're finding those openings and making sure to punish Contra round after round.
And 2G positions are really good at punishing exactly what you're talking about from Contra, the little bit of a haphazard entry onto these sites. And in that comms round as well, specifically, there's like one guy, I'm not sure who it is on the side of Contra, really talking over everybody as they're calling out what's going on, telling them to go in. They are going in though, but like nobody's asking how. When it's good comms, you can hear people say, okay, let's entry 2, 1, and they move, right? Like they've even taken away the 3 now. They're getting so efficient with it. You're looking at this team though, it's just haphazard call outs. The IGL just trying to get everybody on the same page. And then again, the person that's needed, right? This is kind of the MLBR Osmos thing, right? You have a Jet on the team that likes to op on attack and play it slow. When you need to pop, that Jet also needs to be there to dash in as well. And I feel like Crunch wants to play the slow round. The rest of the team is calling it fast. And as a result, their Jet is also not there for the entry. It's tough. Okay. Fast round here from Contra. It's a bit of a weird buy from them. It might be a half one. Force up, but 2G take the fight to them and they pay the price.
Very similar to what we saw Contra be able to scoop up a couple of rounds on SRB. Just with that aggression, with that speed to just overwhelm one of these sites. Works out well for them, but still a little bit more difficulty in front of them here. Brinks gets into a great position.
I've been past the drone as well. Brinks might be the one to win this one. They have no idea he's here. Activates. He's the first shot. The rest of the team can play off of him as well. Brinks taking the round by storm alone. The rest of the team, the winds, the waves, the hurricane behind him. Crunch now. The guy to get the job done. The reason the round's even on the board for Contra right now has to do it solo again. This time though, Habix FRZ, the two teammates that have played together, the coach and the IGL locked in together. You got to wonder, is it the years of experience and clutching from Red Cannons that are going to help them in getting this round back on the board?
Left.
85 has some time to play with. Spike down on the right side. Ooh, jump spot does see the shoulder. Solo bolo, but not enough. FRZ is there with the peak.
Oh man, yeah, I can't imagine how the comms are sounding right now for Contra. I mean, they come off of a pretty disappointing defeat against Shopify Rebellion Black after they lost the final yesterday, forcing them into this position in the first place. And now 2G are just running all over them, even after a timeout, still not being able to make anything happen. And it's just these simple mistakes, these simple little errors where crossfires come through from Contra to punish them. We're not even seeing fancy util plays. We're not even seeing flashes that just isolate. It's just positioning coming through from 2G and just being aware of where Contra are going to push in and making sure to gun them down as soon as they get a foot in the door.
Contra are aware of all these floods though. I mean, even in that last comms round, they kind of understood what was going down. They just have no, I'm not going to even say cohesion. The game plan is kind of not ready to go as the flood comes in from the side of 2G. I think these guys are actually clocking the pressure 2G has. It's just in communication as the round speeds up a little bit. They do kind of trip over themselves. This time Crunch no op is going to lead the charge over through Market. It's set up though from 2G. Very close and personal, activating off their own paranoia. TB coming in on top box, gets Crunch pushed back. They fall off the top blue. Another scary paranoia comes in their way. Deadmos trying to save the round, but it's just not enough.
Yep. 2G, they just kind of sweep up and it's just chaotic. Like, oh, Crunch went on top. That's okay. We can flash for it and then we can move in and kill them. And there's no protocol on the side of Contra. As soon as they get hit with the paranoia, you can see it's pandemonium. It's chaos. They don't know what to do. While QCK just walks in with Gubera and they find all the kills necessary. Sure, Crunch fell behind, but then a friendly paranoia comes through from Deadmos, which blinds Crunch as well.
I mean, Crunch could not see anything in that entire round. It's not even sure if it's his fault or anything at all. The biggest thing too, you talked about that secondary plan when there's chaos. Marks, Theory was that guy who was always on a lurk. Usually in that situation, he might be on the A side trying to find some value. That's how it was against Shopify Rebellion. I know it didn't work the best, but in a set, he was doing such a good job at going up mid. They don't even have that lurk with their Cypher on Ascent or on Sunset. I mean, this is just very, very rough for the side of Contra. They're not really getting any identity going on this map of what they want to do. The moment, you're talking about it perfectly, Marks. The moment 2G have a voice in the round, a Contra just fall apart.
And that's so tough to deal with now. This 4-stack from Contra. And still Gobera is able to find one and able to escape. The backup trying to get something, but QCK gets knocked down instead. Gobera, though, still alive with the operator. Despite walking into 4 people, that should not be the case and should be punished.
Timing here. Briggs taking space. Theory on the lurk is able to save some time. Apex, though, please, somebody look behind. You are, and it's Stenmos that is able to play insurance for the team.
Paranoia coming in here. Excellent timing, FRZ. Just kind of holding it down. Is able to find Theory. The flood through is going to happen. FRZ finds 2. Oh no! The util in hand. At least able to get the drive-by with that stinger. It comes down to this 1v1. And look who it is. Gobera with the information. Make sure that is going to be a round 1. Unbelievable stuff from FRZ just to make sure that it comes out a 2G round.
It's honestly destined at this point. I mean, what is going on? Marks is healed over for the moment. It's, you can't even make up the round. It's me, Shadow Wager, by the way, that can't make up a round like this. I mean, should be my day job. It should be a second thought the zaniest takes I come out with. I can't even predict the way this game's going, man.
I think
oh
it was
my god,
really telling. What do you call it? When we had, I think it was on that second round where they flanked each other and just got the full thing all the way around here. I mean, once again, they're confusing each other, and somehow these clutch moments are coming out on top. It's looking like it's a death match here.
Yeah, I mean, already on site, somehow Contra is found all the way towards the back of Pillar and the back of B. They've taken this really, really fast. Run it backing into the smoke with your rifle not ready, just for Crunch to save the entire round. He's gonna get 2. One-man army. Gobera on the backside denying and stopping the general from finding any more space. Rest of the team's got to lock it down from the side of Contra.
Excellent little stall out here as FRZ makes his approach now.
Oh, no.
Team flash. Hate to see that. And right into the molly. QCK finds one.
He flashed himself. Edmos, please. Save me. Save the round. Him in Theory. Do link it down. And disaster averted as Contra get their second round on the board.
I'm not gonna lie to you, Shio. I've seen a lot of team flashes today.
Yeah.
And they only seem like they're getting a little bit worse and at worse opportune times there. Really, sure, Contra walk away with that round, getting their second onto the board. But that could have been devastating if it allowed 2D to be able to make their way in. Thankfully, Deadmos is someone who has been really stable on Contra's side to be able to sweep up some of these kills, is able to clutch things up, close that round out, but it got a lot closer than it needed to be. As 2G, I mean, there's 2 more rounds left in this half. Contra wants to be able to make this competitive, but it's not looking good.
Shot from Crunch. Weird peek, though, from Contra to take it on their side. Get some information as to what's going down. And they're making the call that 2G are making the call that Contra's not going to be coming back in this one at all. They start to drone the A side. The spike is there as well. So this looks like the exact way that they actually want to go.
I think we're getting pinged out by that recon drone as 2G decide to coalesce their efforts towards this middle presence. They're going to be pushing this.
Got 4 people down mid. What is this? 2G just freestyling it. Taking apart the individual fights. Theory finds one, but Gobera is really good to get back on the angle there. Back towards FRZ. Cam's in play. Gonna see 3 people and still try to peek into them. Devious. Not being punished. Crunch does hear the defensive rotation going away, but the rest of the team is trapped. How did they get out of here? Only 38 seconds on the board. Where is my jet for the moment? Come on, Cito. It'll be leading the team towards the right side. The flank is coming in. They should know about this. And Gobera skipped the angle from spawn. They are holding this side, though. Hunter's Fury by yourself. You know a flank is coming. What's going on in the Contra camp? Crunch, you let him get away with this. Oh, no. This is disaster. I mean,
10 seconds
9-3. Or I was just saying, I'm being hopeful for Contra. 9-2 for now. Man, I'm even just confused. Again, just double lurk, and one of them is just the guy who has the dash, the guy who has knives to get activated. and you're trapped. The clock was 120, by the way, when they droned. They made it up to elbow, and the clock ran out.
I don't mean to repeat myself here, but Contra seemed like a team that have a one-step plan. And their one step was to get into that little side there, and then they just didn't know what to do. Like, exactly like you said, they just got stuck, and the person who's supposed to be entering into the site wasn't there. And what do? You're buying all this time that 2G have an idea on where you're standing. And then it doesn't come down to what utility it has. It doesn't come down to what trap plays you set up. It just comes down to being pressured and getting shot down. I don't want to call it a disaster, but it's not looking good.
I mean, I don't know how long and much more you have to watch to deem it as a disaster, but the biggest thing for me is the lack of just a linked line in terms of the game plan for Contra. If you were playing that super dash entry style to Chaos, you wouldn't have crunch attack hopping. But if you wanted to rely on the crunch attack hop, you should have one person watching the flank or just lurking mid a little bit more. Even if Theory dies, someone has to pick up that angle. Right now, this is just all crunch. Can he find value? An op and a knife, or op and a blade storm up in mid. Paranoid out. Stun being put down too. Agonist up in a spot to be able to punish a little bit. They're not aware of this line. If the shot was more accurate, Deadpost will go down. They've been putting Gobert on this one, and they're just running away again. Maybe Theory can take care of this. Nobody's watching the flank properly. Deadpost, too much trust in Theory. Theory is able to at least find a pick.
That gets a little bit of information on what's going down here, but look at this. The head coach, he peeks and he kills. Finds two. Theory, once again, asked for the world. Let's see if he can deliver here. A 1v3 scenario as 2G look to make Contra's map pick a 10-2 half. And once again, keep in mind, this is with 2G coming in here with a substitute and a bunch of role swaps with their head coach stepping into the initiator role. I think that right now, the biggest issue that Contra is running into is simply just themselves.
I think so too. It's looking like half the players want to do a specific thing. The other half also want to do something else. All the decisions are not bad. They're good ideas to attack around. If you're not going to be able to do any of those ideas together, it's just trouble, man. Crunch right there, ready to fight and be really explosive top mid, but has an op. And Phoenix is playing so far behind him, letting, I don't know, him do all the Army's duties, and this guy's just sitting at the desk. It's Phoenix, though. He should be the one flashing Crunch in. He should be the one entering overall. But again, there's an operator in play. It's so back and forth. You can't ride both sides of the seesaw if you're Contra here, yet they're trying to. On defense now, at least individual play. One person wanting to op, one person wanting to play it slow, and the rest kind of being on different pages. Might not be the biggest thing. They're able to lock it down on a retake together as well. We're going to listen in to see how things are going for 2G.
Vou tirar a mira, vem, dois.
Piada, mais um gol.
Mais um base.
Tô no spot. Ele já tá no fogão, Gabi.
Tá.
Tava aí, guys.
É o Fênix.
Fênix só.
Base.
Fênix e Sova.
Puxa o A. Tá, vamos junto aí você.
Tô jogando. Vem por aqui comigo.
Tá. Quiser apontar aqui é perfeito, guys. Vou matar
ele já já.
A gente
Calma,
ganha.
só espera. Vou matar ele já já. Tá marotado.
Acho que nós tem que chamar atenção pra você.
Pode chamar atenção, pode chamar atenção.
Tá.
Daqui a pouco, vamos esperar.
Só estreifa, só brinca.
Vou chamar atenção agora. Nada viaduto. Esquerda.
Câmera te vendo,
tá? Só vem, guys.
Smoke esquerda.
Esse cara pode ter rushado base, tá, guys?
Sim, eu acho que ele rushou.
Vou desmocar a esquerda.
É, eu acho que ele
voltar aí,
base, mano. Cuidado, sim.
Crava aí, crava nele, ô.
Cravo.
Plantei full aberto, tá?
Tá bom.
Tem spot fogão pra você, se você quiser.
Toma aqui, o tio só.
Spike planted.
Eu vou ficar dando tiro.
Sniper lá atrás ainda. Meio atrasado, só ele. Jogou costas. Que bloco, velho, não tô escutando nada.
Vou chamar atenção pra você aqui.
É dois costas, eu acho. Dois.
Valeu. Me mata.
And
all right, so
that's going to be a round for Contra here as they're able to find that defuse. Confusing our own comms on this side here. Everyone's confused today. But yeah, I mean, I have some questions there. How did FRZ walk all the way into that A site? And you can tell that the comms are calling for it. Just being able to rotate through, and honestly, like, there was nothing from Contra. They had the information. They knew what was going on. And then they just decided, hey, let's just regroup ourselves and push in together to be able to overwhelm. And thankfully the numbers there, especially on that pistol round, were going to be more than sufficient to make sure that they close things out. So Contra are able to at least get that pistol round here. But still, 3-10, got to get 7 rounds in a row to get that tie up. Once again, as a reminder, this is their map pick here.
7 rounds in a row. If Contra won a back-to-back so far in this series, Quants, let me know. As seeing a lot of the stuff on this map, my brain has missing memories now. Para, try to run in here, get as much as possible. Classic still a threat. You can't catch him out. And it's going to be in play as well. Jumping forward. Punish is coming in a bit late for the side of Contra, but they will be there towards the end of the day. We talked about linked rounds back-to-back. This should be one. Rink, though, they get 1 punish. Paranoid, but in the smoke, so you'll be able to dodge that line for the moment. But Deadmos is there, and they get their 2nd round in a row on the board. 10-4 for Contra.
Yeah, and you know what? I did say at the start of this, these two teams are kind of similar in how they want to approach things. It's very much on that defense specifically, finding that first initial kill, getting that, backing up, and then just being able to hold when the team moves in, and then gun them down on their way in. And that was another round that really, if you told me that the teams were swapped around, I would have believed you. With how Contra were kind of playing that defense, just kind of holding these long angles. Theory, the savior of Contra thus far in all of their matches, just kind of lines them up and mows them down as Suji try to enter through B.
Slow round start for both of the teams so far. Suji were very good at exploiting mid and going for splits on a majority of their maps where they were able to get rounds on the board. It's not as easy to get all the way through mid for things like A or a B pop through Boba, but it is nice splitting over through market, which I believe Contra are trying to be very wary of. Have Cypher inside that smoke.
Slow as an ever default from 2G. Trying to find that timing, trying to force some of this utility out or catch a player off.
A full extra space on both sides kind of for the moment. Forcing a one-way out of the defensive side on one, and then Paganus soloing on this one, and FRZ walking on the angle. That's what Paganus was setting up for. That fight was meant for him, but it just goes towards the side of 2G.
And it's kind of crazy that FRZ is the one who enters. You've got a Neon there, and it doesn't matter, okay? Doesn't matter. Contra is able to find those 2 enters.
Sure. Slap back with the Sheriff. Scavix in a position to find one. Flash comes in, getting his teammate offline, but that's for QCK to be able to bait off of his pressure. Find that kill. Meloncito, Stinger, Sheriff in tow. Long and close range will be hot hands down and burned away. QCK with a bit of that disrespectful kill.
A good round from 2G, but I have so many questions, man. Why is FRZ walking it alone? There's no utility supporting it. And FRZ walks in and finds a kill. And they just walk away with the round like that. I mean, it's good positioning from the overall map, but it's these small little things that I'm noticing where I'm like, wow, I can't believe that kind of worked. But at the same time, 2G, like we talked about, have a couple of changes, have a couple of role swaps on what is going on. And FRZ initially was that initiator. And so I imagine it makes a lot more sense that FRZ is entering with Gobera.
Paranoia available to stop a bit of a fast push, but a lot of the times Contra lets it go a bit too early. Slow start again from 2G.
Yeah, I mean, it worked last round. If it ain't broke, why fix it? So this time, scaling up with Recon Drone. Recon Drone will come back into their favor as their Gobera goes in deep, trying to chase Brinks down, but Crunch finds a kill, and actually there goes Gobera.
Segmented from 2G again this time. People on main not caught up. The biggest jump I've seen. Get this guy under an Olympic team for the high jump. What is it? The 3-step jump QCK, man. He's got legs. Gonna find 2. Nobody peeked with him, by the way, on that jump in. Gotta practice that if you want to be in play-ins in Americas. I mean, that's the America special peak, right? Theory on the flank coming in. Doors closing maybe on 2G's side. They have to open up one of these windows, either spawn or main. And it'll be spawn they flash in for. No anti, no reaction, no chance. Send me that ace. Give him some space. Isolate it up. The jump peaks are coming in. The big guy to get the 5 on the board. Brinks doesn't care about accolades. He just wants to get the match points.
And this has to be just such a good momentum booster for 2G. I mean, 12-4 on Contra's map after losing to Shopify Rebellion Black in a series that, sure, they won the first map, but then after that, it seemed like lights out as SRB got online. And still, there's a lot of questions as to what Contra are kind of planning, but it always just comes down to these gun duels right now. And if Contra comes out on top of it, it could look good, but overall, it does feel like 2G are just a bit better. QCK now having that moment in the spotlight. Great flashes, just playing a little bit more selfishly. But listen, when you're playing Phoenix and you got those angles and you can secure those kills, especially against a Contra that don't seem like they're always grouped up, then you just simply have to go for it.
Go for it part, though. I think that's just been a bit of a issue for Contra, right? Like, just trying to be on the same page to go for it has been a bit of a problem. Again, slow start for 2G, not giving too much information away. Have that set up, right? The 1-1-3 that Contra were kind of lacking on their attack side. Never actually got too much space up in mid alone. He was stopped multiple times. Drake not going to push past this point. Again, giving up a lot on this side of the map. Weird buy also for Contra on this round is, again, they have to just force it down. It is match point. Brinks to be able to see where Crunch is. There's the raid boss. So they want to go straight to him or kind of get away. They're inkling that they do want to take the fight over to the one guy who can save the round. Dash is gone now. Overdrive active. Paranoia put up early again. 30 seconds though, so it's not that bad. Top mid though controlled. Gobert trying to get in. Gonna race down both players. Crunch and Edmos melts. A puddle on the ground. And 2G stop right over him. QCK, fireworks in the sky. Don't look directly at them. You might just die. It's 2G with the 13-4 win.
Yeah, you see it, the momentum swinging high. They're looking a lot more comfortable with how that matchup went here. And we talked about it. You know, 2G, they're a squad that looks really darn good when they find those moments and find those opportunities. Both these teams leaning into a very similar style onto how they want to approach things. It's just that Contra looked a little bit more scattered, and when you saw them start to clash heads with these weird attack patterns and weird defensive strategies, it really seemed like 2G just took a second to be like, you know what? They're doing some crazy stuff over there. Let's just keep it simple. We know we can win these gunfights. And by the time that defensive half was over, they were miles ahead of the competition. It wasn't flashy. It wasn't crazy. It was just, let's hold this angle and let them walk into us. And Contra fell for it round after round.
Still, the start of the match, bombastic. And I want to see a bit more of that in the second, maybe third one too. If you're a Contra believer, don't go anywhere. This BO3 is ending right after this.
Trim, edge, shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
Two games looking to try and close this one out in 2 games is heading into the very first map of the series, Sunset. This was Contra's pick, but heading into it, you would think a little otherwise. 2G out at the gate looking so strong, putting in that work, and are going to be rewarded with a 13-4 victory. I mean, we had talked about, you know, Roy, yes, we're on this new patch, but we don't necessarily know what teams have put in behind the scenes, as well as revisiting an old map. And I mean, that showed up in spades for 2G.
Yeah, I'm wondering where this map has been all along for 2G, because it looks like low-key one of their best maps. They look so good on this map, and in almost every way, right? A lot of the stuff that we've been kind of saying has been a little bit lacking on the 2G's end, which is getting the double duelists active, getting everyone kind of on the same page, into the same tempo. I feel like none of those problems existed here. Like, they were playing so well overall. Like, the QCK and Gobera were getting active. Everybody was on the same page. They're, you know, Contra won the first pistol. 2G ecos, they win 8 in a row after that, guys. I mean, the energy from Contra was stolen nice and early from 2G, and it kind of just felt like they ran away with the game. And like, their turtling on site were on point. Their floods, the retakes, the way the way they were getting Gobera active was just so on point and on beat. It was a huge turnaround for 2G.
It really was. I think it's just honestly insane how oppressive 2G felt through the entirety of this map of Sunset. And I do also want to highlight, like, I feel like we talked a little bit about, you know, these duelist players going head to head, right? And the Jet versus the Neon. And I feel like what we saw from 2G really highlighted why Neon has been the duelist that's been meta now on Sunset, with it coming back into the fray. I did shout out Crunch on that Jet previously because of just how comfortable he is on that agent, but that Neon, especially with that relay bolt, just provides so much setup ability, delay ability that I think had so much impact there for Gobera to be able to feel like he can let loose and get a little bit more aggressive even when his team is.
And I mean, to be able to see that double duelist really come to light was just phenomenal. Again, this is a team that, you know, kind of switching a couple of things up with the coach coming in, but that's affecting the other roles, right? When we're looking at just the pure firepower of the team, to be able to see the double duelist just go on pure Roy, and to see how they're able to just like kind of run it down at this map, I mean, it was just so nice.
And it's the same kind of win con that we saw on Ascent against SRB, right? Like, it's almost a replicated formula where everyone's kind of getting active. People know their parameters within the post plants. Like, it feels like at every point in the round, you know, despite the first bloods going pretty even with both of these rosters, it kind of just felt like 2G's mid round and late rounds were just so much more pronounced than what Contra maybe was expecting when they had initially picked this map. And I feel like they got caught off by that.
Yeah, I think also talking about the first bloods in that situation as well, I also want to take into consideration for Paganist, he went 0-5, I think, when it came down to those first bloods there for the side of Contra, and that being four of those first deaths being on that attacking side. And I think it says so much when your Phoenix player is going down first. That means you're taking flashes out of the equation so early into the round. That's assuming that maybe one flash did get to go off to try and, you know, find that entry onto site, whatever it may be, the sites that's being taken. But that means there's also like no mollies into those post plans. There's a lot less utility to fight a little bit more aggressively into those spawn angles. And we saw how that was a struggle there for Contra as well, with how good 2G were at flooding back onto those sites. And not just that, getting aggressive all around the map. They were fully in control.
And I mean, again, to highlight the biggest difference with these teams heading into the map to start off, we have to talk about the duelist, specifically to this Neon that we got to see with our Philips Norelco head-to-head. Because again, this was an impact that was just incredible to see. You get the Phoenix who's getting these flashes, you get the Neon that can run it down. And when you're looking at a meta composition with two people that are also just backing it up in kills, Roy, I mean, ew is right.
Yeah, I mean, just ew. Like 280 on an important opening map, like that's disgusting from Gobera. And QCK, we saw a lot of the clips from him as well. He had so many multi-kills. And again, we came into this tournament talking a lot about the importance and like the kind of the trademark of this meta, right, which is the double duelist. Like, it's a very active meta, and the teams who know how to get active, the teams who know how to disrupt, are the ones being rewarded. And this is the style that I want to see more of from 2G, is like try to do this on a lot more, you know, maps. So like this is working really well for you guys. So I think what we saw right here is huge, and it's going to be the defining factor in this match. And as well as if they manage to make it to tomorrow against SRB, it will also be important then as well. So it's nice to see it start to heat up here in this environment.
Absolutely, especially knowing that heading into our second map as well, it's going to be Ascent. You're gonna see QCK back onto that Phoenix, Gobert swapping onto the Jet for this map in particular. When they're on that much of heater after sunset, it's going to be terrifying to consider how they will be looking on Ascent, especially how we saw them in form earlier today.
I mean, going into this do or die truly for Contra, it's time to see heading into Ascent. If they can get the win now, let's get to it and find out with your casters. Back over to Shio and Marks.
And see what it is when everything's on the line for Contra now. Back to a map that didn't look too good for them rocking through overall. 2G as well, a nice little resurgence on this one. Let's see how things look on Ascent, Marks.
I mean, once again, 2G. This is the map that they won against Shopify Rebellion Black. And if we use, I think Ash called it transitive properties. Shopify Rebellion Black kind of swept the floor with Contra on this map. So, you know, 2G have to be feeling pretty nice and confident walking into this.
I think doing the research into Contra, because I'm always curious to see what these double Sentinel Deadlock Cypher comps face against. They're going to start on defense, and they are playing against a double duelist composition. So this is actually home ground for them. I think playing against that chamber, they didn't really have a protocol for that one entirely. On this one though, this should be business as usual. They should have seen this before. Pagan going down at the same time. They'll be able to get that barrier mesh out to stop the push coming in from the side of 2G. Already this Deadlock finding more value in this game than an entire map of the last one when they were up against SRB.
Yeah, unfortunate truth bomb just dropped right there, but it's definitely true, as this will force that repositioning from 2G, but all of the Cypher stuff is set up, and meanwhile Crunch ready to intercept them at a moment's notice, but FRZ actually spots them out. Doesn't matter, Crunch goes for it, but it doesn't matter. FRZ from downtown will find 2 kills. Is Pelencino challenge next? Able to find Gubera, but taken down as well.
1 versus 3 now. Somehow FRZ, that value, insane. You're watching these teams, sometimes you get the weirdest levels of highs and lows. The top of Mount Everest, I can't even explain because we don't get to see those highs a lot of the time. And then, like my speech, we're, you know, under the sea, bikini bottom in a pineapple type beat. Sometimes it gets goofy. Deadmos given an opportunity here, and he's going to be swimming with the fishes as well. Man, it's been a long day. And right now, 2G start things off on the attack. It's tough for Contra overall, though, right? I think pistols are huge for them to win here, Marks, with the state of the day they've been having so far in these games. Not getting another one is going to be detrimental.
Yeah, I'm learning that Goofy actually is in Bikini Bottom, based on what you just described there, which is throwing me off a little bit, I can't lie, but all good, because yeah, exactly like you said, we need to see that momentum start to pick up for Contra. The play styles and just the momentum shifts, and especially given the fact that they want to find those kills on those dry peaks, it has to be confidence, it has to be belief in your ability, and it has to be that momentum that needs to be accumulated. So 2G immediately stealing that one away is not how you want to start this map out, especially when you've got a mountain to climb. Maybe not Everest just quite yet, but it's still looking pretty tall.
An option already found out. The barrier mesh not going to be possible for Paganus this time.
No escape.
The net always free. Here's the drone, puts the net up. I'm liking the fact that 2G stay far away to not get hit by it. Understanding that Deadlock still patrolling the site. The spacing is looking really good for them as they're about to dive in. The lurk also coming in from FRZ, slightly detached. Paganus will be found for the moment, and this round, I'm wondering what Contra want to do. Is it exits? Is it a faster flood? Given a lot of time for 2G to find some space after that plant.
Oh, Crunch, turn around. FRZ, turn right. Oh no, they're just completely circumventing each other. You hate to see it happen, but you love to see it happen at the same time. And it looks like it will be, in fact, just to die to the spike here, as now 2G have permission to go hunting.
UCK pushing forward, just check every corner.
That's great.
Oh, there's no way, man. It's just too funny. Briggs has his own as well. And yeah, I'm just remembering his old Briggs on this map. This guy was the truth. He was doing so much, and there was some really cool strats from 2G to dash over the wall and have an attack omen smoke on the backside as you crunch through CT. Like, really cool rounds from him on this map. I'm hyped to see him play again.
Yeah, Brink's kind of that omen player who's so good at just finding those weird, awkward angles, getting those flanks online, and being so aggressive on said flanks. This time around, just really making sure to clean up the rest of the members of Contra there to swoop up all those ultimate orbs. But still, Brinks was a player who really surprised a lot of us in just how impactful he was at holding things down. Crunch holding for that advanced angle forwards, but immediately has to dash out after that wall that we've seen 2G set up multiple rounds. Gets set up yet again. Pegasus trying to find something, but once again, not getting a lot, so we'll have to back off here as the net gets thrown away.
Oh, this force coming in from 2G. Hard to deal with barrier mesh and only cage the animalistic tendencies of QCK. He pushes forward, still not solved. Oh, in that mode. It's just too much, man. Hopping around every single angle, finding the corners, electrifying opponents. This guy's in primal rage mode, man. It's crazy. I'm loving it.
That's criminal. You shouldn't be able to get that much value just on a run it back through deadlock utility in the midst of all of it. I know that we talk about, you know, Pegasus on this deadlock. That utility should be so supportive on that attacking side, but at the same time, it should have some merits on defense. I mean, there's a reason why deadlock is a sentinel after all. But once again, it's just 2G. Hey, we think there's a deadlock here. Let's poke a little bit. Back up. Oh no, you've thrown all your utility. What are you gonna do now? Nothing. That's the answer. And then just suddenly, you see QCK just walk in and clean everybody up. I mean, it's just so simple. It's so simple. It's crazy that it's working to me.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes even a simple thing on the same page, that's how it works. Again, not too much found in this one. They're able to get every single kill again. Oh my God, QCK with a 4K. Does he have to run it back again? He's almost there. He's halfway, 8-1 on the map right now. Guys set it up like a agricultural field of farming, is able to just get orb after orb. It's crazy, bro.
I mean, I guess that's what you kind of want, but at the same time, it almost feels criminal at this point. You know, gets that run it back, makes a lot of use out of it, and immediately almost pulls just enough kills to make it possible yet again. Contra back onto the save. Be pressuring this middle presence. Bricks will be caught out here. No follow-up once again. You saw Crunch try to poke out, try to find a kill, but it doesn't feel like Crunch is getting that utility support. It's really just, hey, Crunch, find a kill, please. And he's not able to do so.
Shorty, not even. It's the Bucky. Not used to seeing it too much here. Gonna find some value, but Gobera just skips it entirely again. A top Jenny box. Jet entry, actually finding some success if Xander's not holding your sight.
Oh, they don't know.
His contrast a bit more tough. The timing, Gobert is still here. You have to be able to quantify, but you just can't. 4K for the Jet. Antagonist is gonna be there in the Bandit. Gonna be able to get the first kill, but that's about it. 4-0 for 2G.
Oh my goodness. Like, what a different game we're watching right now from 2G. Like, the fact that Gobert can just kind of run it down like that and find all of these kills and not get punished. I mean, on the flip side, Contra are like, hey, yo, Crunch, can you do exactly what Gobert is doing? Just run it down and find us kills? That would be amazing. Except it just comes down to a little bit of a difference of player quality. And I don't think necessarily it is the individual player's fault. I still think that it is kind of those setups that are making it night and day between these two teams. Because whereas it feels like Contra are sending their players out onto an island to try and find stuff, at least 2G have some sort of cohesive plan. And that confusion allows Gobera to find those angles, to find those kills. But on the flip side, like Contra, well, we're going to be getting to listen in onto 2G's comms and how really they're dismantling Contra.
Vou matar esse cara, mano. Já, já. Pesa um pouco a varanda.
Avisa, se você for abrir, o moleque faz outra coisa.
Ah, relaxa, relaxa. Vai ser ali B, tá? Tira esse cara do ad, Amir aí.
Vai, então espera aí no meio.
Dois.
Elas estão tudo recuadas, soube o Cypher B aqui.
Não vi ele. Tô cravado long, quick.
Tá.
Tem molo?
Fazer a parede, não, vou dar tiro na mira.
O
cara tá de... Guys, ele tá de parede na casa, tá? Vou quebrar. Bota a mira pra mim. Vou quebrar a parede do ar, trap meio. Vamos splitar a varanda? Vai ser melhor, eu acho.
Não, B.
Isaac, B?
Varanda já, tá voltando. Não, B, tá tudo da deadlock, ó.
Guys, posso fazer um fake A com a minha ult? Vou fazer.
Faz esse. É boa.
Deixa o Gobera chegar, então.
Tô chegando, sim. Vou correr
agora. Tem todo o setup do site aqui, tem que fazer choque, tá?
Tá, faz choque.
Tem uma trap. Perde smoke. Smoke a porta. Calma,
agora.
O Gobera tá longe.
Tá, tô aqui já.
Vou abrir a mira aqui. Homem aqui, deadlock, homem.
Bora, base. Vou bangar
Deadlock, homem, guys. Acho que o Cypher bomb, tá?
Fechei a porta.
Os caras estão...
Eu faço Coca-Cola, guys. Eu faço Coca-Cola.
Matou, guys, na última. Matou,
então, guys. Bora você. Eu faço Coca-Cola, vai. Spot não quebra. Quebrei spot.
Cuidado mais, hein? Acho que não tem mais ninguém.
Joga pra frente. Morto, Sova. Sova vai somar, bota melhor. Quase, eu acho. Menos 80.
Ai, galera. Caralho, você tá com muita mira, Gobo.
Quê?
Você tá com muita mira.
Oh my God. I mean, for 2G, keeping it simple. Every single round, one position, you're firing, you're there, it's okay. Even with 14 seconds left, no pressure. You can kind of hear it in their comms. It did speed up towards the very end, but it is so simple for them. On the other side for Contra, they're trying to tear apart the control that 2G have. They're going for something very complicated. Think about like anti-disestablishmentarianism, right? These guys are straight up doing so much in the most complicated ways, while the other team is keeping it super simple. These guys are trying to take down 2G's strategies, their setups, and they're still yet to find their own cohesion, their own way of entering onto sites. You are literally dealing with like political ideas on their side of the camp, and at the same time, while they're clouded about thinking about how 2G are playing, they are not solving the way that they're having to play as well, Contra, and as a result, it's too much, it's overflowing. Look at that, FRC, the most simple position not traded, and it's allowing Gobera to do whatever he wants, like a absolute just phenom on the middle of side in switch as well. He should be punished for being in that position, but those two simple angles just cutting through the complicated setup that Contra's trying to just get through and figure out. I've never seen a more night and day situation.
Yeah, feeling like we live in a post-Valorant society right now with how complex, exactly like you said, right? Like Contra, when we see the difference in their comms between 2G, admittedly, I don't understand what 2G are comming, but at the same time, you can see the ideas come through and you can hear when they call each other to move and rotate around. It's just a lot more cohesive and a lot more trust between all the different players.
It's just simple. And again, Contra, I'm not saying they're not going with simple strategies either. There's just so much to figure out. It really does feel like they're trying to both come in through with a movement, but also they haven't found themselves just yet, their own voices at the same time. This time though, on an eco, I think that's where they look the best, because they don't have to think as much. They can keep it that simple. On the defense now, looking over towards the side of A, man advantage, and one of the rifles picked back up on the board from Theory. Yes, Antagonist might not have the health available, but the Annihilation might be here to have a voice. Here it starts. Brinks taking his time. Sacrifices QCK. Okay, well, what is this? No way. He gets stunned. Last alive, Annihilation not there. Does the bait work? I'm not sure. One taken down. The spike has been found. No chance for the side of 2G.
Oh boy. That might have been a little bit of an overcook from Brinks there. Yeah, hey, I'm gonna walk in with their team. Oh, what was the name of the army where they went to war and then they came back with more soldiers on their side? That's kind of what that sentiment was feeling like when Contra were walking through. I have to look up the name of the team, of the war team. This is an actual historical fact. Trust me, bro. But still, I mean, it just didn't kind of pay out. It just took a little bit too long, and then finally that deadlock utility got a little bit more value, and it's simply just too late. So a bit of an overcook coming through from 2G, which will allow Contra to find their very first round. And 2G, this time going aggressive.
Try for it. Nice shot from Crunch. Just taking a bit too fast on the dash, so the shot's not going to hit. He's basically moving the entire time. More spams coming in. QCK going to go down. Brinks is still alive. Palencito, back sight, has a chance to hold down. Market control still here for the side of Crunch, who takes the peek. FRC gets away with it. Paganus late on the trade, late on the action. As a result, the two players are able to solidify their potions on site. Crunch will move in from bridge side on the left here, the highway lane. Not going to find too much as he's tagged out. This gives BRK Brinks a chance to get in there. I'm a save Crunch though. Double spray. Is it a fight? What the hell?
Oh man. We've got a game on our hands now. Contra, they find that second round. A little bit of mistake, in my opinion, from 2G on how they wanted to set themselves up. And, well, Contra, they find that defuse here and slowly are going to start climbing up that ladder to try and equivalate these rounds. I believe this should be the one That should make 2G's economy. Yeah, okay. Yeah, it's still good to go for yet another round. Not the prettiest, but it will work. And keep in mind, Gobera as well still has those Blade Storms available. Crunch, meanwhile, will have that operator in hand. Going to be going for that early peak, as we know those Contra players to really enjoy. Let's see how they're going to be able to try and follow up with it as 2G gets set up for a B-side hit.
Contra having a bit more of a voice in this one entirely. Paranoia here from Deadmos could come through and stop their push. That wall in mid, we've seen this as a split take a lot. It always starts with the wall, and Crunch is there this time. The dash popped it in the right time. He's not going to hear the updraft, not really care about it at the same time. Gobert is here with the Crunch. Nobody's watching it. Cloudburst up in the way. No kills with the spray either from the right side. How is Gobert alive? Doesn't matter. Finally gets picked apart. Breaks, finds more. FRC gets value in main. What is this? Suddenly, it's even across the board. FRC's neural theft is coming in. Breaks with no HP is finding more value. The A site is wide open.
Yeah, Brinks going for a run now. Plenty of time to plant here. Thanks to that neural theft to give that information. Pegasus, though, finds FRZ on that. So we go down to a 2v2 scenario. Whoa, Brinks almost got electrified into the ground.
Can he find even more value is the question. If not, it's all up to Gabix. See what he can do. Bit of information given down already. Drone is not clearing hell. There's no way. It has seen him. It hasn't tagged him though, and he's gotten away with murder almost. Okay, it's totally fine. Paganus is there to cover it up. It's taking a bit of time though. Find it for him. Oh, boy's affected. No. Shot of two. One. Not the second. Oh god, Gabix is clean with it.
That's the coach. Let's not forget, Gabix is the coach who traditionally is not supposed to be playing this initiator on 2G. Like, that is FRZ's role, right? And then obviously a little bit of role swapping kind of going on here, but Gabix closes that one out, just plays it so brilliantly. And yeah, I was looking at that HP pool like, oh no, this is not going to end well for them given the shock darts available. And Gabix as well just needed one kill. Could have used Honor Sphere if it was getting really dicey, but is able to hold on to that ultimate for yet another round as 2G. They go up 6-2 now. A trapwire gets disposed of very early on, and Contra still trying to look for that opportunity to go hunting. We see the knives out for Crunch to supplement some of the not as great weaponry, but it's still just simply not enough. So far, Hunter Fury's out.
Find him over in heaven. Tenmo still gets a kill. All right. Have the sight though. Spike just needs to make it here. And with the slow stoppage in the drone, not seeing too much. This actually does look like a bit of a fake. That being said, no pressure on the B side. And yeah, main checked again. FRZ finding the value in Cat. And that's the setup brought down as well. So much just opened up for the side of 2G. And this spot that Breaks is on is not going to be found. Gabix even wins that first fight. Nobody's peeking with Paganus. He should have jumped forward. Breaks, how is this allowed? Man, what am I watching? This round's done, right?
They still haven't picked up the spike, man. This entire time, the spike has just been dropped in the entrance. So greedy for kills. There we go. QCK sweeps that one up. Man, the fact that they dropped the spike there and we're still just like, they got the kills, the site was completely open, and you still see 2G just like, all right, who's gonna plant? Who's gonna plant? Oh, we have to go pick up the spike and plant it. That actually gave an opening potentially for Crunch to be able to come back here. But like, Shia, look at this. There's no utility. It's just dry swings coming through from both of these sides. And then the one who has more angles will win it out.
Yeah, I would have really liked if you don't have utility, just the mechanics overall in team peeking, right? You want somebody going really wide and giving the space for the rest of the team to peek a little bit, taking a lot of that pressure. Not seeing it from their side. Hunter Fury coming in, and then that's FRZ. He's not going to die. Okay. All in right now. I like that shot. Did it actually hit Gobert? No, it didn't look like it did. Annihilation. FRZ getting picked apart. 2 ultimates used on this eco from the side of Contra, so they're really saying that they could win the round. Their ults are gone, man. That's Hunter's Fury. Annihilation. Sure. 8-2 for 2G.
Who else but Briggs to stick the global teleport from the shadows right into spawn? And nobody from Contra picks that up, has any inclination into it. And then once that advanced positioning is found, this is where something 2G really excel at. Once they've got that opening, then they make sure to absolutely punish it, absolutely push it through, and make it so that the other team is so confused as to what's going on. And in that chaos, in that confusion, they strike. I mean, Gobera just comes in for the support after even finding out, oh no, there is an Omen back here, and losing Crunch in the midst of that crossfire. Then Gobera just activates and finds 2 kills there. That was a nifty round coming out from 2G, and that goes to show that they don't always have to keep it simple. They can get a little bit silly with it too, and they do come out on top when they do.
Absolutely. I got to put more respect overall on just the names on their side as well. Timeout coming in from Contra. Going to be a bit of a pause for them moving forward in this one. But Gavik specifically has looked so good coming through. I didn't realize that him and FRC have been playing together as well just a little bit previously on Red Canids, just last fall actually. So he's not that detached from the game when it comes to actually playing it at this level, right? Like, he was rocking the tier 2. He was doing the same stuff within the same regions. And yeah, the roles might look a bit different for the side of 2G, but he is actually a shooter on the server when it matters. The impact that he has is huge inside these clutches. Gonna be a lower kill game for him here right now, but that's just because the rest of the teammates on 2G are doing the most.
Fury holding it a little bit more forwards this time. The Odin reigning supreme just to inspire a little bit of fear into 2G's hearts. This time it's just a very slow, very patient play come through from 2G, and nobody shoots that drone, so a lot of information given up for free here as Crunch actually just completely bodies a shock dart. So already a lot of utility kind of flushed out from Contra. Now Crunch though, very far forwards, is able to find Gabix. And 2G, they're being very patient, but I'm wondering if they're getting punished for it.
See the initiator go down. He should be moving to better spots on the site to be able to actually use that dart not being available in the entry. I don't see much movement from the side of Contra though in their defensive setups. He's in a really good spot playing close where a dart can't clear him. Cage gonna get activated as Scan player moves closer towards the market door. Meanwhile, the actual hit is towards the A site. Taking so much space right now and pressure. FRC has attracted 3 players to look at his angle. Meanwhile, the spike is almost over. Touching down on site. Gobera's going to be able to find that op. Challenge Crunch. 2-shot Swift. His teammates not swinging for him. Get there, man. Paganus has taken years for the swing. Crunch will stay alive for now, but you're God, man.
Oh, Fury gonna challenge as well. Is able to beat out FRZ, and okay, another neural theft. Seems like we've been trading neural thefts round after round. Brinks in a 1v2.
Let him cook. He's been dangerous in this one. Crunch has been found. This time it's not going to be enough. Contra with one of their best showings so far, back up to 3 again. Might make this an 8-4 and then slightly more competitive in what's going down. Don't laugh at me, man. Come on, they're doing the best.
Oh man, yeah, you know, they really are. I'm confident in saying that here, but yeah, this time around it just seems like good positioning coming through.
I had a realization. They're starting on defense. Crunch is allowed to do his defensive hopping, and they have double sentinel. They're behind on defense with double sentinel. You saw their attack went last time. I understand the laughter marks. I was confused. I see the light now. Contra, man, what is going on? I completely forgot that this double senti starting defense side. This is, I'll say it's terrible. This is tough. Their attack is gonna have to be monumental, man.
I was just about to say, I don't know how much value Pegasus is going to be able to get on that offensive half based off of previous rounds, but Crunch at least able to find that first kill onto QCK. So this is a good opening here, but what's that second shot?
No teammates available to help him on back angles. I think Peloncito was trying to dap him up for that first shot on lane, so he's able to stick with him instead of go to stairs and provides more covering fire. We switch over to the A side, which is now my favorite. The Cypher Deadlock join setup. Trips on tops of those sound traps as well. It's very hard to navigate through. If 2G can make it through this and the barrier mesh, you got some problems. Nice from Paganus to be able to get that site locked down. Again, no darts, no shocks, no chances for 2G to get in cleanly.
FRZ getting caught up as well. So aware that Theory is going to be trying to make this push happen, and FRZ still wins it out.
By one, where's your teammate? Oh, up in glass. The ego here from Contra. A bit too much. Baggin is to be seen. Found out. At least both players are peeking at the same time. Giving Bricks the angle, though. Come on, guys, as a team, together, please. FRZ left alone. Please don't give him the ones. Nice peeks with double shorties. 4 barrels, letting it rip through hell. And that's how you peak and win the round. 8-4 for Contra.
And I was getting scared, Chayo. I'm gonna be so real with you. I'm like, there's no way that Briggs just clutches this up 4-2. And it was looking like that was gonna be the case until they finally are able to get that punish here. And yeah, you can see Contra, they're still not out of it just quite yet. It's not a good situation to be in, especially understanding that this could be the map that sends you home. A lot of pressure here, and finally Magnus able to use that deadlock utility to at least ice them out. This is kind of what I was waiting for. Use that barrier mesh to at least close down some of those angles, circuit them into a single lane so you know it's a lot more predictable. And finally it happens, but that's 8-4 on the half. 2G now onto this defense. This Contra, they're gonna try and make this attacking half work, but they're still down after all that.
Anchoring sites, slow opping, taking very, very minimal space all around the map. These are things that Contra loves doing, and you can only really do on defense effectively round after round. You don't get to anchor sites until you actually take them on the side of the attack. Jet solo opping as well inhibits her from entering for the team. So one of the best parts about Contra's gameplay to get them up to 4. Not going to be here for the moment. QCK shot down and netted away. And Brinks is still active and seen now inside the backside of Wine. There's no way he gets a kill here, right? Oh, one isolating it too. Oh, guys, a menace!
No way, man.
Here.
Well, Theory though, very deep into the backline here, and honestly, 2G have no idea that this is the case. This could open things up to allow that safe passage for Dead Mouse. Never mind, Gabik's so aware, but Theory still is able to find the kill.
The Dead Mouse in the play, doing his thing. Beats from him so far
left
in this match. Well, not Dead Mouse. He'll be rocking it in. He's got this position, which is really good. He just needs to keep buying space and time for Theory to do his thing, but an overpeak. And now Theory's left alone. Maybe that's what he needs. I'm trying to set you up, man, but no. Even then, FRZ with the solo ego swing classic kill to deny Contra. Have they won a pistol so far today? I don't know. It's looking rough. Man, you know. Oh God.
Yeah. It's been tough here. And honestly, it just comes down to the little gaps that continue to be exposed after everything that they kind of get set up there. I mean, that time around, sure, Theory's gotten a lot of space here, but my question remained, you know, what's the Omen going to do with the spike? Well, stand still apparently was the answer to try and buy that space, even though that they know both those agents are there. And unfortunately, I don't know if a Shadow Step was available, but it has to be a little bit more cohesive than that and just lying in wait to die.
Spike down A.
You thinking it's a replay? No, this is the round starting. We're locked in with it already ending before it even begins. Never seen a team on more ecos as well. They've tried to force things over in half by a little bit, but been tough so far. Spike now left alone and not enough firepower to pick it back up. Lancito with the dart and maybe a swing from Theory afterwards. They cage it. Don't drop down to really get the spike. Heist is,
oh my goodness,
dual pull. Oh my God, aggression from the side of 2G.
Yeah, like it's so easy. As soon as they know where the spike is, they know how like stuck Contra has been getting round after round. Hey, they're probably stuck here. Gobera, send it, my guy. And Gobera's already rotating all the way around. And then it just comes down to a stall game. And, you know, 2G just kind of have to chill. The reinforcements come in. The Contra have given more than adequate time for 2G to get themselves nice and set up. So they will be taking things now to 10-4. Still good weaponry into this bonus. It's only going to be Gabix who's got that bandit here. While Contra will have their full rifles. This is the round that they need to be able to scoop up if they want to start mounting that comeback.
Gotta play together though, right? I feel like even if they are together, a lot of the times 2G have a surprise player on alert coming in. Sometimes it's just FRZ ego peeking. Bazinga is able to get his own straight up.
Watch out with the prop.
Tap in with a listen in, I believe.
They one way there, that's it.
This might be a Contra listen in. 10-4, backs against the wall. They have to really lock in with this with all the rifles.
Maybe card. Watch out.
I'm with the crash on the night.
Playing into.
Okay. They have. I'm gonna leave you alone here. We're gonna end up B. Okay, guys.
Yeah, I think we're gonna. Yeah.
I think B will take. They have like a trap on the main. Demos, can you fix? I'm ready with the.
Yeah. I'll link it.
Okay.
He's joining.
I'm gonna fake. Can you smoke here, Demos?
Yeah, smoking.
I can probably hide from it.
I'm gonna recon that shit. We go back to B.
I don't think so.
I'm going through spawn.
Tap in his can be. Cypher still would be. Yeah, I'm gonna dash switch. Can you shock switch?
I already shocked.
Alright. I'm smoking. 3, 2, 1.
I'm going.
3, 2, 1.
Third mid. One mid. One more market. Market. Market CT. 105 Cypher.
Give me out.
Go lane.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Pulling lane.
I'm on your left.
I'm pulling back. Hold on, I'm gonna switch stairs now.
Can you hold?
Yeah, I'm gonna hold your lane.
1 HP Cypher.
I'm gonna hold my left. I have my lane.
Shut up.
Nice! Let's go! We're winning this shit, guys. Come on. Good shit.
Good stuff coming out from Contra there, and
Nothing.
interesting on that listen in. I mean, we talked about kind of the confusion in their comms in the previous times that we have had that listen in, and it still feels like there's a lot of people talking over each other, but that round felt a lot more clean. Despite some of these whoopsies that were kind of happening around the map there, they were making sure to communicate all of the necessary information, and most importantly, clear the comms after the spike went down. And I think that's really important so that there's not too many voices talking in your ears, and the players who are alive can focus, and Paganus can have that kind of pop off.
He called for that hold on the right side as well. Really nice from Paganus towards the end there. Some confidence as well in his step, I feel like. Nobody peeking off the net though. Annihilation coming in off the captured target. And yes, Cocoon ready to go. That is nice from Paganus. Right now, he's the one kind of leading the team with extraordinary charge. That being said, what about the backdoor? Brinks is here. The entire team. Discombobulated, man. Oh my god. He's still fighting, by the way. This guy walked down mid alone, through cats, through top middle with a phantom. Not even a speed demon. There's the jump peak finally coming in the two-way. FRZ finding some value, but and these guys are confident. They were smiling marks. They were ready to go. It was sunny skies, grassy pastures. And then they forgot about map control. Ah, damn it.
To be fair, I don't necessarily think that is Contra's fault, in my opinion, because Brinks just kind of sent it. Exactly like you said, like a blink and you miss it moment. You're focused on the attack getting set up, then you just completely miss the Omen walk down. Because what type of Omen walks down?
Sorry, no. I'm standing up. I'm standing up, Marks. How can they miss it when they have two sentinels? They have two sentinels.
That's actually fair.
Where's the trip? How can they miss? How could she slap type beat? Like, I don't understand. That walk down, I'm just thinking about it, should be illegal. Camera, tripwire, count trap. Even a barrier mesh behind you, man. I take it at this point. Flanking should not be allowed against this team. And that's the way they lose this round. That's the way I lose my mind. Here we go. Show me something I haven't seen before. Give me this clutch.
One enemy remains.
Tapped in the head. Theory. Looking kind of crazy on the angle. It's just too much. FRZ. So solid.
I like how that flank alone was enough to put you into standing desk mode.
Yeah, it was, man. I just realized he walked down on Cypher deadlock. How was that allowed?
Oh, man. And I think I know that this comes down to a bit of mistheory in how Contra want to be playing it. Because I think that a lot of this utility is like, hey, we're going to use it to control the more obvious angles, or we're going to use it into our post plan. But you're right. Like, you know, that is egregious that they let Brinks go all the way back there and get so many kills for free. And ultimately, you know, 2G are able to scoop away that round. It was looking a little bit too close there, but still these small errors are resulting in Contra potentially being sent home.
Fuji now have a bit more of a line towards mid for the moment. And we're looking to making sure that nobody's on this side. Teammates from Contra are checking behind them now, and making sure nobody's going up top mid. Well, Beara, there's no way you find this. Tempered backwards though for some reason. Really pushing the absolute percentage towards the top of the angle, and then not dying to the trap that he reset up on the other side.
Yeah, keep in mind as well, the run it back gets utilized, so QCK understanding that they can't be going onto this side. Gobera dips in and dips out.
He stays for so long, doesn't get punished. How is that possible? One way up with your scope also active from the shadows, canceled. Some mixed situations happening on this line. Gabex, if you deny the knives here, that'd be huge. That's also one of the star players on that side. Crunch on the entry has been so good so far. All the way up top, Scan comes in. No breakers, by the way. Crunch does find Gobera. He's in, he's loose. Asking for Switch to be pushed down. Barrier mesh also there. Up all the way in spawn. Nice trades as the rest of the team commits. Flank is again a problem. Somehow this team is getting solved on the backsides. 1v3 though, all up to QCK. Should be a monumental task.
Curveball available though. Still a lot being asked right now, especially as Pegasus has that operator in hand. One shot, one kill, nice and easy, only with light shields.
Flash comes through, waiting on everyone's contact, one by one. QCK's trying to goad one person out. Net comes in. We'll hit him through. Spam. Oh my god. Oh my goodness. They're trying to avoid that. Look at their HP, Marks.
One bullet surely can't go through 3 people, right? Oh man, I was sweating. If that was a headshot, that could have been a completely different story. Especially that it was a Phantom.
It was a Vandal, yeah, I'm thinking the same thing.
Oh,
crazy.
But yeah, Crunch with the knives actually able to get a lot of space for the team, get themselves set up here, and then once again they've just got the numbers. They play it nice and calm. They've allowed for those overextensions to kind of go through. But also, hey, you're able to get FRZ the ultimate out of his pocket. So less tools for 2G to work with. As Contra genuinely are starting to pull a comeback here. They're only down 5 rounds. This is possible for them to make this map work.
Also control at the start, waiting for 2G to maybe make a mistake or show their hand. This time, just with less power available in their firearms, just having classics and maybe a bandit or 2. They're not going to be able to traverse the map and look for anything on extremities. Just playing for the trap play on other sides. I mean, we've seen in this series specifically, Marks, the classic packs a punch from both teams.
Really does, and QCK getting set up just around the corner. Branks goes for the peek actually, but doesn't quite find anybody there. And it's quiet, but look at this. Palencito is able to make his way onto the site. Not sure if he knows where those 3 players are, ready to swipe in just in case things go bad.
Punch blocked off again by his own teammate on the angle. Drafted. Oh, it might be a bit of a disaster. Forcing the angle. Gonna whiff. Not like this. The cage starts it. The team's able to pick it back up on their side though, Contra. Keep it cleaner. Does get neural theft out of them though to make sure they're not getting flanked or in trouble. Gobera does find a rifle though.
10 seconds left.
FRZ on that flank is going to be caught out here. Finally, the spike goes down. Let's see how they want to enter.
Alcito trying to look for that flank. Gobera's found so much space over here, and that Dart's not seeing anything overall in the front of sight. You have to assume things are happening in hell now. Everything is seen for the moment. Bait yourself for your rifle. Gabix finding a way close by. The pressure being dropped down. FRC converts, and Deadmos is the one getting spammed. His HP bar is low. He's going to be scanned out, spammed away. Gobera's in one of the best spots to be able to actually deal with Alcito. He is miles away. This guy is communicating via Telegram right now. This is tough. The letters might not be able to find their way off the sites. Alcito disconnected from the play, and somehow Contra throw away the round to classics again.
Oh man, Man, I'm out of words. I don't know how to describe that one. I mean, at first I thought it was going to be, FRZ up against Pelencito. Pelencito's got the ultimate. It's going to be really important if FRZ finds that kill. But instead, FRZ just walks forward and makes sure to add additional pressure to punish those two players on site, just because they know how far Pelencito is going to be far away. And then FRZ is the one to push through, to make that space happen, to force the cancel on the ultimate, because there's just too many X factors on the site. And just like that, 2G on match point now.
They'll go for it. Some of the decisions from Contra, man, choosing to go for the Hunter's Fury play when, you're up against Eco, you need numbers on the site. It's one thing. Hold up. QCK solved by Theory, who's been so good on every one of these lurks, even in the SRB game. We'll focus on this round for now. Gobera has to try to equalize with this operator. Not going to find too much. Antagonist might want to move over to Cat and pick that rifle up as well, just working with the Sheriff in the round for now. Drone gonna get that dash and option from Pizza away. Shock coming in, landing hella high, and Gobera trying for that blind shot. Left over, moving slightly before firing off the trigger, and as a result going to miss this TP. A pocket position from Brinks, who's kind of let that smoke lip and go over. Theory knows about it though. You can't fool him. No. Gobera, the last line, knives active, ready to go, dodges the net on the right side. Cloudburst is able to absorb the pressure. All up to him now as one more shot gets in. Knives in play. Stab just in the armor. It's gonna be okay for Bagonus for the moment. Door closes down. Gabix understands where both these players will be in just a moment. Cross comes in. Door finally broken. A chance to reload. The dart, an option for Gabix.
Spike goes down now. Dart comes wide. Gabix trying to challenge, but Paganus is able to find that kill there. Oh my goodness me, Shio. The way that we saw the Jet dash in, Crunch getting stuck on the door, trying to go into the smoke, and then it gets picked up by Gobera. It's not pretty coming through from Contra, and yet they stick the landing regardless. And now all eyes for me are on Pagnus, who, yes, on the deadlock, we've had a lot of comments about how that utility works, but it's when this ultimate comes online. Pagnus has been very consistent at just fishing out a player or two, and nobody can really punish it. And so that has been huge in being able to find those early first bloods for Contra to be able to find the win. 2G on a bit of a scattered buy, but Gobera is going to be the only one who buys up this operator and immediately gets smoked off. A little bit risky, just in case that gun barrel pokes out.
I'm wondering if he was actually touched by that cage. I didn't get to see the audio, at least, if he was going to be able to find that space. Drone comes in. Deadmo's going to be able to take Brinks down, so that's one of the win conditions for 2G. Gone for the moment. Looks like Contra does have a bit of momentum on their side. I mean, the economy situation is not going to be looking too good for 2G for the moment, so we're going to be seeing a bit more confidence from boys on the attack side. Hopefully not having to use that annihilation. Bandits doing some damage. Gabix gonna have a pistol of his own.
Yeah.
Sound sensor gonna be a threat, so he's not gonna be able to peek as fast. And now it's just on to QCK. The miracle if he wins this one. Yeah, better side for Theory to pick.
Yeah, that stuff. 50-50 gamble entering into the door. Contra. 4 rounds to potentially tie us up and send us to overtime. And yet again, I mean, Pagnus was the hero of the last couple of rounds, but this time I believe it was Theory who was able to find some of those kills. It's a little bit more aggressive here, but just good understanding, and honestly, kind of crazy that we get to see 2G find the kills that they did. I mean, even if you look at the number of kills on all these players, it's very heavily sided onto 2G, but Contra still in it, still ready to try and tie this one up. Run it back available, but immediately gets taken down by Crunch.
Doing that type of aggro push mid. Gobera not ready for the repeak. Theory's been looking so good at finding some of these first bloods and specifically solving the duelist issues that are coming in from 2G. The issues being Gobera killing his team. But now, with Theory dead, who's going to lurk? Who's going to find the next pick? That is the question. Just Fury coming in all the way towards Tile side, maybe leaking in towards B main. Crunch finding QCK, the trap play then activates. Brinks does not miss in these situations when it's a setup. This guy knows how to just absolutely lock it down.
3v2 scenario. FRZ as well still has that neural theft. So if able to find a kill, could make it easy, especially onto that retake. Now comes the question, what does Contra do? We know that they've had their wires crossed before. Brinks already getting so aggressive, actually going for the global teleport away. This might be the key to success, but actually cancels it. so may give a little bit of resistance as Contra eye that B side.
In a pretty good position to go back into B here, but not stopping these guys. They didn't play on that retake. They have won a 2v3 before, so although it's not going to be Pagatus alive for the moment. That most Palancito, haven't seen them both together in the clutch seat so far. It'll be interesting to see what they can bring. Dart towards backside. Do not want to fall to any traps once again. That is the 2G tendency. Look at that spike down. Long rotations now for the side of 2G.
Spike planted.
Yeah, unfortunately, they gambled on that wrong site. Used up quite a few ultimates, but look at that. So much time on that ultimate. Hey, where are you guys? Oh, there you are. All right, gang. Let's get them.
Spam out lane here for a second. Got to be careful if you're Belancito. No traps this time. Stacking smoke will fizzle out. I'm liking the trip inside as well to make sure nobody's aggressing. Here they come, creeping on the site. The left side going to be a three-man situation. Dart scanning as well as there's no one to break it. Ah, the position's too good for 2G. That will be them winning on Ascent, claiming the second map, and pushing themselves forward to tomorrow's finals of the last chance qualifiers. A good game for them to lock in for now. They're going to be rematching up against SRB, where yes, they had a bit of a voice on Ascent, but they have to find more in the deeper map pool.
Yeah, a big congratulations to 2G. I mean, a lot of the issues that we saw them in their first series up against Shopify Rebellion Black seems like they got worked on in between the map. I mean, of course, you know, they had that series off to kind of reset their mental, get themselves set up, especially in that scoreline that was present. But at the same time, it's really sad that we have to say goodbye to Contra. This team of new blood kind of coming into here in the Latin American finals and just falling a little bit short to Bestia, where Bestia looked a lot like how 2G like to play their game. And so unfortunately, Contra fall victim twice in a row on the exact same stage to a very similar composition. But that doesn't, you know, there is still a lot of talent in this team. And I think if they had a little bit more time to kind of pull things together, tighten things up and clear things up for that squad, you know, I'm excited to see what these players can have, because obviously they're all pretty young, but they show a lot of potential. But big congratulations for 2G to secure that second spot in the finals tomorrow.
One more team left over. See who makes it into America's play-ins. Is it 2G? Is it Shopify Rebellion Black? I mean, we'll find out tomorrow. For now, the desk is here right after this.
Trim. Edge. Shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
congratulations to 2Game Esports for taking not just the win in this map, but the series overall and landing themselves a spot in the grand finals tomorrow. I mean, based off of that first map, we definitely expected good things coming up from 2G as we eyed up the second. And as sure enough, 13-8, a little bit more competitive on the opposing end, but still 2G just had such a good hold on that game.
They really did. It was a strong start for 2G. The fact that they were able to win out that bonus round, it ends up being 5 rounds that they can chain together to start things up, like 5-0, and it felt like there is no slowing them down. That's such a strong handle on Ascent, and I feel like just the spacing is so good when you have Gobera going for these in-your-face kind of entries, and you also have QCK looking to flash you in at the same time. We really saw like the synergy come alive here in that first half here, but we swap into the second half on defense there for 2G. We saw some success with those retakes, working out really nicely for them. But I want to say, I gotta give credit to Contra. They looked a lot more comfortable, I think, in that second attacking half, trying to work around the map. It's definitely a shame that we weren't able to go to that third map of Lotus, but 2Game Esports, despite it being a 13-8, it looked like they did really have just a solid handle on Ascent, which is what we expected after their earlier game up against SRB.
And if I may just kind of present a little facts against 2G for 2 seconds before we go back to kind of, congratulating them and seeing them, kind of, sending them to tomorrow. But yeah, let me hit you with some facts, okay? 2G won both pistols first and foremost. They also won the first bonus that you mentioned as well, right? They had the 5-0 start on the first half, and despite that, it was still a 13-8. So I feel like if you look at the gun round statistics, it's actually firmly in Contra's favor. So I think Contra was actually doing extremely well on the gun rounds. It's really the pistols plus the bonuses that they really flopped on, and as well as the 1v2 clutch. They lost the garbage. That was another round that they could have gotten in the bag. So there really wasn't a lack of opportunities for Contra, right? Like, they were in a lot of situations that could have gone their way. Unfortunately, the pistols are a bit random, to be fair. None of them went their way as well. So I think Contra showed a lot better form on that Ascent side. Unfortunately, it's a little too late, guys, right? It's kind of the end of the road for them. And for 2G, it was a huge turnaround from what we got to see against SRB. They looked a lot more alive, they looked a lot more lively, they looked a lot more active, and they looked a lot more together. And I think that is going to bode extremely well into their match tomorrow against SRB.
Definitely like that renewed a little bit of confidence here when we're eyeing up kind of, the fact that they can be taking these wins, and that'll be great going into a best of 5. But I mean, even if you're calling out, the pistols, the bonuses, everything like that, this opportunity is like, even if you kind of call it even from there, I mean, how we got to see some of these kills come on through for 2G, I think was fantastic. I mean, we had highlighted some of the individual firepower from the team Ash before we headed into this, and I think too, like, if we can see this kind of continue going into the game tomorrow, like, it'll be a really fun one.
Yeah, I love that you talk about the firepower in general, because Roy mentioning a lot of those like clutch factors there as well for 2G. It's actually pretty insane when you take a look at the first bloods, right? 9 first bloods only for the side of 2G. And guys, Gobera, okay, I'm not taking anything away from him, but I'm saying, like, he went 0-5 in first bloods and they still managed to win the map. Like, I think that says a lot about how these individual players were stepping up in those given moments, because they were down in those early rounds. Their ability to come back into the late round because of heroics from this squad were so impressive. Players like Brinks stepping up to the plate. There were so many moments where, honestly, there were rounds where we expected him to clutch, like, where he didn't, because we've seen him hit those 1v3s so many times throughout the day so far. So it is really impressive to see how I think that 2G have also been able to, like, come back in those rounds as well. And honestly, I feel like it's pretty heartbreaking there for Contra, because they had those opportunities, having those early starts for them and not being converted into success.
Yeah, and I think that, again, that speaks a lot on the potential and then kind of the skill on 2G, right? And I think despite the fact that they're playing with their coach, it kind of just feels like they're still kind of locked in. They're still eyeing out the prize. Like, look at Brinks, like, he's 27-12, FRZ 23-11. Of course, we came into this tournament highlighting his consistency as a player and as the IGL as well. And I think he's continuing that form in this tournament. And I think that it's kind of parallel to SRB. And I think this is, for me, why the 2G versus SRB match should be a lot more interesting tomorrow, kind of on even ground, now that, they're a little bit more familiar with each other's style. I think tomorrow will be interesting because there's a lot of similarities in regards to the off rollers popping off, right? It's not just a duelist show on this roster, and it's kind of the same thing for SRB, where there's a lot of step ups from Exa, there's a lot of step ups from, you know, like the off roll players like Xander and Nature are all kind of stepping up. So I think if 2G's able to bring this form and this confidence tomorrow in the best of 5, I mean, we're gonna have an absolute banger of a final match.
Oh yeah, and I love when we can see the pop off from anyone across the board, like 27 and 12. Like,
yeah, like
okay,
what?
Like that is just absolutely crazy. And I feel like too, what should be really fun with the best of 5 tomorrow and being able to see 2G play there is we've gotten to see from them kind of like quite a bit of repeat maps, right? Like, I mean, we've gotten to see the Ascent, I mean, same situation for SRB, right? But within a full best of 5, I feel like it'll be so interesting to see kind of how each team has really been able to prepare for this event here, Ash. And I mean, just leave it all on the line. That's going to be a spot for play-ins on the line.
Absolutely, especially also like quick turnaround, right? Going into a best of 5 tomorrow, having more maps into the pool, maybe even playing, you know, maps like Summit, like Sunset that you might not have had the time to prepare as in depth because you haven't been working on it all season long. It's going to be a grueling best of 5. That is absolutely for certain. But yeah, this team did not come to play today. I'm actually just still absolutely stun-locked by the performance of like Brinks throughout the day, guys. It was just wild. I think this head-to-head versus Xander is going to be so much fun to see. I feel like Xander, we didn't even get to see like go crazy in the server today, and we know how much he was heating up into playoffs as well. It's going to be an exciting grand final for sure.
And you know what, looking at also, I kind of just reviewed the vetoes for SRB earlier as well. It seems like their Summit is their permaban, but they're floating Sunset, although it never got popped. It never popped up in one of their games because against Contra, they Contra banned Split and SRB banned Summit. So there actually is a potential Sunset that is being worked on from SRB. So I am kind of curious to see what they're going to pop out on that map as well.
It'd be so interesting because especially too, I mean, talking to Exa, like it's like he's been working on stuff. You know, we can get to tomorrow and they'll ban out the same stuff. And we're like, we never see it. But you know, it's fun to theorize about, right? It should be a lot of fun, but unfortunately with that loss, that does mean Contra is out of this again. Today was round robin fair. Which 2 teams would be facing off tomorrow here, Ash? And yeah, Shopify looking fairly strong, but again, 2G I think on a little bit of a better wavelength than they were in that first series now.
Yeah, absolutely. Getting that time to definitely warm up into it, that's for sure. And we also did call it that we thought that it might be a bit of a closer affair. Obviously 2G, they came and they absolutely conquered in the best of 3 today versus Contra. But I do want to give Contra their flowers as well. We do unfortunately have to say goodbye to them now for the rest of the season with this end to their run in the round robin here within LCQ. But Contra is this team that again has been consistently in that like second place like echelon within LATAM. And this is a squad where they had the roughest go, guys. Like I want to really emphasize that when it comes down to the players on the roster of Contra, this is not the heights that we know that they can reach. They had to do a grueling best of 5 yesterday, and heading into today, 2 best of 3s back to back there as well, giving them a lot of credit for the endurance that they've had to just be able to like do their best in playing throughout today's matches. And it's definitely has not been an easy run for them.
It really hasn't been, and I love that you bring that up once again because it was not equal footing heading into today at all. Like this was a grueling day for the teams. You got to see that in like the interviews from the players, etc. And for Contra just having played that best of 5 grand finals yesterday, that is definitely a tough one. So I'm definitely excited to see. I mean, everything changes next year, right? So even if the journey here for them ends and I can't get that shot at play-ins, I'm excited to see what we can see down the line for all of them. So that'll be a really, really exciting time. But the fact that we still get more Valorant tomorrow and get to find out which of these 2 teams, Roy, between 2Game and SRB gets to make it to play-ins is so exciting. Who gets that final spot?
Yeah, it's going to be so fun, guys. I'm extremely excited. I love do or die matches. I think it makes for the most fun Valorant. It really shows the grit that people have and kind of how comfortable they are, and they have to face their inner demons, right? Like there's no room for hesitation, there's no room for uncertainty. It's all in for them. So makes for the funnest amount of Valorant. I'm here for it. I'm excited. I think 2G's heating up throughout this tournament. The form that they just showed again was significantly better than their first showing against SRB, and I think right now they're looking kind of primed, and I think tomorrow will be a really good match against SRB.
It really will be. But of course, we still have to hear from the winning team for today. We have our Phillips Norelco interview ready with QCK on the line. Chat a little bit more about the victory, everything else. Big congratulations here. You get the win. You get to compete tomorrow. How are you feeling?
Thank you. Thank you. We're feeling great. Really confident now.
I love to hear that. This was an interesting day because, of course, you have a change to your roster. We get to see your coach playing, Gabriel playing. Did you get to practice a lot with him before his tournament, or how has that been?
We didn't get much practice, to be honest. We had like only 1 week, and that's it.
I mean, you made it work, and that's just so impressive. Now, you said you're feeling confident for tomorrow. How confident? Because you got to play up against Shopify earlier, but tomorrow, that's grand finals. That's a spot in play-ins potentially on the line.
Yeah, I feel like now we get more used to this stage, and we're gonna have some time to rest and also talk more of what happened today. So we're gonna be better tomorrow, 100%.
I'm really excited to see it. I mean, thank you so much for your time. I want to make sure you can go and get some rest, but thank you so much for chatting, and have a good night. Good luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right, back over to the desk. I mean, I love to hear it. The confidence, right? Simple as that.
I love it. I think the one thing with Brazilian players is they're innately so confident. You can never take that away from them. I think that's going to make for a really interesting match because obviously SRB's tasted victory, very clean victory today against both teams. And I think obviously 2G's starting to heat up. Yes, they're playing with their coach, but their coach played phenomenally. It's not even like he's a slouch. Like the guy was actually putting up numbers and he was clutching up. Like bro's a natural. So I think they're completely fine on that end. Obviously the lack of, they got 1 week of practice, which is, it kind of gives us a little bit of insight into their dynamic, but it feels like, they're kind of here, they're primed, they're locked in, and you cannot strip away the confidence from the Brazilian side. Respect that. I'm here for it. I'm strapped in. It's going to be a fun day of Valorant tomorrow for sure.
Oh, it'll be a brand new day of Valorant tomorrow, but that is it for us today. The players have to rest. You guys need to rest, but we will see you here tomorrow for the grand finals here of LCQ. Find out which team will make their way to play-ins. Thanks so much, everyone, for tuning in. We'll see you tomorrow.
Now for 2G.
Let's go.